that as I've ever heard. So thank you. Nice way to start the day, Brian. I enjoyed that, and really fun, actually, really interesting. And poor Moses, basically.
Yeah, man, 40
man,
years.
Poor guy. You know, he took 40 years in the desert and then blew it, man. Well, we're not going to take 40 years this weekend here in Panama City Beach, Florida. We got 2 days of racing, and we are getting ready to go with Pro Watercross, and today is going to be a huge day, Kurt.
Yeah, it's going to be, exciting. As I look out here, we're having individual practice. Now, that's something Robert Sands has initiated. Take each rider out and teach them how to do it. So by next week, we ought to get Moto number 1 going. That's what I'm saying. Robert Sands, yes, I know I'm number 1 with you, sir.
Little fun up here in the tower,
A lot of fun as we wait for our
Brian
paperwork.
O'Rourke with us, Kurt Nolenberg, Robert Sand to my left, and then Richard Ignacio. We call him Mav. He is the man behind the live stream that you guys are all watching, live stream 24/7. And yeah, round number 1 here. A beautiful, beautiful morning, Saturday morning in Panama City Beach, Florida. Conditions are incredible. The water, I mean, from up here in the tower, what a beautiful sight, Kurt.
It is spectacular. You guys are looking at us. We're looking at the water. You should be looking at the water.
Much better sight.
Yeah. I just want to point out,
Yeah.
You talked about Maverick, Richard Ignacio, and his streaming proficiency. He was the 2019 Streamer of the Year.
That's right.
And that honor was given to him by his peers, other streamers at a conference that they had last year. So not only do we have the best announcers in the business, we've got the best live streamer and excuse me.
And if you don't believe us, just ask us. We'll tell you.
Yeah, well, I think we just did. Paul Laird down below. Yeah, the finest tech on Panama City Beach. And of course, we are proud and joyous to have Brian O'Rourke back here with us for the whole season, Brian. All right, fantastic.
Fantastic.
So, here we go. And I don't want to forget about Brad Hill, who was, leading us last year. And Brad, we really appreciate everything that you did. And, of course, always glad to see you here.
I'm actually going to work with Brad this year, and we're gonna do something together here. I appreciated him stepping up and, on the ones that he was able to go to last year and bring in a devotional too. And I've been keeping up, and we're gonna work together this year.
All right. Well, Devil's got no chance with you two tag teaming him.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking.
Then I go and stick my foot in my mouth over there at that writers' meeting. So I need Jesus too, right?
Hallelujah.
Well, I tell you what, the way this year has gone, I think we all do more than ever. And
that could not be more true.
What a crazy year, to say the least. We hope everybody watching throughout the world is safe and healthy right now, to say the least. It's been a weird, bizarre world. My trip here, as yours was, as weird as it gets. Yesterday, I hadn't traveled or flown since this whole COVID thing started up, and wow, the theater of the bazaar in the airports, to say the least. They were empty, very few people, everybody with masks on. It was very, very strange, very apocalyptic, I got to say. But, boy, I got here last night to Panama City Beach, and what COVID, man?
Game on.
It is on. The place is packed. The beach is electric. The energy is really palpable here today. Everybody's been, really locked away for far too long, and racers can't handle that, man. That's not healthy. And they are chomping at the bit, to say the least. But really a lot of big smiles on everybody's face this weekend, I've noticed, because I think more than anything, everybody is happy to be back here and ready to go.
All right, Rick. I agree with everything you said. One thing I'm going to put out there really quickly is we've all, or I don't know that we've all, I hope we not all of us have people who have passed from COVID. There have been some people in our community that passed, and there's no better way to honor them, I think, than just have a good fun long day of racing, and hopefully no injuries. Brian, I know you're going to help us with that. We're going to get our Pro-Am Ski GP riders to the line, please. Pro-Am Ski GP riders to the line right now.
All right.
Hey, Rick, I just want to throw it out there. If you haven't seen the pit board,
Yep.
if you see there's a gentleman on a quad there with a couple of kids up on the beach headed towards the highway, right there behind the Hobie 16, that's where the pit board is. Please send one of your crew up there, get to know when your races are in advance. Makes it easy to get to the line on time. Rick.
Yeah, Pro-Am Ski GP riders, we need you on the line. We are ready to get going here with Pro Racing. Round number 1, 2020 Pro Watercross National Tour. And we are just about ready, and we are going to start with our blessing with Brian O'Rourke. Brian?
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's pray. Father in heaven, thank you so much for this beautiful, beautiful day. Your word says this is the day that the Lord has made, and we will rejoice in it. And this place is, we are rejoicing in this place that you've provided us. We're so thankful to get back to racing, God. We're just have been cooped up too long, and we give you all the praise and the glory for that. We invite you to be part of this event right now. Come, put your hedge of protection around this entire race site. Give each one of our competitors the ability to ride to the best of their ability, being satisfied with the results that you give us. And Lord, may we somehow, some way, bring glory to you and the kingdom in your Son's Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you very much, Brian. I can tell you're fired up, too. That was beautiful. And now if we could have everybody please rise. Gentlemen, remove your hats for the playing of our national anthem. All right. Let's go racing. Turn that thing on, will you,
Check,
Kurt?
check, check.
Not that you really need a microphone, Kurt, but, you know, just saying. Look what we have first on the starting line. Where are our riders? Let's go, guys.
Pro Ski GP. Oh, look at that. I see. That's got to look out there. Who's going to be up there first? Hayden Skellett.
Hayden's ready to go, man. He had his wetsuit on last night. He was ready to go, man.
Yeah, I'll tell you what.
You know, the youngsters, man. They're the first out there. They're the first with their wetsuits on in the morning. They are ready to rock and roll. And we have had a youth movement in Pro Watercross over the last few years that has been a sight to see. And the youngsters are moving up and going to put some pressure on those Motts brothers on those Commander skis. They're going to have the pressure. Old Dustin, man, he's getting a little up there in age. And
Old Dustin, huh?
he's walking in front of us here. I'm trying to get him to get a reaction, but he's got his race face on. Oh, there he is.
Yeah.
He's listening.
You got that smile
Yeah,
going
he
on.
always got a quick smile. Love Dustin, man. Been working with him for so long. What a great guy. And of course, him and his brother Tyron, those guys really dominated in pro ski on the Commander GPs last year, and certainly finished up that way at the World Championships in Naples. But this is a brand new season, 2020, and we've got some new riders down here. I know Ryder Wildebauer's out there on one of those Pro Watercraft skis developed by Chris Hagest in Havasu. I saw Aaron Gawicki this morning. We talked to him. And Kurt, what do you got?
Well, and speaking of Havasu, Brett Underhill, he's on that 417. He's out there. You know, he moved out to Havasu, working with Chris Hagest of ProForce. It's his first year back, a race back east after a year in Havasu. He built that ski himself out there with Chris Hagest, learning from, Chris. He's a taskmaster. He's running a 1050 four-stroke, almost a third less than the 1500s. They're out there, so it'll be interesting to see with the competition that we've got here how he does. Jimmy Wilson's coming back, the Matsuris brothers, just a host of great riders. He's going to get the maximum power out of Yamaha's TR1 power plant, and the one thing that he's got using that setup, lightweight.
So is that smaller displacement Yamaha? Is that turbo?
That's a good question.
I ask good questions.
Okay, I'll get you that answer at the end of the first moto.
Is that a turbo that Underhill's running? That's what I want to know on that Yamaha power plant. And what I really am excited to see, so now we're going to see the Commander GP1s.
Right.
Well, they're going to face off with the Bullets because Gawicki is here with his Bullet.
Aaron Gawicki.
Underhill, Aaron. We talked to Aaron this morning.
Yep.
Obviously, a lot of development taking place on that Bullet after the World Championships last November. They've been working on that thing nonstop. Underhill on a Bullet, and then of course you've got the Pro Force skis. Ryder Wildebauer, the young Charger, is going to be aboard that Pro Force, and Underhill's on the Pro Force as well. So a couple guys on Pro Force. We got Camden Powell on a Bullet.
Yep.
So a couple guys on Bullets, guys on Commanders, guys on Pro Force.
Top three.
Hey, this is the new age. This is the new age of pro ski racing, and we're going to see the first glimpse of it here in just a little bit, because this is a new age, and it's the aftermarket hulls with these power plants, various power plants in them, mostly Kawasaki four-strokes, and that Yamaha triple, like you said, of Underhills.
Well, Rick, as you're saying that, I look out in front of us, the clouds parted. There are rays right in front of us to highlight the start. I'm telling you, the world is right when Pro Watercross is racing.
And let's take a look on the starting line. First race of the season on boat number 12 out of St. Cloud, Florida. On the Commander is Isaiah Washington.
On the number 13 machine out of Davie, Florida. On a K1 Commander. Sponsored by Broward Motorsports, Judge Motorsports, Shoei, Cabrera Motorsports, Jet Trim, Jet Pilot, Works Racing, Sammy Niemi.
Boat number 15 out of High Point, North Carolina, on a Kawasaki. We'll have to see if he's on a Commander or if he's on the 1500. Not sure yet. Haven't seen it yet today, but riding for Superior Auto House, Easy Hauler, Works H2O Designs, LS2 Helmets, Jet Pilot is Matthew Richock.
On the number 17, as we spoke about earlier, out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona, on the Bullet hull, sponsored by Bullet Racing, Jet Trim, and Jet Pilot, Aaron Gawicki.
Number 21, good to see him here in Pro-Am Ski GP out of Indian Hill, North Carolina, and I believe he is on a Commander as well, riding for Team Faith Fly Racing, WPS. Yeah, Commander, Broward Motorsports, Judge Motorsports, and Jet Pilot. It's Jimmy Wilson.
Glad to see him back. We'll see Jimmy in the sport class on Brian's Huracan a little bit later. On the number 2 ZA out of Empenyani, South Africa. Last name Matsuris, first name Tyron. He's ready to go out there and start the year with a win. He is sponsored, of course, by Commander Industries, Jet Pilot, Blosian, and Rockstar.
Boat number 44 out of Syracuse, Indiana on the Ignite Fuels, WCOT, HPL Oil, Bullet Racing Z-Force, Ultimate Watercraft, Jet Pilot, Speed Racing, Bullet V4 is Camden Powell.
Got a mouthful there on the number 50. Also from South Africa, we talked about his brother already, Tyron, that's Dustin Mazuris on the Commander, sponsored by Commander Industries, Rockstar Energy, and Jet Pilot.
85 out of Biloxi, Mississippi on the Performance Jet Ski and Cycle, Commander Industries, HRT Racing, and Ross Racing, Commander GP1, Jules Hopkins.
On the number 100 out of Gilbert, Arizona, he is sponsored by Works H2O Designs, Jet Trim, and Commander Industries, Revan Harris.
Number 116 on the Farthing Racing, Jet Pilot Fox GP, Commander boat is Devin Farthing.
On the 296 out of Port Charlotte, Florida, on the Commander, sponsored by Wade Chapin, Broward Motorsports, Action Kawasaki, and Abaco Sunglasses, Hayden Skellett.
And 417 out of Pensacola, Florida. On the Riva Racing, Jet Pilot, Ross Products, Pensacola Motorsports, Pro Watercraft Racing Ski, the Pro Force, that is Brett Underhill.
And you know what? It begs to be said, we've got Course Marshal Randy back with Pro Watercross this year, and so happy to have him back.
Yeah, good to see Randy out there. Of course, Kevin Scott, his son, on the tower, along with the our gorgeous scorekeepers out there.
Doreen Nolenberg, Lisa Simpson, and Portia. Don't load your last name, Portia. My bad.
But it's a good first name.
It is a great first name.
All right, here we go.
Who's getting the first hole shot?
44, Camden Powell with a great jump on the outside.
Gawicki on the inside on that number 17. On that bullet hole.
Oh, Dustin Matsouris, here he goes again. Right where he left off in Naples, out in front on boat number 50. The Commander GP1 on the outside split. Looks like Gawicki on the inside split.
Oh, man.
That is Aaron Gawicki on the bullet.
Yeah, no question. Is that Dustin? Yeah, it is. That number 50 out front. Seen that a lot. In third spot, there's Isaiah Washington.
Gawicki in second, behind Motts, Dustin Matsouris, then Gawicki, then Washington, then a battle.
Is that Ritchuk?
We had a battle behind them, and it's getting crazy out there behind Gawicki. The battle for third is heating up. Down the back straightaway go the leaders.
Dustin Matsouris already starting to pull a little bit of a lead. He's taking the outside, and Gawicki going after him. Aaron saw the little bit of distance Dustin was able to make on him first in that first trip through, but Matsouris already got half the front straightaway, and he and Gawicki starting to leave the crowd.
Well, the Bullet team has certainly done their work in the wintertime, because Aaron on a much, much faster ski than he was in Naples at the World Championships, where that thing had just been put together and brought out, and now that Bullet V4 is railing down that back straightaway, trying to keep Dustin Matsouris in sight.
Yeah, that's a good look for that boat. And speaking of Matsouris, right now Gawicki's in a Matsouris sandwich. Tyron coming up in that third position. Behind him, Camden Powell, then Isaiah Washington.
Yeah, Camden Powell looking really good in fourth place on another Bullet. So we've got a Commander, a Bullet, a Commander, and a Bullet. Top four right now here in the early stages of Pro-Am Ski GP Moto number 1.
Then Isaiah Washington, he's on a Commander. And coming up, Revan Harris making a move. Revan Harris taking the outside, and he's up behind Isaiah Washington now. Another young rider to be following there with Revan.
Yeah, Revan goes past him.
See Jules Hopkins back there getting his legs
takes over that
underneath him.
position. In fifth, a battle between Revan Harris.
Halfway flags are out, halfway down, halfway to go.
And look at Gawicki. Gawicki not letting Dustin Matsouras get away. In fact, Gawicki closing the gap right now on Mats.
Pro-Am Runabout, we need you to the line. Runabout riders, you should be on the line right now. Blaster, GP, you guys are on deck. You are after Runabout. Runabout riders, you need to come to the line right now, please.
Well, Aaron Gawicki doing a great job in second behind Dustin Matsouras because he's got Dustin's brother Tyron Matsouras behind him.
I got a feel that these guys see each other at Body Beach all the time, Rick.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. Havasu, the hotbed in personal watercraft, pro ski tuning these days. These holes all developed out there in that area. Of course, the Commander team out of Phoenix, a short hop over to Havasu and Body Beach. And the Bullet crew right there in Havasu, along with Chris Haggis, Pro Watercraft crew. So all that development taking place in that little spot there of the world called Body Beach and Lake Havasu.
Boy, Tyron is just reeling in Aaron Gawicki right now. Tyron, this last lap, has been pulling him in, reeling him in. Aaron pulled out a little bit right there, but there's Tyron. Can't wait to get him, and behind him, Camden Powell starting to move up in that fourth position.
Now Dustin Matsouras coming up behind lap traffic. The blue flag with the yellow stripe comes out, letting the riders know that the leader's coming up behind him and to move over as Aaron working real hard behind Dustin. Dustin's got some lap traffic now. We'll see if all that pump juice out there gives him any trouble. The experienced Matsouras, multi-time national world champion, probably not going to have too much trouble with lap traffic. This is not his first rodeo, to say the least, as he comes around the outside.
Just right by, like they weren't even there, Rick.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing, to say the least. What a phenomenal talent, Dustin Matsouras. One of the great riders in history out there on the course right now, leading here in Pro-Am Ski G Moto number 1.
No question, Gawicki there. Here comes Tyron now. Tyron using the inside to try to make a pass. Gawicki's there. Here's Tyron. They were side by side only for a moment. Lapped riders between them and Dustin. Here's an opportunity. Can Gawicki get by a lapped rider and make some, put some distance? But nope. Tyron right there, riding like a madman.
Well, he's going to have to get it.
And Gawicki goes down. Tyron makes it by safely. Looks like he's on the boat already. Aaron dropped back to fourth position now. See if he can get it going. And he gets back up in fourth, Rick.
Yeah, that's too bad. Tough break for Gawicki right there. White flag out. This is the final lap, so it's looked like it's going to, this moto is going to end the same way the last race in Naples at the World Championship ended, with Dustin Matsouras going to take the checkered flag. Boat number 50 comes across with the win. Right behind him is going to be his brother, boat number 2 on the Commander GP. That is Tyron Matsouras.
Seeing Sammy.
And then 44.
Camden
it is
Powell.
Camden Powell takes the third place. Great start to the season for Camden. Then 17, Aaron Gawicki picks it back up and comes in third.
Isaiah Washington, Matthew Richuck. Couldn't quite see it. Revan Harris back there. Revan was way back. Unusual to see him that far back, but boy, look at the quality of the riders here. Absolutely phenomenal, Rick.
Well, it was a good job by Aaron Gawicki to recover from that last lap fall and get back up underway and salvage a fourth place finish out of that. He didn't lose too much. It keeps him in the running. Of course, the second place would have looked a lot better.
Yes, it would.
Battling Dustin Matsouras for that overall this weekend.
That's all right. Fourth is way better than last.
Oh, what a great way to kick things off here. Race number 1 in the books. Pro-Am Ski GP. Dustin Matsouras takes the win. And that brings us to race number 2, Pro-Am Runabout Box Stock.
Yeah, we start out with the fastest and the most advanced watercraft on the planet in the stand-up. And now we go to box stock and Pro-Am Runabouts. We're not going to lose much with speed with these boats, though.
Well, yeah, these are 300 horsepower box stock boats.
Oh, Rick, I got to say this as we're going to go down the list here. Hey, just a show of hands, how many people down there could use a haircut? Right. Well, Tim Miller's girlfriend, Basie Barrera, will be cutting hair tomorrow. She got mine this morning. She's getting AJ's tonight. Brought her whole setup down there. Yes, she is a professional. So if you want a haircut, look for the number 37 boat at Tim Miller on the runabout class. And that girl with the purple hair, that's Basie Barrera. Talk to her, set up an appointment, and you can get your hair cut. That's one of the things I missed most, Rick, about being stuck inside the house for 3 months.
The bubble?
Oh, it was unbelievable.
Boy in the bubble?
I'm feeling like I've been reborn.
Boy, aren't we all?
Yeah.
Oh, this is going to be crazy. These guys charge hard, all
yeah.
on box stock runabouts. 300 horsepower, 800-pound machines. And here we go on the starting line. Boat number 37 out of Waco, Texas on the Dean's Team Jet Pilot. Jet Trim Yamaha, Tim Miller.
On the number 73 Yamaha out of York, South Carolina, sponsored by Dean's Performance, Riva Racing, and the Detail Group, Greg Radulski.
Boat number 77 out of Bradenton, Florida on the Geico Fly Racing LIQUI MOLY Jet Trim Riva Yamaha, Jason Russo.
On the number 110 out of Bradenton, Florida, multi-time national and world champion, sponsored by Snyderbelt, Judge Motorsports, and Dean's Team, Troy Snyder.
Number 116, now out of Loganville, Georgia, but we know he is where he's from originally, the Grand Caymans.
Yes, he is.
On the Yamaha this year, riding for DMAC Racing, Fly Racing, and Green Acres Landscaping. That's Vanjay Ramgeet.
On the number 153, Sea-Doo out of Abbeville, Alabama. He's sponsored by Sea-Doo, XPS, Riva, Ripid Energy Drink, Jetlift Fly Racing, Trailer Valet, Motor Up in Abaco, Anthony Raditic.
Number 157 out of Summerfield, Florida on the Dean's Team, Tattoo Rich Racing, Riva Racing, Bennett Construction, and Forever Hooked Yamaha, Jim Bennett.
On the 201 Yamaha out of Delray Beach, Florida, sponsored by Riva, Mark Island Rain, Jet Trim, Jet Pilot, and Yamaha, Christopher Landis.
Number 243 out of Loganville, Georgia on the Broward Motorsports, Yamaha, Fly Racing, Jet Trim, Green Acres Landscaping, Yamaha, that is Dennis Mack.
On the 247 Yamaha out of Groveland, Florida, sponsored by Dean's Team, Action, Tattoo Ridge Racing, Oztech Racing, Dylan Osborne.
502 out of Denver, North Carolina on the Riva Yamaha, Fly Racing, Champion Motorsports, Triton Trailer Yamaha, Brian Baldwin.
On the 777 out of Miami, Florida, sponsored by Miami Jet Ski Shop and LIQUI MOLY, Juan Zaquazarville.
Perfect.
Juan Lescano is what it used to be. Now it's, I don't know what that is.
Anyway, number 808 out of Mooresville, North Carolina, riding for Riva Fly Racing, Jet Pilot, HydroTurf, and Champion Power Sports on the Yamaha, Graham Hunt.
Wow, what a lineup in Pro-Am runabout box stock. And if I can have just somebody from the Miami Jet Ski Shop come up to the Tower of Power, want to figure out that thing.
That name.
Well, at least the spelling of whatever that is.
That's a tough one.
That's
about as tough as it gets.
Go ahead. Well, no, the tie rider.
I was going to say it's not tie, but it's tough.
Not
There we go.
Who's
Moto 1 Pro-Am runabout box stock underway into the first turn.
Looks like Brian Baldwin had a good shot here on the inside. See what it looks like when they get to there. It looks like it to me.
Looks like Baldwin on the outside. Wow.
Oh, yeah.
What a hole shot.
That's a great start to the season. Right behind him, Troy Snyder.
Man, I can't believe the hole shot by Baldwin.
Yeah, that was
mind-boggling.
He's pretty good at that. Looks like Tim Miller back there in the 37th.
He's pretty good at that.
Fifth spot. Yes, he is. Wow, there's a lot of pump wash going on out there, folks. They'll start to stretch out a little bit. They already are. Baldwin liking that outside. Well, it sure worked for him half lap one. He is out in front, large and in charge. Mr. Lake.
So I guess that's Snyder on that black Yamaha in second. New colors this year. It's going to take us a little time to adjust to these guys because get to know them just by looking at them. Don't even need the numbers. Snyder behind Baldwin as usual. Those guys running 1-2 or 2-1 and battling for the lead. It seems like race after race, Kurt.
Well, how exciting is this? Christopher Landis in third position out of Riva. He's normally on a sport boat. He will be later. This is his first runabout race for Pro Watercross, and he's in third position right now.
Yeah, he is flying out there on that Yamaha, so he has adapted to that quite well, to say the least. But Brian Baldwin, that was probably one of the biggest hole shots I've ever seen. He was completely gone from everybody from the get-go. I was amazed that he was gone.
Well, you know what? These two front runners, Troy Snyder and Brian Baldwin, they've played out there for many years together.
Oh,
and they don't play well together. Let's just say that if it comes down to the last lap in the last corner and fiberglass is an issue, it's not for either one of those two riders.
Good for fiberglass repair shops everywhere, though. 502 is Brian Baldwin. Brian's out of Denver, North Carolina, rides for Riva on that Yamaha, also sponsored by Fly Racing, Champion Motorsports, Triton Trailer. He's 41 years old, and this guy charges from flag to flag, never lets off the gas.
Hasn't he been 41 years old for like the last 3 years? I'm looking down there at Troy Snyder.
I wasn't going to say anything.
Yeah. Yeah, hey, let's get Blaster GP to the line, guys. Where are you at? Blasters GP, you should be on the line. And Ski 4-stroke should be in. Robert Sands is talking about penalties if you're not to the line on time. Blaster GP, come on down. Hey, can you guys hear us? Maybe the microphone isn't working down there. If you can hear us on the far end, put your hands up in the air, please. If you can hear me talking, throw your hands up. So apparently the speakers they're working to the fly pit, but that's about it, huh? And down on this side, Paul Lair, can you hear us? You can hear us? Any further down? Can you guys? Thank you very much. All right, so the right's working, the left, obviously they put hard of hearing riders on the left side. There we go. That's where I would be pitted.
Yes,
what?
you would be. Oh, that's funny.
All right,
All
Blaster
right.
GP, we don't even have one boat to the line. Blaster GP, come on.
And Baldwin and Snyder continuing to dominate. Landis in third. Blue flag with the yellow stripe out. That means the riders are going through lap traffic already.
There's a race going on, and brother, you're not in it.
That's right. And Baldwin and Snyder battling now through lap traffic. Landis right behind him in third, looking real good. Landis, man, moved up to this Pro-Am runabout box stock class, and he is out of Del Rey, right on that Riva Yamaha, and looking strong, Kurt.
Yeah, I saw him in the pits this morning. We were talking for a little bit, and I was looking at his blaster and said, how you doing? The boat looks good. And he goes, oh, that's only one of them. I'm going in the runabout class. I'm like, let's go.
Yeah, and he is adapting quite well very quickly, let's say.
Boy, Brian Baldwin just tearing through traffic. He looks over, white flag out, 1 lap to go. Baldwin, large and in charge. Almost nobody in front of him.
Nope.
In second position. Now, of course, Troy Snyder, he knows it's a 3-lap moto. Second is as good as first in the first moto.
3 motos.
Absolutely. So, yeah, he's not worried about having to make a drive to the line in this first moto.
Second's as good as the first in the first, yep. And Landis in third. It looks like that's the way they're going to finish because they're pretty evenly spaced right now. But Baldwin just was shot out of that starting gate on that rocket ship Riva Yamaha.
There's gentleman Jim
And he
Bennett.
takes the checkered flag. Brian Baldwin with a dominant win here in Moto number 1 in the box stock runabout class. Troy Snyder's going to come in second on that Tim Judge tune boat. And then Landis, number 3.
Landis in third, and I think was that D-Mac out there in fourth? Could have been.
I believe it was, yes.
speaking of color changes.
Yeah, that's the thing. We get so used to the.
Well, apparently black is in because 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 5 of those boats started with that as the base color. Well, listening to that, Peter Morris from Works Racing says hi.
Yeah. Peter Morris, formerly from Works Racing.
Formerly, yes. That's when I saw him last.
Yeah, well, Peter now lives down in Bali.
Does he really?
Yes, he's lived there for a number of years, and he's retired, I believe.
We got to go see him.
Yeah, no question. Sold Works Racing, and we stay in touch. Great guy over the years.
Really good guy.
Known him forever, and but we stay in touch via the magic of social media. So good to hear from Peter.
Let's not forget Steve Webster, called up from Commander Industries. He said hi.
He's happy his boys ran 1-2 moto number 1, so all is well with the Commander boys this morning.
And Jan Waddle not able to make it here.
I'm surprised, but we didn't see her on the beach, but she texted and said hello. So good to hear she's watching, I'm sure, on the live stream. Good to hear from you, Jan. Miss you. Wish you were here at the beach.
Absolutely. Well, let's go down to Blaster GP on the number 13 Yamaha to Davie, Florida. He is sponsored by Broward Motorsports, Judge Motorsports, Joey Cabrera Motorsports, Jet Trim, Jet Pilot, and Works Racing, Sammy Niemi.
Boat number 14 out of Naples, Florida on the Wade Chapin Performance. Broward Motorsport, Exotic Signs Yamaha, Keith Dill.
On the number 43 Yamaha to Dawsonville, Georgia, sponsored by LIQUI MOLY, Lair Performance, Watercraft, Superior Auto House, Wyatt Hayes.
Boat number 100 out of Gilbert, Arizona on the Commander Industries Works H2O Designs Jet Trim Yamaha, that's Revin Harris.
On the 116 Yamaha to Ackworth, Georgia, sponsored by Farthing Racing, Jet Pilot, and Fox, Devin Farthing.
Number 295 out of Port Charlotte, Florida on the Wade Chapin Broward Motorsports Action Kawasaki Bullet, that is Taylor Skellett.
And on the 296, her brother Hayden Skellett, and we are ready to go. Blaster GP, moto number 1.
There goes the
and what a hole shot by Niemi.
Yeah,
Sammy Niemi, and then the other side, Devin Farthing. The two young riders getting it off the line. Farthing with the drive on the outside, Niemi on the inside. These two are side by side out there, Rick.
Yeah, Niemi got a great jump, as you mentioned, and he bolted out of the gate, and he is in the lead right now on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Sammy Niemi on the 13.
Oh!
Out in front on the outside, or is that on the outside split? Number 14 on the
Keith
inside.
Dill.
Here comes Dill behind Niemi. He's going to take second. Wait a second.
No, Farthing
118.
none of that.
116. Devin Farthing settles into second with Dill in third now behind our race leader, Sammy Niemi.
And Hayden Skellett and Revin Harris going at it side by side. Those two are battling. You see a hand between those two boats as they're going through the corners. Those two battled last year. Oh, and who is it that went off there?
Blaster GP, Sammy Niemi out in front, but here comes Farthing.
Oh, Devin going to the inside. Niemi got the outside wired. I think that outside is the better shot, but Devin trying everything he can. He wants to get up there. Oh, it's going to be close.
Real close. Here comes Farthing on the inside. Sammy Niemi with Farthing right behind him. Devin Farthing closing the gap on that 116 Blaster. Of course, they're all Blasters.
Yeah, well, kind of.
Hence the name.
Yeah, they look like Blasters. But Sammy Niemi, when he saw Farthing right there, as they came off the front straight, oh, he wicked it up big time. Devin's going to have his hands full. They're both on the back straightaway. Niemi halfway down. Here comes Devin. Third spot, Keith Dill. Saw Dill earlier in practice. That boat is wicked fast.
Yeah, I got a real battle right now for third with Dill holding off a couple of riders right behind him. But on the left-hand side of the race course, it's Sammy Niemi on the outside split again. Devin Farthing elects to go to the inside split, but Sammy wicked it up that lap. and open that gap up over Devin by a couple of boat lengths.
And this is Hayden Skellett here in 4th position. Hayden's been moving up. And look at that. Revan Harris used the inside. You got Keith Dill splitting those two. And they're side by side again. Revan Harris. And look at Hayden Skellett go along the inside there. Hayden Skellett will not be denied. Revan Harris will not back off. What a race we got going on, Rick.
Yeah, Keith Dill doesn't know what's going on behind him. He's not looking back, and it is a battle behind him, but he's just got to keep charging. He's got those two young riders right behind him. Sammy Nemi, though, out in front and opening up that gap a little bit more this lap. Again, over Farthing. Farthing taking that inside split. Actually, Devin closed the gap a little bit that lap, as Sammy Nemi continues to lead. Here comes Farthing behind Nemi, and the battle looks like 100 goes into
Revan
third.
Harris jumping into that 3rd spot. Keith Dill in 4th, and there's Hayden Skellett now trying to move back up. Boy, I'll tell you what, the race so far is really between Revan Harris and Hayden Skellett. Those two have been swapping back and forth. They're in the 3rd and 5th position right now. Those are the people to watch. Out in front, is that Farthing off on the end of the back straightaway? He's rebounded, though.
It looks like Harris gets by Dill.
No, that Devin Farthing is still up.
Here comes here comes Farthing. That was Sammy Nemi.
Yeah, it was Nemi, and he's back up. And what,
Farthing into the lead. It looks like 100. That's Harris now in 2nd place.
Hayden Skellett in 3rd, and here's Nemi. He got back in. Wow. Back up on the boat at the end of the back straightaway.
Yeah,
the speed he was going. Wow.
He went down, lost 3 positions from 1st to 4th that quick as these young riders are charging up behind him. Oh,
boy,
man,
you really
what a
said
battle.
it there too, Rick. These young riders. You look at Devin Farthing, Revan Harris, Hayden Skellett, 3 youngest riders in the class, and where are they? Out front. I was talking to somebody yesterday who hadn't seen this before. They asked about the younger riders. These junior riders are the hope of the sport. They are our future champions. That future might be right now, Rick Lake.
Yeah, no doubt about it. The Blaster GP class has changed dramatically in the last 3 years. As we have gone from the guys that have been running in the class for many years, the veterans, to these young kids, and they're not really kids anymore. They have grown up, and they are dominating now here in Blaster GP. Amazingly fast on these Blaster holes. .116 taking the white flag. Here comes Farthing in the lead. The battle for 2nd right now.
Final lap, Rick.
Looks like Skellett. Is that Skellett moved up to 2nd? No.
Yep. That's Skellett. Hayden Skellett in 2nd. Revan Harris in 3rd. Sammy Nemi in 4th. And Devin Farthing out front. A half a lap to go. Farthing's crew got to be excited. First race of the year, and Devin's out there with a first place position. Race isn't over yet, but well, I tell you what, Hayden Skellett is on fire.
Yeah, definitely the rider of the race right now. Hayden Skellett has moved up for a mid-pack, and he is charging right now behind our winner, Devin Farthing. Farthing will take the checkers and the win here in Moto number 1 with a hard charge, and Hayden Skellett coming in right behind him. Wow, what a ride by Hayden. And then Revan Harris, boat number 100, will finish out the podium here in Moto number 1 for Blaster GP.
You know, it's going to be interesting. Oh, okay, I didn't see him. I looked over and I thought Hayden might be going right over to a different hole, but he is not. Up next, ski 4-stroke stock on the number 12 Kawasaki out of St. Cloud, Florida, sponsored by Riva, Isaiah Washington. On the number 36 Kawasaki out of Naples, Florida, sponsored by Fluid Film, Stephen Hayden. On the number 44 Kawasaki mounted out of Syracuse, Indiana, He's sponsored by Ignite Fuels, WCOT, HPL Oil, Bullet Racing, Z-Force, Ultimate Watercraft, Jet Pilot, and Speed Racing, Camden Powell. On the double five out of Syracuse, Indiana, Kawasaki Mounted, sponsored by Ignite Performance, Ethanol, JBR Racing, and Watercross of Texas, Jay Finlinson. On the double seven, Kawasaki out of Pomeria, South Carolina, sponsored by RaceLabPerformance.com, Hurricane Racing, LPW Performance, and Pro Rider, Kenny McKenzie.
Boat number 85 out of Biloxi, Mississippi on the Performance Jet Ski and Cycle, Kawasaki, Gary Hopkins. Boat number 115 out of High Point, North Carolina on the STB Racing, SML Signs, Easy Ski, Kawasaki. That is Connor Richuck. And boat number 315 out of Marietta, South Carolina, riding for Jet Pilot, HydroTurf, Myrtle Beach Water Sports, Wilmington Power Sports, Hoist, Weisco, Squid Decals, Slunk Swimmers, Pit Viper, BB Talkin', and As Freeride. Wow, that's a lot of sponsors. Taylor Stewart.
And and just to point out, Taylor Stewart is now sponsored on a Kawasaki 1500F. You remember he was on a Yamaha Twin last year. And get this, later in the year, he's already set up sponsorship for the new four-stroke Yamaha. Stand up. Talk about a guy who knows how to promote. Taylor Stewart.
Yes, he does. Four-stroke stock, which is all Kawasaki SXR 1500s, at least at this point. Maybe somebody else will come out with one day. We'll see.
One day later this year, about
maybe
end of August, beginning of October.
Well, Yamaha's always, we've always thought Yamaha might come out with one.
There's a surprise.
But not so far. And I'm not sure they are.
Isaiah Washington strong on the inside, but looks like Finlinson might get the drive on the inside, and Camden Powell on a rocket on the outside.
Yeah, number 12, Isaiah Washington, with a great start, and he is going to lead it onto that outside split. I'm sorry, onto the inside split goes Isaiah.
Boy, side-by-side action on the outside.
Finlinson.
Who is that out there?
Finlinson, 55 it looks like, leading right now over Camden Powell on that outside.
Yeah, those two are like joined at the hip anyway.
Oh, man, they know each other well. Number 12 out in front, down the front straightaway, Isaiah Washington, the race leader.
Yeah, Jay Finlinson, followed by Camden Powell. No, that's Matthew Richuck back there. Believe that's Richuck.
55 behind Washington is Finlinson.
Yeah, Kenny McKenzie out there, and in the last position right now on that 1500F. Taylor Stewart getting used to that big pole.
And then 44, Camden coming up now behind Finlinson. Man, it's amazing. These guys were just youngsters just
2 minutes ago, right?
2 minutes ago, and now they are riding these big 15F SX 1500 Kawasaki's, SXR 1500s. Jeez. I don't know where I got that.
Isaiah Washington out in front. Finlinson right there, and Camden Powell setting up. He's setting up.
Oh, and look at, they're closing in on Washington. Finlinson all over. Isaiah Washington right now battling for the lead on the right-hand part of the race course. Look at Finlinson, number 55, Jay, out of Syracuse, Indiana, as is Camden Powell.
Finlinson going wide for the sweep. He went a little wide, and that let Camden jump in there. Boy, these top three riders, look at Powell on that back straightaway. He's keeping that thing hooked up.
What a battle right now. Isaiah Washington, our race leader, boat number 12, has his hands full with Jay Finlinson and Camden Powell right behind him in second and third, respectively. Here we go onto the front straightaway. It's going to be Washington maintaining the lead.
Boy, Finlinson used that inside split course, Rick. He really pulled up some distance, getting a little pump wash there, slowing him down. Be interesting to see next lap if he goes inside or outside.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to Camden Powell that lap, but he dropped back a number of boat lengths from Finlinson there. He was right there with Jay on that last lap.
I think he stuck it a little bit on the outside there as we were watching.
I think on that outside split he did have a problem, and here comes Jay Finlinson is absolutely charging on that SXR 1500, riding for Ignite Performance. Ethanol JBR Racing, Watercross of Texas. Jay Finlinson on the gas behind Isaiah Washington. Washington number 12 out of St. Cloud, Florida, 21 years old.
Rick. Look at this. Here comes Finlinson setting up.
Nice.
Oh, he worked that inside. Finlinson is making good use of that inside as Washington is on the outside. As we look further in the back, Taylor Stewart has moved up, pushing himself by Kenny McKenzie back there.
Yeah, Finlinson, 15 years old, moved up to this SXR 1500 in the ski four-stroke class this season, and he is looking really good on that SXR.
Well, I'll tell you what, let's go to the other end on the number 85 machine out of Biloxi, Mississippi. First time racing this in a couple of years is Gary Hopkins. He's 55. That's
Wow.
Finlinson's number. What the heck?
And here comes Camden Powell back on the gas. He has worked his way up from a distant third. He dropped back, and now he's coming up. Here comes Finlinson on the inside
Whoa!
split. Washington hangs on to the lead, and then
Just
Finlinson,
barely.
and then Powell. 1, 2, 3. What a battle here. Moto number 1 of ski four-stroke stock this morning. This is really a great battle. All young riders. Isaiah's 21, Finlinson 15, and Camden Powell 16. So
Yeah, I'm not sure that's. I think those numbers might be for last year. I think he might be 16 and 17 now. We'll see. But yeah, Isaiah Washington, what
Well,
a job he's done to be
still young.
Wow, no, but I mean, watching what's going on out here, he's starting to stretch his lead out as Finlinson and Camden are battling back and forth. Slowly but surely, Isaiah's creeping away from him.
Yeah, Isaiah Washington, a real solid rider on that SXR. He's
Oh.
been campaigning that 1500 Kawasaki in this four-stroke stock class for a long time now, a few years, and very, very competent rider. But Camden Powell now has gotten around Jay Finlinson, moved into second place, and look at Camden Powell now. Here he comes behind
Washington.
Isaiah onto the back straightaway. Let's check out this battle for the lead as number 12 Isaiah Washington leads it in front of 44 Camden Powell. Those two young riders battling here in this first moto on the four-stroke stock class.
Rick, I'm starting to notice some holes that are developing on that back straightaway between the second and third orange buoys. You see that rider just popped up there.
Yep.
Camden Powell hit it hard. Good for him to stick with it. And on that last lap, Jay Finlinson went outside. Camden went inside. That's where the position was lost. And you see Finlinson using the inside this time. Go ahead, Rick.
Here comes Camden on the inside, and he takes over the lead from number 12 Isaiah Washington. As that white flag came out, Camden took that inside split. It made a good use. As Isaiah went outside, Camden came down the front straightaway, was able to take the inside position into that left-hand turn at the end of the front straight and keep Isaiah Washington on the outside of him. Now Powell, 44, takes over the lead.
He's solid, but it's a couple of lapped riders. There's only a half a lap to go. And let's see where they go. Camden going to the outside with lapped riders. On the inside, Washington without any riders. How's this going to turn out? Isaiah Washington got to wick it up.
Oh, Powell's got a huge lead now. 44, Camden Powell is going to take the checkered flag. No problem there.
Finlinson.
And Finlinson almost edges out Isaiah, but Isaiah hangs on, takes second, and then Finlinson will finish in third place on that 55 ski.
Wow. Fantastic. Up next, race number 5. This is going to be a combination race of novice sports stock and junior sports stock, 13 to 15. In our novice sport stock class on the number 17 Sea-Doo out of Carthage, Texas, Kenny Compton.
Boat number 69 out of Athens, Texas on the HKH Motorsports Yamaha. That's John Fredericks.
On the 711 Yamaha to Sewanee, Georgia. Sponsored by Superior Auto House, 100% chiropractic, Andrew Hancock.
In our junior sports stock 13 to 15-year-old class, 2 riders. Boat number 36 out of Naples, Florida on the Fluid Film Sea-Doo, 14 years old, Hayden.
On the 699 Sea-Doo out of Bonita Springs, Florida. Sponsored by Horan O'Connell Racing. Horan Homes, it's Keegan O'Connell. That's the lineup for race number 5. Novice Sports Stock, Junior Sports Stock 13-15 combined. Oh man, looking down on the water, dignitaries in their holding position. You see gorgeous Michael Borges down there, holder to the stars. He was in the runabout class earlier. Bobby Cardone down there helping out the 699. Keegan O'Connell. All right, they're firing them up. Novice Sports Stock, Junior Sports Stock, 13-15. They are lock, cocked, ready to rock.
Oh,
Kevin
man.
Scott looking down the line. Looks like we're ready to go, and there we go.
Oh, 7-11 with a great jump. Andrew Hancock just timed the gate perfectly, timed that rubber band.
Keegan
And
O'Connell
looks back
from the
over his
outside.
Hancock knew he nailed that rubber band because
Yeah.
he looked back over his shoulder and said, I'm pretty sure nobody's near me.
I'm pretty sure nobody saw that. No. No, good jump off the line. And Keegan O'Connell, I believe, in that second position. And we need Pro-Am Ski Stock, race number 6. To the line, please.
Oh, what a great day here in Panama City Beach. Good to have everybody here. We got a nice crew on the beach, a great turnout of riders. Wow. A lot of enthusiasm, a lot of energy. It's really fun to be back here, Kurt.
I tell you, Andrew Hancock out of Sewanee, Georgia, having a ball out there in that first position. But look out, because Jax Hayden out of Naples is knocking on your back door.
I'll tell you what, if you didn't make it out here to Panama City Beach this weekend, you missed out because it is absolutely gorgeous. The scenery is really
Spectacular.
spectacular. Let's just say that. And it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood.
I'll tell you what, the rain is held off. We had the forecast was for potentially some thunderstorms, and instead we got nothing but a beautiful view in front of us.
Oh man, I just feel like I don't know why, but for some reason, like hearing some Jimmy Buffett right now or something.
Yeah.
It's that kind of day, that kind of a place. But we got Pro Watercross going on right now, and a battle out here in this novice sports stock class and junior sports stock, 13 to 15-year-olds. But the story is Andrew Hancock out of Sewanee, Georgia, man. He jumped that rubber band perfectly, timed it, pulled the whole shot, and has not looked back.
Well, and Jax Hayden now in second position. He didn't get the whole shot. He had to work his way up, and he's in that second position right now.
And looking good, too. He is closing the gap on Hancock as we speak down that back straightaway.
Boy, the beauty of this, oh no, Kenny Compton over on the far left-hand side of the course having an issue trying to get that machine back to the beach.
Man.
That is not good for Kenny, unfortunate. He
Oh, that
came all
stinks.
the way from Texas, all the way from Carthage, Texas.
That's a long drive for the first moto to have a boat problem.
But it's only the first moto, so he's still got an opportunity. Hopefully he can get that thing back to the beach, figure out what's wrong, and get out there and play.
That stinks. Hate that for anybody out there as
that
Kenny
doesn't sound
limps
good.
that around. Yeah, he's definitely not full power.
I'm not sure that's both cylinders.
Oh, yeah, that's what it sounds like.
That's what it
Absolutely.
sound looks like. Is that what you said?
Little sounds and looks like. Wow, Pro Ski, Pro-Am Ski.
stock.
Stock boats coming up. The stock skis on the starting line. Let's go, guys.
And just to give you a little heads up, after that will be Pro-Am Runabout GP, the fastest boats on the water. Wow, that's fantastic. Look at the curve. Watch the wave run that action.
Perfect curves.
I'll tell you what, dive into that. He does. And that's it. He took over. Jax Hayden took over the lead, and he's starting to stretch it out already. Man, talk about going around a corner, seeing a nice curve, hitting the throttle and going for it.
Man,
it's working.
You can't beat a good curve.
Now, who we got down there on the back straightaway?
Looks like number 69, John Fredericks. John out of Athens, Texas. Man, another guy that's come a long ways. 50 years old, riding for HKH Motorsports. He is down.
Well, they got him back up, and he's up and running. That's a good thing.
And it looks like he is okay as the white flag is out. Final lap.
Oh, look at this battle, side by side.
There they go.
Oh, I tell you what, Andrew Hancock was leading every lap and got pushed back to second. He's having none of that as Jax Hayden gets pushed back to second. These guys are going to town. What a ride.
Great battle out there. Heading onto the back straightaway. Pro-Am Ski Stock, Moto 1. You guys should be on the line right now. Somebody's asleep at the wheel down there in the pits.
Well, I'll tell you what, Camden Powell isn't. He's right down there ready to go.
Camden's going to pick up where he left off because he's the only one on the line.
Here comes the Triple Eight. I think that's Ryder Wildebauer.
The 888. The Ryder Wildebauer.
There's Mr. Ritchuk on the 15.
All right.
There they come.
Here they come.
And look at this.
Checkered
Another
flag.
lead change for the win on the 36, Jax Hayden. Wow.
What a race that time. These guys mixed it up out there in that novice sports stock class.
Yeah, whatever we lacked in numbers, we sure had a lot of passing going on.
That's for sure.
That's fantastic. All right, well, let's get to it as we come down the line. Oh, and look, Kenny Compton's still out there. We got a rider went off over on the far left-hand side. Is that John Fredericks again?
I believe it is. Kenny down out there with problems. He's had problems for the entire moto, unfortunately.
Well, John Fredericks, like you said, Athens, Texas. So he's used to the taste of the Gulf. I think maybe he was a little thirsty. Want to jump in?
I don't think that's going to make him feel any better.
What do you think, Kamikaze?
I don't think that's going to make him feel any better, Kurt.
I don't know if it's going to make him feel better.
You're saying you're saying he's used to it, huh?
I'm not saying that. I may be intimating that, but I'm not saying it. Wow, look at the sunshine just illuminating only our race course right now. Maverick, can you see this on the live stream?
Beautiful. He says no.
Well, that's because he's not looking at the live stream.
No.
Like, that works.
Beautiful day here in Panama City Beach, Florida. Round number 1, the Pro Watercross National Tour. We've got Pro-Am Ski Stock on the starting line. Let's take a look down the line and see who we got, Kurt.
Well, the number 1 Yamaha out of Pomaria, South Carolina. He races for RaceLabPerformance.com, Hurricane Racing, LPW Performance, and Pro Rider Kenny McKenzie.
Boat number 10 out of Apex, North Carolina on the Amsoil, Hurricane Racing, Tapped Out Cycles, Kawasaki, Callaway Turner.
On the number 15 Yamaha out of High Point, North Carolina, sponsored by Superior Auto House, Easy Ski Hauler, Works H2O Designs, LS New Helmets, Jet Pilot, Amsoil, Zex Brand, whatever that is, and SDB Racing, Matthew Ritchuk.
Number 44 out of Syracuse, Indiana on the Speed Racing, Synergy RV Transport, Ignite Fuel, Z-Force, Bullet Racing, Technical Service Yamaha, Zeke Kime.
And it is Zeke down here, not Camden on that 44, by the way. On the number 85, Yamaha to Chattanooga, Tennessee, sponsored by Team 332, Dustin Higdon.
Number 116 out of Ackworth, Georgia on the Farthing Racing, Jet Pilot, Fox Yamaha, Devin Farthing.
On the 182, Kawasaki out of Macella, Georgia. Sponsored by Spy Optics, ODI Grips, and D's Bees, Brock Harris.
Number 417 from Pensacola, Florida. On the Reva Racing, Jet Pilot, Ross Products, Pensacola Motorsports, Yamaha, Brett Underhill.
On the 702, Yamaha out of Raleigh, North Carolina. Sponsored by Tapped Out Cycles, Hurricane Racing, and Jet Trim, Jeb Zarzauer.
And number 888 out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Riding for Barrel House, Clipper 212, Pro Watercraft, Works H2O, High Roller, Spotlight Clothing, and Diamond Construction, Ryder Wilderbauer.
That's the lineup. Pro and Ski Stock, Rick, we're ready to go.
Great lineup of talent here. Young to a little older. We got a wide range of ages from 13 to 42 in this class.
Go ahead and pick one.
Boat number 1 got a nice jump initially. That was Kenny McKenzie. See if he can hold on to that into the first turn. Looks like he's going to do so, at least on that inside.
Well, I'll tell you what, Farthing's looking good on the outside.
Kenny McKenzie leads it around the first turn buoy.
Here comes Farthing sweeping on the outside.
Farthing on that outside.
Man, he's got company. Who's that going around him? And Farthing likes the inside. Wise decision.
Oh, what a battle.
Side by side by another rider, but he has got position. Who's that battle on the outside?
Wow, that's McKenzie.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it looks like a rider without a hood.
Here comes
next
Farthing
to
on
him.
the inside.
And we've got a rider battling for the lead without a hood. We'll
that's
see.
Richuck. That's Matthew Richuck.
Oh, Matthew Richuck lost his hood. Let's see how long that lasts. First lap, that's going to be tough. If he can keep that boat from sinking, it'll be a miracle. As he chases, if he can get out in front, he might be able to do it.
Well, you know, one of my very close personal friends used to ride with his hood off all the time. You might know him, Jeff Jacobs. And he's won many a race without a hood on.
Oh, man. So McKenzie out in front. Here it comes. Richuck behind him. Richuck doing everything he can to try to get around McKenzie. They're on the left-hand side of the racetrack heading in towards the beach. Both riders go to the outside split.
Boy, Richuck is all over McKenzie. He's trying to set him up for a clean pass.
Yeah, he is. He's trying to keep...
look at it. Here they go.
Well, Richuck trying to stay in clean water away from McKenzie's pump wash and spray to try to keep that boat running from sinking into the Gulf of Mexico here.
Who practices
goes inside?
That?
I don't know, but
Jeff Jacobs did.
Boy, he is such a smooth rider.
Oh, there he goes.
And Richuck
makes the pass.
Well, one thing you know is boat's breathing well.
Yeah, that air filter's not.
It's definitely getting plenty of air, it looks like.
Woo! And Richuck gets out front, and McKenzie just backs off the throttle. He's like, oh, I'll wait for the water to hit.
So, ladies and gentlemen, our race leader does not have a hood on his ski right now. He lost it on the first lap.
Yeah, speaking of Jeff Jacobs, here it is, reborn, Matthew Richuck. If Jeff, if you're watching, call us up. We'll give you Richuck's phone number. You tell him a little bit about how to keep that thing running with the hood off.
And, you know, I've thought for a few years now that Richuck does have a little bit of a Jacobs-like style. Very smooth. He's very smooth and consistent. He's a lean. Reminds me of Jeff when he was young in his teens, as Richuck is. And very smooth around the corners, very consistent, and always fast.
Boy, you know, we're talking about Richuck back behind him. Look, Devin Farthing, I was going to say, he's in a battle with somebody. I didn't know who it is. Farthing was out front. He's back in fourth position on that stand-up. Let's watch him on the back straightaway, see about the horsepower that he's got. Who is that in third position, Rick? Can you tell?
Let's take a look in the binos and see who we got back there.
They're going inside right now, hitting that yellow buoy.
I believe that's Wilderbauer. Let's check and see if that's the 888. Yeah, it is. Ryder Wilderbauer in third. Coming up on the inside, challenging for second now. Wilderbauer goes to the inside of McKenzie. It's a drag race into that left-hand turn. McKenzie's going to close the door and maintain second over Wilderbauer.
But McKenzie didn't close the door. He just shut it a little, and Wilderbauer shoved the nose of that boat right underneath the buoy. What a great move by that young rider out of Gilbert, Arizona, he's out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota.
That's right. You know, and I want to say one thing when we're making comparisons to Jeff Jacobs. Jeff Jacobs was smooth, fast, and consistent on a 550. Completely different animal than a Super Jet or any modern ski whatsoever.
Any modern hull, period.
Yeah, that's a different world. And those guys rode those 550 hulls amazingly. And I'm hesitant to compare anybody to the Jammer simply because it was a different world back then.
Well, you've got it right. And he rode on completely stock machinery as well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Those PJSs were nothing. Nothing going on there.
Boy, look at this. Richuk just going away. McKenzie in second. Oh, and third went down. Wildermeyer went down. He lost something off his boat. What is that?
Well, he's not as bad as Richuk because he didn't lose his hood.
He doesn't have a helmet? That's his helmet.
No way.
Wait.
Oh, he's got to get off the race course
Yeah.
right now. He has got to get off the race course or we'll have to stop this
And
race.
Speaking of that, how many times have you seen a rider's helmet come off? Not that often.
I've never seen one come off.
The other one that I saw of note, Christy Carlson was in Havasu for the World Championships, or World Finals they call it there, and she was racing for Team Polaris. The life fails me. One lap from half a lap from the finish, rider passed her, went into a wave. We were having monsoon conditions. Helmet flew off. Donna Boggs then.
Wow.
Lost the world championship.
Well, I've never seen a rider's helmet come off. I've seen their pants come down a few times. I've seen them lose their shorts down around their knees a couple of times.
Not their helmet, the other
But
end,
not the helmet, though.
Well, I got to say, it probably wasn't put on right,
No.
having sold them for 40 years.
Yeah, you would know.
I would know.
But Matthew Richuk, absolutely dominating. McKenzie doing a great job in second, but it's Richuk, and let's see if he can hang on and keep that boat above the water, the surface of the water here.
Right, well,
and take the
left
win.
riders, a real problem for Richuk because he just can't afford even one big splash into that boat. He's done.
Well, he's very fortunate that although this is a surf race, it's really not as much of a surf race today. And if there were waves out here, I don't think he would be able to do that. But he is
I've got faith.
very, very talented rider, to say the least. A masterful job here in Moto number 1 of Pro-Am Ski Stock
He's
by
coming around.
Matthew Richuk as he brings that ski. Let's hear it,
Brings it
Matthew
home.
Richuk.
How
No
about a round
hood.
of applause for him, folks?
Battles, takes the lead, hangs on, keeps that ski above the water, and takes the win without a hood.
Hey, I just heard from the Richuk pits. They said they're looking to purchase a hood from somebody for Moto 2.
Oh, he's just on his hands and knees right now. It's like, wow.
Hands in the air. Everybody's slapping him on the back.
So part of our program this weekend here for Pro Watercross, in lieu of all the measures we've had to take place that have taken place over the months with the COVID pandemic, we do have a hand washing station set up. It's free. There is hand sanitizer in bottles down there, so if you want to sanitize your hands at any point, right at the Pro Watercross merchandise booth. While you're sanitizing your hands, you can pick up a t-shirt if you'd like. That's fine. We don't mind. We've got merchandise that'll be set up here, but you can sanitize your hands at the Pro Watercross booth. No charge whatsoever.
Hey, if you get over there right away, AJ Handler will do it for you. Put your hands up. He'll spray you like a mad dog.
Oh, yeah.
It's free.
Get sprayed.
FREE free.
Get sprayed by AJ, no charge.
That's right. And then you'll be safe for whatever you want to do for the rest of the day.
I didn't say spade. I said sprayed.
Oh, spade. You're funny.
You
You funny.
Whoa. Okay, here we go. Race number 7 on the starting line. Pro-Am Runabout GP on the line, number 73 out of York, South Carolina on the Dean's Performance, Riva Racing, the Detail Group Yamaha. They're all Yamahas. Greg Radulski.
On the 7 out of Bradenton, Florida, sponsored by Geico, Fly Racing, LIQUI, MOLY, Jet Trim, and Riva, Jason Russo.
On the number 110 Yamaha out of Bradenton, Florida as well. On the Snyder-built Judge Motorsports Dean's Team Tin Judge Tune Yamaha, Troy Snyder.
On the 247 Yamaha out of Groveland, Florida, sponsored by Dean's Team, Action Cycles, Tattoo Rich Racing, and Oztec Racing, Dylan Osborne.
And number 502 out of Denver, North Carolina on the Riva Racing Yamaha Fly Racing Champion Motorsports Triton Trailer Yamaha, Brian Baldwin.
And you know, I'm looking down here and I see that Troy Snyder is from Bradenton, but Jason Russo is out of Bradenton. Interesting. No, less filling, tastes great.
Not being an expert on all things Florida, I'm going to defer to you on that, Kurt.
Hey, you know what I'd like to hear? How about a big round of applause for our scorers out there on the tower all day long without a break? Big round of applause. We'll thank that one person for clapping. Oh, yeah. Feels good, doesn't it, ladies? And Kevin? Kevin Scott, our starter, says fire him up. Looking down the line, who's it going to be? Who's getting that whole shot?
Well, we got, the yellow boat got a good jump.
Boy, a couple of them. Jason Russo was strong off the line, but Troy Snyder on that 110, I believe he's got the whole shot. Somebody trying to sweep on the outside.
Snyder on the outside on that black Yamaha takes the early lead up. He gets passed by Baldwin. So here we go, Baldwin and Snyder. Wow, shocking, right? Down the front straightaway, our race leader, 502, Brian Baldwin, on that Riva Yamaha, or is, yes, it is. Is that 502? It is.
Yeah, it is.
Wasn't sure if that was number 1 on there or 502, and then 110, Snyder in second, right behind Baldwin.
Boy, Dylan Osborne just dropping into third there, pushing Juan Lescano off to the side. Juan trying to get back in there, the Jet Ski Miami rider, trying to catch up. He's in that 5th position right now.
So that yellow boat is Dylan Osborne? Is that right? 247?
No, the green one, 247.
247.
Green?
Yeah, green.
Or blue and green, excuse me.
Baldwin down the front straightaway with the lead. Snyder right behind him on the GP Yamahas.
Jason
Here we
Russo
go.
in third, followed by Dylan Osborne. But Juan Lescano used the inside to his advantage, pulled right up on Osborne. Those two have got a battle going on.
Baldwin now stretching that lead over Snyder a little bit on this last lap, Kurt.
Well, I'll tell you what, Brian Baldwin wanting to start the season a lot better than it did last year, and he's doing it with a couple of hole shots and going out front early. Right behind him, though, the medically cleared and bionic.
Totally bionic.
Troy Snyder. Troy Snyder had spine surgery less than 6 months ago on his neck.
That's not right.
Yeah, well,
And he's
what's
out
not
here?
Right?
That he's
What's
out
not
here.
right is it's the second one because he had it done. He has a cage in his neck made out of titanium. If you see the x-rays, it's absolutely incredible. He's even standing up, and what's he doing? He won every championship you could almost last year.
My heart goes out to him, man. That's not fun, that kind of stuff. I've been fortunate not to have that kind of, of course I don't race runabouts either, but.
Well, we're talking about persistence, boy. We're talking about somebody who will not give up. That's Troy Snyder.
Yeah, a very tenacious individual, and he does not give up. You're right. And Brian Baldwin knows that as well as anybody, and that's why Brian Baldwin's going to keep the throttle pinned this entire race, because he knows Snyder is right there, and it will be nipping at his heels if given half a chance.
Yeah, well, if you look up tenacity in the Webster's book, there is an 8x10 pull-out photo of Troy Snyder. But if you look up Tenacious, there's Brian Baldwin's picture.
Well, I'll tell you what, Brian Baldwin
Oh!
today has had hole shots, and he has really dominated the starts. And you know, in this sport, if you can get consistent, good starts, that goes a long way towards good finishes.
At minimum, that's 50% of the battle.
It really is. It really is key. And he has been able to get out of that gate absolutely perfectly. Got that pump dialed in, he's got everything set up, and his timing's been spot on.
All right, we can have our freestylers come down to the line, please. All of our freestylers, you guys are up next.
Brian Baldwin coming onto the front straightaway, 5:02 with that race lead. The familiar Yamaha out in front with Baldwin at the controls. Right behind him, number 110 this year on a black Yamaha. That's Troy Snyder. This GP class, all the runabout classes have all become almost all Yamahas. There are some exceptions. We've had, of course, Erminio Iantosca on a Sea-Doos and Claude Clayton on a Sea-Doo.
If you can call it that, yeah.
Whatever those are.
That thing was radical.
Those are some GPs, and these are really what these are. They're running here in GP are essentially limited boats. The GP boats that a lot of people build are just extremely expensive, and for this purpose, the guys are kind of gone to basically a limit type of setup because they're still around 90 miles per hour in limited form.
Because it's all that they need. I was talking to Troy. I'd seen a post that he did out there in social media on the Jet Ski Forum, and he's selling used clutches off of his boat. He changes the clutch in that engine every single race weekend.
Yeah, I did a little interview with Tim Judge last year, and he kind of went over and said, "Here's the deal. Here's the setup, and you know, it's all we need. Really, it's a 90-mile-per-hour boat in limited form."
Yeah,
so,
but what he doesn't tell you is the changing of parts it takes to keep it.
Checkered flag comes out, 5:02. Brian Baldwin having a great day here, round number 1, with another win, and 110 in second place.
Right there
is Troy Snyder, and these guys got a couple more motos yet to go today.
Yeah, both of them facing those sales.
And it looks like Russo may, not going to say anything, 77, got real tight on that buoy.
Yeah. Well, that's an official call, and as everyone knows, we are officially unofficial. Inside, outside, that's an official's determination. Freestylers. Oh, look at this.
Got 4 of them.
Well, 5. We've got Kamikaze Cants right here with us.
Where's that X2 at, man?
Who's got a spare X2?
We need an X2 and we need a bandana.
Yeah.
That's all we need. And a ramp.
And a ramp. And spine surgery.
And a blindfold. and a blindfold.
And perhaps a little adult courage, or what do they call it? Liquid courage. Nah, you don't need that. You got experience. Yay. Jaeger, the drink of champions, huh?
A ramp jumping
Jaeger. I saw
Jaeger.
the poster. I saw that.
A ramp jumping Jaeger. That's they go hand in hand.
All right. Well, we should have our freestylers down here. Looking for them. Not seeing them quite yet. There's is that Brad Hill down there? Yeah, I see the Roy down there. Okay, freestylers. We need freestylers down here. I see boats. Where's the riders? Who's going to be riding that Roy? All right, Mr. Hill. Is that Jeff Lutton out there? You see a number on that boat? Yep. It is official, Rick Lake. Jeff Kamikaze Kant's going to be our judge for this event.
That is about as good as it gets right there. About as good as it gets in freestyle judging. One of the legends in the sport, Jeff Kantz, who made his name on an X2.
Jeff Lutton out there on a square nose? Nope, round nose. On a Yamaha. I like to say 701, but and he's grabbing the handle. Riding up on the rails, gets up on the hood, gonna spin it around.
Little old school style. He knows.
They call that a get off?
He knows Jeff Kantz is up here, so he's gonna go old school today.
He's nervous.
He'll bulldog it a little bit, do a couple barrel rolls.
Course Marshal Randy.
Maybe throw a Hollywood corkscrew in there.
And how about a big round of applause for Jeff Lutton out of Freeport, Florida, our first freestyle competitor.
Paul Lair, are you managing freestyle today? Are you managing? Yes. Yeah, that would be a yes, please. Don't.
Nice fountain, beautiful fountain by Lutton. Boy, that's one of my favorite tricks. It's a lot more difficult than people think to hold that thing steady as you're driving it into the water for as long as you possibly can. He kept that fountain going for a good long time. All right, how about a big round of applause for Jeff Lutton? All right, Brad Hill. Brad Hill, you ready to go? Awesome. All right, up next, Brad Hill. Brad out of Rutherford in North Carolina.
Yeah, we went from a relatively stock Yamaha Superjet. Now Brad's going out there on a hull that was specifically developed for freestyle competition. And if you could tell by looking at him the huge difference basically in the length of it.
Yeah.
What Brad's on is incredibly short. And if you ever tried to ride one of those things, if you ever hop on one for the first time, you talk about squirrely. Trying to get to go straight, and they have really high torque two-stroke motors that are real poppy, and just, between that and the short length of the hull, they are a whole different beast to ride, and the learning curve's a little steep on those.
The size of that hull is the size of a welcome mat. Is Brad Hill.
Yes,
with
it
a
is.
360-degree backflip. I haven't seen one of those for a year.
And you can see that you basically wouldn't be doing that maneuver on a stock Superjet hull.
Not that well.
This
I'll
is
tell you.
designed
I
not that well.
personally, you know.
Not without a wave. Put
No.
it that way.
And they make their own. There he goes. Pancake 360. 3 in a row. 1,200 degrees of flat rotation by Brad Hill. Brad, turn around, setting himself up. There he goes. Ooh, a 3/4 backflip into a water test. That is that's a 320 face plant there.
While we were talking about backflips, the first backflip ever done in freestyle competition was in Ventura, California, at a tour stop there years ago, and it was done by Rick Roy, and he was on a Yamaha Superjet, but he had the help of about a 4 or 5 foot face of a wave, and pulled the first backflip, and little did we know what was to come in freestyle after that. The whole landscape changed dramatically, but the change of the hulls are what really brought this on to a whole different sport.
It really is, and I'll tell you, how thrilling was it when Rick Roy did the first backflip? I think it was in.
I just said it was in Ventura, California.
Was it in Ventura County? I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I was trying to help coordinate.
Guy was
our
announcing
riders
that
down
race, and
Yep.
and I kind of knew what was coming, but we had not seen it in competition before, and Rick Roy pulled that off, but he was on a Superjet.
Yeah, and he.
Hey, Brian Baldwin, we need you to come over to the merchandise tent and see Ray from CBS Sports, please. Brian Baldwin, could you please come to the Pro Watercross merchandise booth and talk to Ray from CBS Sports Network? Thank you.
Jeff Lutton. Hey, Lutker.
All right. Looks like Joe Malia. Looks like this could. It's just Joe Malia. Joe Malia opens up with a nice aerial backflip with a 1 foot out, little knack style kicker. Beautiful form into a series of backflips. Oh, Joe is putting on a show here.
Oh, he's
Look
got
at
it
this.
down. Look at that. Big round of applause in the crowd.
Wow, 4 backflips in a row. What a way to start your routine. That is modern freestyle at its finest right there. Joe Malia out of Samaria, Tennessee.
What, 1200cc snarling 2-stroke twin underneath him, launching that machine, and that rider, look at the height. Joe putting it down and into a backflip after 3 pancake 60s. Jumps off to take a quick water test, back on, and up he goes. All right, Joe gives us a seal of approval for Panama City Water. We're good to go.
Joe Malia, wow, what a beautiful start to the routine. Really got some air, some amplitude on that first backflip. That is really impressive. When you see these guys get up in the air, sometimes, 8 to 10 feet up in the air.
Here he goes. Oh, one-handed, one-footed backflip, doing a knack there. I'll tell you what, Joe Malia, surprising us with his abilities. Look at him throw that machine around and drive it out.
See him as he kicks his feet, what he's doing, there's stirrups in the tray of that watercraft, and he's kicking his feet to lock him in to those stirrups, so when he gets some air, his feet don't go flying.
How about a big round of applause for Joe Malia?
A nice routine, Joe. Great job, buddy.
Up next, Brian Spicer out of Smyrna, Tennessee.
Joe got some air out there, man. That looked good.
Well, I tell you what, Joe, you make that thing work. All right, Brian Spicer trying to set up out there. Whoa, look at that. What a radical 360-degree move. It was absolutely spectacular. Spicer starting out with a wicked drive. Spicer kicking his feet into those footholds, trying to get set up for his next trick, looking around. And he'll jump it around, 360, 270 with an assist, another 270 with an assist. Oh, the red helicopter getting some aerial views on Spicer. He's brought his own helicopter in for this.
That's the CBS Sports Network helicopter coming by to get some footage.
The long leg lens. Spicer setting it up, and 270 degrees. Well, that was close. Ouch. Tell you what, these riders, it's not that deep there. You see that, right?
That's amazing. It really isn't. And you don't want to do any subs out there.
No, you don't.
Unless you go way out there.
Well, you can do a sub, but you better have a shallow angle of attack, right?
Yeah, real.
All right, Spicer almost over. Nice, got some air. Driving it through.
Brian Spicer out of Samaria, Tennessee. 51 years old. Out there performing his freestyle routine today.
Wow, got a lot of lift on that one. Spicer getting these rotations down. He's just got to learn to put those together a little quicker, Rick.
And that is going to do it for Spicer today as he finishes up. Oh! Tries a backflip.
Oh, that
Hits
is,
about halfway around rotation and ends up upside down. It's okay.
call that a suicide dive.
No worse for wear.
You going first and the boat comes in to pound you to the bottom. I know who could tell us about that kamikaze camps. He says, yeah, I've done that once or twice. That's what practice is for. How about a big round of applause for all of our freestylers?
He wants, Spicer wants a little more.
Well, he's been judged already, so he can run out that fuel if he needs to. While we have lunch, we're going to have a short lunch break here. And other freestylers, if you want to go out and show the crowd what you got, feel entirely comfortable to do it, they have no idea I'm talking to them. All right, well, it is what it is. All right, we're going to take a very short lunch break and get back to racing.
Fun at the beach, dance underneath the stars and on my feet. The sun is always shining for you. White sand and turquoise blue. Oh, let's explore, make it yours.
We're here at Sugden Park, ready to go.
Are you ready to see some pro watercross racing?
Fun at the beach, dance underneath the stars and on my feet. The sun is always shining for you. White sand and turquoise blue. Oh, let's explore, make it yours.
We're here at Sugden Park, ready to go.
Are you ready to see some pro watercross racing?
Let's get the inside.
It's going down today here in scenic Naples, Florida on the Paradise Coast. It's here at the Broward Motorsports Pro Watercross World Championships.
This is going to be a knockdown, drag-out fight.
Oh!
When you come to the World Championship, you're always going to have the top riders from all around the country here battling for first place.
Somebody comes out of this race as a world champion.
All year long, you're testing and tuning and training and doing the whole national tour to build yourself up to be ready to race this event.
Hey, I'm PK Ewing. I'm the Pro Watercross Ambassador, and we have big news here at Pro Watercross. I want to tell you about our new 3 pillars, our initiative. We are now a nonprofit, an educational nonprofit, and we are pushing 3 new initiatives: safety, the environment, and fostering amateur competition.
I've been waiting for this whole year for this. This is just fun.
Comes Arminio making the charge down the front straightaway. Full throttle entire time.
But you know, that's with anything, we're pushing the limits, and everyone, you know, is super competitive and we want to win. And you know, that's what it is, and I deal with the drama. He tried like literally just wrecking my boat, and it came into my face. Hopefully, you know, I rise to the top.
Pro Watercross is about family. It is about competition, camaraderie, and teamwork. These are things that are hallmarks in my life as a combat veteran, and I find them in abundance here with everybody.
Fredericks Entertainment.
Presented by
7-Up. Make 7-Up yours. 7-Up. Tiger Spice. Trendy fashions for stylish women and teens. Tiger Spice. Paul Mitchell. Professional hair products. Paul Mitchell. Sea-Doo. Everybody's doing it. Sea-Doo.
I'm Michelle Russo, and you're watching XS TV from our new home in Camarillo, California. Take a look.
Collins, and welcome to the Toyota Kawasaki United States Regional Championships at Westcott's Beach in beautiful Sackett's Harbor, New York. Did you know that that's where we are? It is beautiful. This place has got a lot of history. The War of 1812 occurred here. Ulysses S. Grant baptized, I believe, his son in one of the churches right down the road. Beautiful history. This is a great area for diving, a lot of shipwrecks. And it's an even better area for races like we're doing here today. Teams participating today. We have Yamaha and Polaris, Toyota, Kawasaki, Sea-Doo, and a lot more, and everybody is geared up and ready to go racing at Westcott State Beach Park. Westcott's Beach State Park. I was a little dyslexic, but that's okay. You can edit later. Everybody's geared up and ready to go nonetheless. Why do I feel suddenly uncomfortable with that thing so close to my face? There's like a zoom action on that, and you know that. You're gonna see my pores. Okay, Skip, AJ really didn't feel like doing this interview, so he's leaving it to the women to improvise. With us now we have Jody, and Jody's been doing this for how long?
Well, we've been racing for about 6 or 7 years now.
6 or 7 years. Is the audio all right on that? Great. You guys have been racing 6 or 7 years. Your husband is actually a racer. What team is he with?
Well, we have our own team, actually. It's called Rev Racing. We're sponsored by ourselves and also by his employer, Connecticut Power and Sport.
Excellent. Now, how's he been doing?
He's been doing very well, actually. He's qualified for the World Finals for the last 3 years in a row.
Excellent. So what is the overview of events today? What are we looking at doing?
Well, today we have 19 classes on schedule. All those classes will consist of runabout, sport, and ski classes, both for men and women.
And this is kind of a different sort of a sport where men and women are actually running together.
In some of the classes they are.
Absolutely. Well, rock and roll to the women that are racing. I think we had a lady actually win out there.
We sure did, actually. Tina Manish, she's been coming up in the ranks in the last couple years. She's actually still a teenager, and she is fabulous.
Well, that's wonderful. Thanks for your time.
No problem.
Tina Maniz. I race Pro-Am Women 1200 and the Men's Expert 1200 Limited. The last race, I got real tired because they red flagged it, so I was tired from the race before, and it got kind of choppy out, and I got passed about the last lap because I got too tired, and I got third overall. Yeah, once the helmets go on, they don't care who you are. They'll hit you, run you down, whatever. They don't care.
I'm Justin Hughes. That was Expert 785 Super Stock Runabout. And I think I got second in the end. I got the whole shot, but when I got to the first mark, I messed up, and everyone else got around me. But luckily, I caught up to some of them, and passed most of them, then ended up in second in the end. It's pretty rough out there, and it's also pretty damn cold out here today, to be honest with you, so we'll see how it goes tomorrow. For the season, I'd like to thank Slippery, HydroTurf, Hot Products, and my dad for paying for all this stuff. And that's about it. It was a good battle. I got out in front. I knew I had the lead. I was pushing it pretty hard. There's another guy that was coming. Kept taking the split. I saw him coming through, and I knew I had to push it. I pushed a little too hard there towards the end. I knew he was going to be right there. It was one lap to go, and I stuck a little hard in the corner, got it lopsided, and pitched me off. Just pushing a little hard there at the end, but you know, I had to get the win, and I knew I had to go hard. Today's only the first day. It's Moto 1, so tomorrow will really tell the tale. That's when you really got to win it. So tomorrow I'll be ready to go. I'd really like to thank my sponsors, Factory Polaris, for getting us here, and especially Precision Power, my tuner, my mechanic, John Kirby. This is his built boat. He's the primary guy behind this boat. It's only unlimited, and we're running with the Super Stocks right now. Our other boat's still out at Polaris right now, getting built, and we look forward to getting that here pretty soon to finish up the circuit.
XS TV, it's groovy. Presented by 7-Up. Make 7-Up yours. 7-Up. Tiger Spice. Trendy fashions for stylish women and teens. Tiger Spice. Paul Mitchell. Professional hair products. Paul Mitchell. Sea-Doo. Everybody's doing it. Sea-Doo.
Hey, this is XS TV. Always real and in your face. See ya.
Pro Watercross, celebrating 25 years.
Upstate Watercraft welcomes you to their 1998 season demo. We have a dedicated staff and run fun but professional races. On the average, we draw in crowds in excess of 2,000 and have become a main attraction at festivals, which entertain over 50,000 people.
I think it's real great. It's very exciting.
When we found out about it, we called some of our friends and told them to come down and watch, too.
Local media is almost always there to cover the events.
Problems at all. Beautiful area here. I hope that they'll do it again next year.
This is one of the best ones I've been at, really run professionally. Yeah, I'm definitely going to come back to something like this.
I've been to some other promoters around, and he's as good as I've seen. If not a little bit more organized than most of them.
My first time here, I think it was really good. We got a couple good series down in Jersey, but I think this is like one of the top ones I've been at so far.
Yeah, they've done a great job. We've had a beautiful day. There's lots of people watching, which is great. Spectators. We got the weather, nice beach. It's great.
Each day produces a lot of great racers, and AJ's done a wonderful race with this World Qualifier.
And it's like everybody knows everybody. You know, you just, even though you don't know each other, you do know each other. You know, because you have something in common, which is racing.
I'll tell you what, they did an excellent job today. Everybody was very, very professional. The whole 2 days up here was great. I hope he gets 2 World Qualifiers next year.
Upstate Watercraft Promotions has grown exponentially through the past few years. Based in Rochester, New York, it finds itself at the center point of the Great Lakes and Finger Lakes regions, and now hosts over 12 race days a season.
Pro Watercross, celebrating 25 years of racing excellence.
Fun at the beach, dance underneath the stars and on my feet. The sun is always shining for you. White sand and turquoise blue. Oh, let's explore, make it yours.
This is the Pro Watercross National Tour, powered by Broward Motorsports.
Pro Watercross Tour is the best venues, the best competition. This is where we want to be.
Honestly, in my opinion, this is one of the best race venues in the world. I think we're so lucky to come to a beautiful beach like this to race. Anytime we get to race in the ocean, it's a real treat. I'm really hoping to make it out every year because, like I said, this is really beautiful down here, and I feel like we're super fortunate to be able to race at a place like this.
Pensacola Beach is great. I always love coming here. It's a pretty far drive, but it's definitely worth the drive. The beach is beautiful. The people are great. There's always a good crowd here, and always some surf, which we all like to race in.
I love Pensacola. It's always awesome surf. The beach is so nice. The restaurants are great.
Pensacola Beach is an amazing spot for our first round of the Pro Watercross Tour. Beautiful white beaches. The water conditions are always changing. You never know what to expect. Could be flat, but not likely. Normally it's pretty rough, but you don't know how rough it's going to be. But a beautiful location. I mean, the pits are so close. Great crowds that come out to watch. So we love having this as our first round every year.
Here we are in Daytona for the Pro Watercross Round 2 of the Tour at the Hard Rock, the nicest place on the beach in Daytona.
Man, this place is awesome. The waves are big, the racing competitiveness is awesome, and it's just gonna be great.
What a race. I'll tell you what, these guys are charging in every corner and down every straightaway.
Yeah, definitely. Hard Rock has really stepped it up for Pro Watercross and for the whole sport, and couldn't pick a better location, a better venue. Awesome place, awesome people, and an awesome race site.
Being at Daytona Beach Hard Rock is awesome because it's a very nice race site. The hotel is really nice. There's a lot of spectators.
It's a great race site, great energy out here. The surf is great. It's really good surf conditions for the riders. Not too big of swells, not too small. It keeps it interesting. The competition's here. You know, some of the best riders in the country are here. We're all out here racing Pro Watercross and trying to win those national titles.
So you have Hard Rock Hotel, all about creating authentic experiences that rock. You got Daytona Beach, the world's most famous beach, combined with Pro Watercross, which is one of the most amazing sports out there in the world. It's all natural for us all to come together and put on this amazing show for everybody out there today.
Black ski with the orange numbers.
John Block now, boat number 22, starting to pull away a little bit here on this second lap. Torrey Snyder behind. Block by himself. Of course, he's in the veteran class. Torrey in the IROC stock class, and he is leading that class right now over Kenny Compton and Dominic Perez.
Yeah, Perez just made the move up. He got by Compton, and he's got his sights on moving forward, trying to chase down John Block or Torrey Snyder. And Torrey Snyder, same class.
Yeah, keep an eye on, and these guys are all in the same class, 1, 2, 3, 4. Keep an eye on Jay Finlinson, 55. Finlinson got a bad start that time, and he is back in 4th place in the IROC stock class, but he's a fast rider. We've seen him out here today on the skis, and he rips, so he might be able to make a move here before this race is over, Kurt.
Did you have an opportunity to see Jay in the pits this morning, or have you seen him yet this weekend? Yeah, that kid grew like 6 inches.
I know it.
Wow.
That's funny. Farthing, Devin Farthing,
Devin.
I think he grew a foot.
Talon, too.
You know.
Devin and Talon, and man.
Well, they're in their mid-teens, you know, so that's
Hayden Skellett. Wow.
Yeah, he's like 6'3" now, isn't he?
It seems like that. He's not quite my height, but he's getting there. And boy, I'll tell you what, he's using the advantage of that height advantage for leverage. He was on fire out there in the sport class earlier, and not bad in the ski either.
Yeah, no, he rips, no question about it. These young guys we're talking about, we've been watching them grow over the years and go from the junior classes now up to the main classes and just dominating. John Block, 22, comes down the front straightaway with the lead, but Torrey Snyder trying to close that gap on Block.
All right, beginner runabout, box stuck. We need you to the line. Beginner runabout, box stuck, to the line. Oh, look out, John Block. Torrey Snyder coming at you on fire. Torrey jumping the pump wash, trying to get out of that pump wash and make a move on Block. But, boy, every time it seems like he's reeling him in, hits that pump wash, goes back, white flag out. John Block with the lead, followed by Torrey Snyder. Here comes Jay Finlinson in third.
Finlinson worked his
on Perez.
He went by Perez and Compton both and into third place. I figured that was going to happen. Jay's a fast rider on that in that IROC stock class, but I think John Block is going to be able to hold off Torrey Snyder here. Torrey has made a great charge through this race and closed that gap on Block, but I think it might be a little too late in these stock Yamaha EXs. There's not a big difference in horsepower between them typically.
Boy, look
hard
at
to make
this.
up a
I'm
gap.
sorry, Rick, to interrupt, but
Yeah.
look at this. Here comes Torrey on the inside, Finlayson on the outside. Torrey would tearing it up, almost makes it to Block, and it's real close with Finlayson.
Well, Finlayson really closed that gap. He had a bad start, which cost him, but good racing in this IROC stock class. John Block, Torrey Snyder, and Jay Finlayson, 1, 2, 3, very close at the end of this race. Great racing.
Yeah, really good racing. I'm looking forward to more of the same in beginner runabout, box stock.
Hey, Robert Sand, are you near? All right. We're going to go to beginner ski stock. Beginner ski stock.
Race
on
number
the line.
11.
Race number 11 to the starting line. Beginner ski stock.
And folks, if you have not had one of your teammates go up to the pit board and write down the race order, shame on you. Really, seriously. It's been posted for hours now. And, you know, we do courtesy call you to the line. But honestly, folks, it's your responsibility to know when your race is. Joe Koderitz on the number 55 out there. And With the number 420 getting the whole shot. Sorry, folks, don't have paperwork that says his name, but in second position is John Koderitz. Koderitz out of Smyrna, Tennessee, riding the Sea-Doo, 55 years young. Your turn, Rick.
Welcome to Panama City Beach, Florida. And we've got some runabout racing going on out there, as you can see.
Yeah, on that number 420, got the whole shot. He's starting to distance himself from the entire rest of the pack right now. And speaking of the rest of the pack,
55.
We need beginner ski stock to the line. I see we got 2 of them down there. I think we got more than that, don't we?
They got 4 of them in the
four of
class.
them. Yeah, Charlie McGuinn and what's it, Eric Good. That's who we're waiting for in ski stock. Here they come. Gotta love it. Charlie on the 50, making it happen. Out there on the 420. Whoa! Pitching that big runabout sideways. Getting a little confused.
Yep.
Which way did he go, George? Which way did he go?
Yeah, beginner runabout racing. Any beginner racing, you do get that. Not uncommon.
Nope, but hey, every world champion was a beginner at one point.
That is absolutely a fact.
Oh, that young gentleman is really mad at that stake. Oh, that aggression, he's taking it out on him.
Looks like the tide going out a little bit here.
The rider on that 420, he is all in on every quarter, Rick. He is throwing that thing around like a dance partner out there.
Well, he's learning to negotiate buoys. You know, obviously it's the beginner classes for new riders, inexperienced racers, and you know that's how it's done. The more laps you put in, the better you get. Simple as that. And by the time this weekend's over, this guy's going to have it pretty dialed in. I guarantee you.
Yeah, well, he'll figure out real quick if there's a few more riders on the course. You don't want to spin around in a runabout class.
Especially if he spits himself off that big Yamaha a couple of times.
Yep.
Which is very easy to do.
800 pounds of fiberglass going 90 miles an hour. It's real easy to get in trouble real quick.
Yeah, you can see he's spinning out a little bit on these corners, overcooking it. Got to learn to settle in and use a little bit of throttle control.
A little bit of boat setup too. I mean, that thing looks like it's light in the rear, man. That's yeah, freestyle on a runabout. Oh, and he commits an egregious error there. According to AJ Handler, don't touch my buoys.
Yeah, that promoters hate that.
They hate that.
Slicing those buoys up is no way to make friends with the promoter. But it happens. Checkered flag is out. All right, on the starting line, beginner ski stock. This is race number 11. On the line, boat number 18 out of Rutherford, North Carolina, riding for Power Sports Supply and B&N Power Sports. 12 years old, Tegan Hill.
On the number 50 Yamaha out of Denver, North Carolina. 30 years young, it's Charlie McGuinn.
Number 69 out of Panama City Beach, Florida, the hometown product, riding for Lakota Solutions and Easy E Water Sports on the Yamaha. That is Eric Good.
Hey, I know who to talk to if I want to rent a runabout for tomorrow here. Yeah. And on the 711 out of Johns Creek, Georgia, Yamaha mounted, 21 years old, sponsored by Superior Auto House, it's David Hancock. That's a lineup, beginner ski. Stock.
This is where it all begins right here for the riders that are just getting into it one way or the other, regardless of age. Doesn't matter if you're 12 or if you're 35, because that is the age range in this one today. And we'll see who's got the goods, because Tegan Hill we've seen race. I know he's a pretty darn good rider now at all of 12 years old. So keep an eye on number 18. The rest I don't think we are familiar with. And Hill gets a great jump. There he goes. Boy, I called that one. I got to tell you, man, I had no clue. But
you're like you're the Nostradamus of personal watercraft racing.
Well, I've seen him ride before, and he's pretty darn good. And he's 12 years old. So that impresses me. These young guys, I'll tell you what, they can ride, and they have absolutely endless energy, and that's a good combination in this sport. And 0.0 amount of fear. You're right, Jeff.
How many 12-year-olds do we know that started racing?
Not many.
Well, it was 16 McCluggage. Yeah.
Well, almost everybody was older, back then. It wasn't really legal, supposedly. There's a few guys that did it, bent the rules, got some fake blah, blah, blah. But for the most part, most guys didn't start until they were really, 16 and up. And back in the 80s, back in when it really got going, you started riding about then or whatever. There wasn't as many kids. And a little bit older age group, Well,
now that we've had
oh, man.
all those riders had their own kids, now we're seeing their grandkids coming out here and racing.
Yeah, and since the promoters, number of years ago began and the sanction bodies allowed junior classes so they could start at 10 years old, it's just a huge difference to get that experience. We've seen that happen now with the Skelets and the Nemes and the Farthings. They've got an enormous number of race laps under their belt. So by the time they get to be 14, 15, 16, man, they are very, very experienced pilots on these watercraft, and they are starting to dominate.
Boy, down on the beach, Tegan Hill's parents throwing it around, saying, hey, keep it going, young man. You are out front. You are large and in charge.
Yeah, he's 12 years old, as mentioned, out of Rutherford, North Carolina, and he rides for Power Sports Supply and B&N Power Sports. And this Tegan Hill, let me tell you something. This guy is railing out there on that Yamaha Superjet.
It'd be great, though. What'd be great is we could get Pro-Am Ski GP Moto number 2 to the line. Oh, yeah. Boy, talk about either side of the spectrum. We got beginner ski stock. Now we're going to Pro-Am Ski GP. Fastest stand-up boats on the water. It's going to be exciting, and I do believe that is Moto number 2.
We start back over to Moto number 2. Tegan Hill in front now, as mentioned, 12 years old in second place. Charlie McGuinn, 30 years old. So to Tegan Hill, Charlie McGuinn is an old man. I mean, he's 30 and he is an old man. When I was racing motocross, I was 16 years old, and I was in the 250 novice class, and we had a guy in that class that was 24 years old, raced a Husqvarna. I'll never forget this. And I thought, man, I am never going to lose to that old man. And he was 24. And he was just the oldest guy in the world, had a big mustache. You know, he was a man. I was like a little teenage punk, you know, racing motocross on my CZ. He had a Husky, and I was not going to lose to that guy no matter what. You know, I'm thinking Tegan Hill, 12 years old, looking at Charlie McGuinn going, man, I'm not going to lose to these old guys. Oh, my. Life is a trip. And McGuinn working hard, trying to catch Tegan Hill. Oh, McGuinn got past. I take that back. Unless this rider, he may be down a lap. Yes, McGuinn in second place still on that red number 50. All of these riders on Yamaha Superjets in this beginner ski stock Moto number 1 class. And you can probably hear the GPs warming up down in the line. The Pro-Am Ski GP Moto number 2 riders making their way down to the starting line, and wow, what an array of the state-of-the-art watercraft we have here today in the Pro Ski GP class. Everybody represented. Commander, Bullet, Pro Watercraft. Got a rider down right in front of us here off the beginner class. So this is how you learn to race on a race course with other riders, negotiate buoys at speed, and just work your way around the course. Learn where the buoys are. Learn how to position yourself going in and exiting the turns, trying to keep the speed up without subbing the ski, without losing traction with that pump. Checkered flag comes out. And it's going to be number 18. Tegan Hill with a great run. Oh, so beginner, we go from beginner ski stock, all right? Stock Yamaha Superjets, and now turn it on.
To the other side of the universe, and
we turn our attention back to the starting line and Pro-Am Ski GP. And we have got a great lineup of riders here today in this Pro-Am Ski GP class. As I mentioned earlier, all of the state-of-the-art aftermarket hull manufacturers represented this weekend. So let's take a look at the lineup here as we get ready for Moto number 2 in Pro-Am Ski GP. Number 12 out of St. Cloud, Florida, riding for RWA, and he is on a Commander GP. That is Isaiah Washington.
On the number 13 out of Davie, Florida, another Commander-mounted rider out of Broward Motorsports, Judge Motorsports, Shoei Cabrera Motorsports, Jet Trim Jet Pilot, and Works Racing sponsor Sammy Nemi.
Number 15 out of High Point, North Carolina, riding for Superior Auto House, Easy Ski Hauler, Works H2O, LS2 Helmets, Jet Pilot, Amsoil, EAKS brand, and STB Racing, Matthew Ritchuk.
On the number 17, Bullet Hull Mounted out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona, sponsored by the aforementioned Bullet Racing, Jet Trim and Jet Pilot, Aaron Goicki.
Number 21 out of Indian Hill, North Carolina, riding for Team Faith Fly Racing, WPS Commander, Broward Motorsports, Judge Motorsports, and Jet Pilot on the GP1 Commander. That is Jimmy Wilson.
Sorry. You would like to say his name, wouldn't you?
You don't like Jimmy or what?
Well, I love Jimmy. I'm really excited to see him out there. I'm also excited about the riders that came to us from Empiniana, Empinyani?
Yanni,
excuse me. It doesn't look anything like that. South Africa, the Matsuris brothers. And on the 2ZA, it's Tyron Matsuris, of course sponsored by Commander Industries, Jet Pilot, Explosion, and Rockstar.
Number 44 out of Syracuse, Indiana, part of that Indiana Mafia.
Oh.
Riding for Ignite Fuels, WCOT, HPL Oil, Bullet Racing, Z-Force, Ultimate Watercraft, Jet Pilot, and Speed Racing on the Bullet V4, Camden Powell.
On the number 50, out of South Africa, just like his brother, a last name Matsuris, first name Dustin, multi-time champion, and of course he is sponsored by Rockstar Energy, Commander Industries, and Jet Pilot.
Number 85 out of Biloxi, Mississippi on the Performance Jet Ski and Cycle, Commander Industries, HRT Racing, and Ross Products, Commander GP1, that is Jules Hopkins.
On the number 100, out of Gilbert, Arizona, sponsored by Commander Industries, Works H2O Designs and Jet Trim, Revan Harris.
Number 116 out of Ackworth, Georgia, on the Farthing Racing, Jet Pilot Fox, Commander GP1, Devin Farthing.
On the 296, Commander out of Port Charlotte, Florida, sponsored by Wade Chapin, Broward Motorsports Action, Kawasaki, and Abaco, Hayden Skellett.
And number 417 out of Pensacola on the Riva Racing, Jet Pilot, RAS Products, Pensacola Motorsports, Pro Force, it is Brett Underhill.
Yamaha-powered Brett Underhill.
Pro Watercraft, Pro Force. So we've got Pro Watercraft, we've got Commander, we've got Bullet, all the latest state-of-the-art stand-up watercraft aftermarket hull manufacturers represented for the first time that we've seen this year, obviously the first race of the year on the planet, and they are all here. And man, this is some great racing. Dustin Matsuris on the inside with the win in Moto number 1. His brother finished in second, but Aaron Gawicki had a great ride in Moto number 1 on that Bullet, number 17.
Oh, Jimmy Wilson right off the band. He's
44
got Hopkins on the outside of him.
44 Camden Powell with a great jump off the line. Let's see if he can hold off Dustin.
Whoa, right her down.
He does. It's Camden Powell out in front.
That was Aaron Gawicki went down for a second, but he got it right back up. He's down in like 6th spot.
Camden Powell edged Dustin Matsuris off the line on that inside to take the lead. Let's see, he's coming onto the front straightaway. We've got a leader down. Camden Powell on the outside takes the lead. It looks like number 2, Tyron Matsuris, and his brother Dustin, second and third, Kurt.
Yep, right behind him, Jules Hopkins, then Aaron Gawicki, Revan Harris, Isaiah Washington, right behind, I believe that's Matthew Richuk.
Wow.
Exactly. Oh, and Harris is down. Revan Harris down. He's on the boat. Looks like he's got it fired up.
Check out Camden Powell on the outside split in the lead right now. Camden Powell out of Syracuse, Indiana. The young Charger on that Bullet. On that Bullet hold ski.
Matsuris is coming, and he's got a head of steam.
Tyron on the inside. Here comes Camden. Camden charging down the front straightaway. Matsuris behind him. Another Matsuris by the name of Dustin in third behind his brother. And then in fourth place, that is number 85, I believe, Jules Hopkins on the Commander GP1 as well. Jules looking really good here in Moto number 2 after finishing a 10th place in 10th Moto number 1.
Oh, no. Looks like, I believe that's Revan Harris trying to save his boat. It's underwater. Course Marshal Randy doing a great job to keep that boat away from the active racers, and now to try and get it in.
Oh, Camden Powell bobbles coming on the inside split. Here comes Tyron Matsuris. Matsuris charging down the front straightaway. It's going to be Matsuris taking over the lead. Powell bobbles on that inside split.
Oh, and he sticks it again.
And makes one more mistake. Camden Powell not able to handle the pressure up front right now with Tyron Matsuris behind him. Now Dustin right behind Camden closing in.
It's a Matsuris sandwich out there once again for Camden Powell. This young man, really impressive this year. You know, we were talking to Derek, his dad, last year, and they were building this thing slowly, step by step. He says, I don't want to put him on the good stuff till he's ready for it. Well, sure looks like he's ready for it now, Rick Lake.
Yeah, indeed he is, and that bullet boat that he's on has been developed, and they have really got that thing dialed in here. But it's Tyron Matsouras and Camden Powell. Man, he is not letting up. He is not letting Dustin Matsouras by. In fact, he is charging up behind Tyron right now. In second place, Matsouras has his hands full. Tyron down the back straightaway with the lead. Camden right behind him.
I'll tell you what, look down the beach. You can see Derek Powell is losing his mind right now. He knew his son had it in him, but now he's out there proving it.
Well, he said we're going to build this thing and develop this bowl. He said, wait till we get what we're working on dialed in, and we're going to be competitive. And he wasn't kidding, because Camden Powell, now as he has developed through the junior ranks, put in the time, put in the hard work, and look at him now in second place.
Still keeping it in front. He's keeping a multi-time world champion behind him. Right now, Camden Powell is keeping Dustin Matsouras, multi-time international champion everywhere on the planet, right behind him. What a great job by Powell.
Yeah, he is, and Dustin right now is sizing up Camden Powell. Dustin been in this position many times in his career. He is sizing up Powell right now, looking to see where he can make up some ground, where Powell is slower, where he's faster. Matsouras, Dustin goes to the inside split. Camden goes to the outside. Dustin has clean water on that inside split. Let's see if it makes a difference as they charge onto the front straightaway. Here comes Tyron. Here comes Camden Powell. Nope. Dustin actually lost position. And now
look at this.
And here comes. Check the number on that boat.
No, that's Jimmy Wilson.
Jimmy Wilson in fourth.
Wilson. Coming up. Wilson's been moving up. We've been watching the front. Jimmy Wilson slowly but surely is moving towards the leaders. He's in that fourth spot. Look out, Dustin Matsouras. Jimmy Wilson is right back on the planet, brother.
Yeah, Jimmy Wilson definitely reeling in Dustin Matsouras. Jimmy on another commander boat, so Dustin won't feel too bad if he gets beat by one of his own creations.
And Gawicki has been coming up. You see Gawicki in that fifth position, taking the inside.
White flag out, 1 lap to go, Kurt.
Oh, man, put it away. Let's do this again.
Yeah, keep them going. Let's not forget this. Not enough laps here in this race.
Well, I tell you, Camden Powell would disagree with you at this point.
Camden riding a race of his career right now in second place here, moto number 2, in front of Dustin Matsouras. If he can keep Dustin behind him in his final lap, this is going to be a huge accomplishment for young Camden Powell, number 44, out of Syracuse, Indiana.
We look back here, we see Revin Harris, Richuk, Sammy Nemi, all these top riders. They're doing great, but man, the top 3 have just took off and left them.
And here comes number 2 on the commander. Tyron Matsouras will take the win. Right behind him, 44, Camden Powell. Number 50, Dustin Matsouras, first moto winner, is going to have to settle for third here in moto number 2. And then Jimmy Wilson with a great ride in fourth place. Wow, what a race, Kurt.
What a race. Now listen to this. Let's get the math going here. Okay, so I do believe Dustin was first and third.
He's got 4.
That's 4.
Tyron's got a 2 and a 1, so he's got
3. Camden got 3 and 1, so he's got 3 and 2, so it's 5.
He's in third.
So he's in third, going to third.
Tyron, Dustin, and Camden.
In the third and most gruesome moto.
Wow, that's going to be a great battle later on here this afternoon.
2 different holes out of 3 different riders at the front of the pack. Man, what a day.
I'll tell you what, don't go anywhere, because this final moto number 3 in Pro-Am Ski GP is going to be worth the price of admission.
Hey, you don't even have to wait for that. We got Pro-Am Runabout Box Stock, motor number 2 on the line, and then we had some awesome racing going on. We're going to see what happens here. Let's go down the line. On the number 37 machine out of Waco, Texas, Tim Miller.
Number 73 out of York, South Carolina on the Yamaha, Greg Radulski.
On to 77 out of Bradenton, Florida, Jason Russo.
110 out of Bradenton, Florida, Troy Snyder.
On the 116 out of Loganville, Georgia, Van J. Ram Geet.
Number 153 out of Abbeville, Alabama, Anthony Radedick.
Right in the 157 Yamaha out of Summerfield, Florida, Gentleman Jim Bennett.
Number 201 out of Delray Beach, Florida, Christopher Landis.
On the 243 out of Loganville, Georgia, glad to see him back, Dennis Mack.
247 out of Groveland, Florida, Dylan Osborne.
Riding that powerful 502 Yamaha out of Denver, North Carolina, Brian Baldwin.
You got me with this one. 777 out of Miami, Florida.
Go ahead.
Juan Cusicchio.
Slows Jacaro. Boyve. Rounding out the field out of Mooresville, North Carolina. Yamaha mounted on the 808. It's Graham Hunt. That's the lineup. Pro-Am Runabout Box Stock, motor number 2 on the line, and we are ready to rock.
All right, wow. Catch our breath just for a second here after that Ski GP moto.
Hey Rick, before the motors start up, I want to repeat, 7:30, 8 o'clock, we're going to have a rider appreciation party right down here on the beach. They're going to serve some finger food. CBS Sports will be there. They're giving away free, well, no, they're not giving away anything, but they'll be there.
There's so many things I could and would have said in a different day and age that I'm not going to today in our current PC environment.
Speaking of CBS Sports, Gentleman Ray.
Oh, goodness
Incredible
gracious.
stuff that he puts out. As a matter of fact, I cannot wait for that first.
Here we go. Moto number 2, Pro-Am Runabout Box Stock. Man, a wall of water into the first turn.
Uh-oh, they're bringing him back. Somebody had a case of premature acceleration, no question about
The
it.
red flag comes out. We'll bring him back to the beach and line him back up.
Woo! Runabout riders coming back. I don't know if we're having a penalty there, Rick. You see anybody? Looks.
Well, we'll keep an eye out, see if anybody's going to get the fickled finger of fate.
Get that hand, that left hand up in the air. That's always an indicator
That's
of
what you don't want.
little bit too much excitement on the line.
Yeah, aging myself by calling it the fickled finger of fate.
Yeah, right.
You do remember that, right?
Laughing.
Yes.
Hey, here comes the judge. Here comes the judge.
Rhoda Martin's laughing.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, we're old.
You remember a young blonde there?
Goldie Hawn?
That's the one.
And she's with a really cool guy, too. Kurt Russell, what a great couple.
Hey, just want to shout out Blaster GP. Full notice, you guys come to the line when these guys take off. Blaster GP, you're up next.
All right, on the line, these Pro-Am Runabout Box Stock. And this sport, the starts are absolutely critical, and never more so than in this Pro-Am Runabout Box Stock class. You've got a full gate. These boats are very, very closely matched in horsepower, speed, rider ability, and so the starts are even more crucial. And we do have a rider penalized, looks like 777 maybe.
Juan Lezcano.
I saw him with a hand on his helmet. Let's see if he goes back to that position here in a second. All right, here we go again. Nope, I don't
Pro-Am
see a
runabout
hand
box
on.
stock part 2.
I was wrong. I do not see a hand on helmet. There we go.
Oh, Baldwin got a drive on the outside for sure. Is that D-Mac on the inside? Oh, somebody jumping over on the pump wash. Good idea. Get inside.
Looks like Baldwin out in front.
We're bringing it back. Red flag again.
Wow.
We got right. Is that Troy Snyder up over there? The 110? No. Troy's here on the inside.
That's
We're bringing it back.
That's 116. Van J.
These
Ram
guys
Gate.
are not seeing the red flag. Nobody watching.
Van J. Ram Geek down in the water, 116. Right off the start there.
Oh, he's back on the boat. Looks like he's okay. Man, he jumped on that thing like a cat.
Yeah, he did. He is absolutely fine, looking ready to go again.
Thanks for the ride. Get out of my way.
Exactly. Exactly right. Greg Robertson. Greg Robertson. Please come to announcing. Your wallet has been found, or at least go see AJ. I believe maybe even better if you know that AJ. AJ, do you have the wallet? AJ, do you have the wallet? Oh, you got it. Okay. Just cut everything out. I mean, let's face it.
And they're up.
Third time's a charm. Third time's
look
a
at
charm.
that. Troy Snyder with a drive on the inside, clean. And Baldwin on the outside. Snyder and Baldwin said, no, is that Tim Miller between
Yeah,
them?
but Baldwin's going around all of them. Baldwin around everybody on the outside,
Pretty
and
sure
then
that's
dives
Miller and
in
second
into the
behind him.
lead.
Yep, that's Miller behind Baldwin on the inside. Here comes Troy Snyder. Snyder drops into second.
Man.
There's Miller in third. Here's Lescano in fourth. Looks like Osborne back there in sixth. And Ryder off his boat. Man, there's a lot of... Boy, Ryder down there looking for a helmet. Looking for a hand. Got his hand up. He's standing up. Who is
Brian
that?
Baldwin.
Is that Christopher Landis?
Looks like it. Brian Baldwin drove around everybody around the outside of everybody and then dove in to take the lead. And now here he comes once again down the front straightaway. He has absolutely dominated in Pro-Am Runabout Box Stocks so far today. Likewise, Troy Snyder in second. It looks
Tim
like
Miller
Tim
right
Miller
there.
in that third position, then a battle for fourth.
That's Juan Lescano and Dylan Osborne. Lescano got the nod right there. Boy, I'm sorry, just can't tell who else is back there right now.
Now these runabouts throw up a tremendous amount of spray, and once they get away from the front straightaway and our direct view, kind of tough to see who's who sometimes. You could see if you're watching either on the beach or on the live stream the amount of spray these boats throw. And with the angle of the sun right now, man, it's crazy out there. But right now we do know that our late race leader, 502, On the right-hand side of the track is Brian Baldwin, followed by 110 on that black Yamaha. That's Troy Snyder. And then in third place is
Tim Miller.
Tim
He's
Miller.
followed by Juan Lezcano.
Miller on the number 37 Yamaha.
Yeah, Tim's got some company with Lezcano behind him. Once Snyder got by, he's been able to pull it out a little bit. But, boy, I'll tell you what, Tim Miller's got a machine that is fast. You see that thing on the back straightaway. He started to reel in Troy Snyder. You don't see that very often other than Brian Baldwin.
No, you don't. You're absolutely right. And Baldwin is not being touched right so far today. I mean, he has been untouchable. Let's put it that way. And amazing performance so far for Brian Baldwin. Snyder trying to keep him in his sights, but Baldwin having none of it as he just absolutely dominates here, as he did in Moto 1 here in Moto number 2.
All right, looking at the back markers, starting to catch a few of the people that are coming by on that 151. Jim Bennett on the 157, Anthony Radatek on the 153. And here comes Baldwin with the lead. He's got a full front straightaway over Troy Snyder right now. Now remember, Troy Snyder just coming off of spine surgery. He had his neck redone for the second time. It's amazing he's out here riding at all. What a phenomenal push by Troy to get out here. And he said, look, I didn't think I was going to be able to race this year, and then the COVID came on and slowed everything down. No, really, he almost didn't get his surgery by one day. They shut the hospital down after his surgery.
So basically one of the few people on earth that's benefited from the COVID.
Correct.
In other words.
The only what?
110, here comes Snyder down the front straightaway on that big black rocket ship Yamaha he's on, tuned by Tim Judge.
Well, it's about equal now, the top three, and I'm even going to say the top four have just about the same amount of space between them, evenly spaced, I think they call that. So right now it's more of a parade than a race. We got to look a little further back in the pack to see guys are doing it. Gentleman Jim Bennett, that beautiful paint job on his new boat. It's hard, don't recognize him yet like we will later in the year.
Exactly right. White flag out as Brian Baldwin goes by. Yeah, these battles for position take place sometimes back in the pack, and there's great racing going on. We don't always see it simply because, for obvious reasons, we tend to focus on the top 1, 2, 3, 4 riders.
Right, absolutely.
But oftentimes there's great racing going on throughout the racetrack at any given moment.
Yeah, we try and make you aware of it when we see it. And that's Christopher Landis coming back, and I think Christopher did have a get-off a little earlier. Behind him is Gentleman Jim Bennett on the 157. Gentleman Jim, another one that had massive surgery over the course of the off-season. Valentino Lezcano also coming back.
Yeah.
She's got her shoulder repaired. So, excited to see how that works out.
Checkered flag coming out, 5:02. Brian Baldwin taking the win here, Moto number 2, back-to-back victories.
Followed by Troy Snyder, Tim Miller, Juan Lezcano, Dylan Osborne, and the triple two.
Well, Snyder,
don't know who
Snyder hasn't come in yet. There's Snyder.
Right there.
No. Did he come in?
Yeah.
I missed him. Oh, I missed him. He's so fast, I missed him. You know who's not out here today, I just realized, is Charlie Smith, the Crusher.
No, and I thought Charlie was coming.
I'm surprised.
He just graduated.
I miss him.
Yeah, he just got his degree.
I know it.
In hand crushing.
Well, I'm one of his practice.
Victims?
Yeah, he practiced on me, so.
Oh, man. 2 years ago, and I feel it like it was yesterday.
No kidding. That guy has a grip of steel, to say the least. Oh, back down to the starting line. Blaster GP, Moto number 2.
Going to be a lot of fun. All right, getting ready for Blaster GP, moto number 2 on the number 13 Yamaha-powered machine out of Davie, Florida. He's sponsored by Broward Motorsports, Judge Motorsports, Joey Cabrera Motorsports, Jet Trim, Jet Pilot, and Works Racing, Sammy Niemi.
Boat number 14 out of Naples, Florida. Riding for Wade Chapin Performance, Broward Motorsports, and Exotic Signs. It is Keith Dill.
On the 43 out of Dawsonville, Georgia, Yamaha mounted, sponsored by LIQUI MOLY, Lair Performance, Watercraft, and Superior Auto House, Wyatt Hayes.
Number 100 out of Gilbert, Arizona. On the Commander Industries, Works H2O Designs Jet Trim Blaster. It is Revin Harris.
On the 116 Yamaha out of Ackworth, Georgia, sponsored by Farthing Racing, Jet Pilot, and Fox, Moto 1 winner, Devin Farthing.
Boat number 295 out of Port Charlotte, Florida. On the Wade Chapin Broward Motorsports, Action Kawasaki, Bullet Hole Blaster, Taylor Skellett.
On the 296, Bullet Hole out of Port Charlotte, Florida, also sponsored by the aforementioned Wade Chapin, Broward Motorsports and Action Kawasaki, as well as Abaco Sunglasses, Hayden Skellett. That's the lineup, Blaster GP, moto number 2. They are on the line.
Yeah, so Devin Farthing, as you mentioned, took the win in moto number 1. And you remember Hayden Skellett was charging hard right up behind Farthing at the finish. Hayden had gotten a mediocre start and had to work his way up through the pack, but put in a brilliant ride to take that second position. So let's keep an eye on both Devin and Hayden here, moto number 2, see if Hayden gets a better start. What he can do with it, because that is going to be critical.
Well, Sammy Niemi didn't get the start he'd like, and boy, if he gets out front with that thing, it's difficult to get by. There's a lot of riders, and for as few riders as we have, there's a lot of riders who can win this. Keith Dill being the old man of the group. Oh, Farthing and
Sammy Niemi and Devin Farthing both get good jumps.
I'm calling Niemi.
Yeah, it's going to be Niemi again. Niemi going to take the hole shot.
He got it. Who's sweeping the outside?
I think that's Keith Dill on the outside, perhaps.
You'll know it if you see a lime green 14. Yep, that's Keith Dill.
Dill right behind Niemi. Looks like
on the inside.
Yep, number
Whoa,
16.
Farthing going to get it.
Oh, yeah.
Look at this.
Farthing diving inside.
Farthing.
Takes the lead down the front straightaway. Niemi in second. Devin Farthing really made a hard charge on that inside split and just gapped everybody immediately onto that front straightaway. And now look at him go down the back straightaway. Wow. Farthing just on the gas here, moto number 2. He was the winner, moto number 1, and Devin Farthing really charging here today.
Like father, like son.
I guess so, because he is on the gas.
Well, we can say that either way. If Sammy gets by, like father, like son. Yeah, that's Hayden Skellett moved up into second. Left rider, I believe, in.
That's Wyatt Hayes in second.
Is Wyatt in second?
43, Wyatt Hayes in second.
I think he was down in the middle here and just
was he?
Back up.
He is, because he is in second place unofficially. Oh, he moves over. You're right. He moves over and lets the leaders go by.
So it's Farthing. Now it's Hayden Skellett, Sammy Niemi, and is that Revin Harris? No.
Wow.
Is that Revin Harris coming up?
Yeah, Farthing out in front. Skellett now charging behind him in second.
Boy,
this is how they finish moto number 1.
Right.
And we'll see here.
There's Revin Harris in third. Sammy Niemi in fourth. Keith Dill in fifth. Couldn't quite get the number on that one. No, it wasn't Wyatt, was it?
Wow. Devin Farthing.
Taylor Skellett.
With almost an entire back straightaway lead right now over Skellett in second.
Boy, Devin was the first rider today to use that inside to his advantage, and he's been using it all day long.
Definitely on the gas. Of course, his father, Dustin, multiple-time national and world champion on those blasters back in the day. And Devin picking right up where his dad left off, no doubt about it.
Boy, Revan Harris is on a charge to try and chase down Hayden Skellett. The top 3 riders in this group, by the way, 2 years ago were juniors.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Right? Absolutely. These guys were juniors just a minute ago.
Right.
And now they're dominating. Look at these guys ride. Devin Farthing, the Skelletts, Sammy Niemi. I mean, and then the Powells, all of them. I'm just amazed.
You know, it's funny. You could watch. I'm watching Devin Farthing. I've seen him over the last couple of years. And to watch a rider develop, he started out a little bit shy, a little bit cautious. Not scared, but cautious. And boy, now that kid is a charger.
He's maturing. There's no question about it. As he gets into his teen years here, he is really maturing. He's growing. He's taller. He's bigger. He's experienced. And he is a force to be reckoned with in pro watercross racing. No question about it.
Not just here.
But he has his hands full right now because here comes Hayden Skellett behind him.
And Revan Harris. Revan Harris has quietly been moving up through the field. I got to tell you about the King's Cup last year. The only other rider to beat Devin Farthing, Dustin Farthing for a hole shot? Devin Farthing. Father and son were out there on opposite sides of the splits, and Devin came out with the lead. Tell you what.
Very cool.
Way cool. Every dad in that place was yelling for him, I'll tell you.
I no doubt in my mind. Really, really cool to see.
It was awesome, seriously.
Oh, yeah. And
look
at the battle.
this.
Hayden now really closing that gap.
One
One
lap
lap
to
to
go.
white flag is out. Oh, Kurt, this is going to be a battle right to the finish line. Here comes Skellett.
You know what, Rick, right at the back, they got clear water until they get to the very end here. And my hand to the heavens says Devin's going to the inside split. That means Hayden's going to have to work that outside.
Oh, here comes Hayden charging hard on the back straightaway.
Oh, yeah.
Devin making the turn. He's going to go to the inside split.
And he's going outside.
Hayden went outside. Let's keep an eye on him. Who's it going to be? Devin with clear water.
Oh, it's going to be close.
Devin's going to have clear water, and he's going to make that turn easily. He is going to charge to the win, wire to wire. Moto number 2 win for Devin Farthing. Great job by Farthing, and likewise Hayden in second with a great ride, Kurt.
Yeah, Hayden Skellett, it's great to see him come in with a second overall. He was second in Moto number 1. Revan Harris was third. He's third again. Well, Sammy Niemi would be right here somewhere, and here he comes. So Moto 1 results, the exact same in Moto number 2. Moto 3, that's going to make the difference.
Oh, these young kids, man, they can just ride the blasters like in an amazingly incredible way.
Just want to throw this out. Right behind Sammy Niemi was Taylor Skellett. All right, Taylor has been pushing up through the pack that entire race. She finished in front of Keith Dill, and that's no mean feat.
Not at all. They are just all masters on the blasters.
You said it, didn't you?
Well,
Masters on the blasters.
I did not realize I was heading that direction, but they are. They're all just incredible riders that can just lay these blasters over and ride them for all they're worth, and they're fun to watch.
Oh, look down on the water. What do you get if you're a Farthing and you win a race? You get a Christina hug. Well, up next, speaking of juniors.
You get tackled by your friends.
And that too.
Dunked. You get dunked by your friends.
We're back into junior ski stocks. Boy, the future champions on the line right now. Junior ski stock 10 to 12 on the number 18 boat out of Rutherford Dunn, North Carolina, Tegan Hill.
Number 53 out of Fairhope, Alabama, on the Jet Blast Performance Blaster, it's Gary Holbein Jr.
On the number 59, Kawasaki out of Denver, North Carolina, Caden Baldwin.
And in junior ski stock, 13 to 15, 55 out of Syracuse, Indiana, 13 years old on the Kawasaki, Robbie Finlandson.
And that fills out the rounds for race 15. Get these riders to the line.
Oh, so good to have everybody out here at Panama City Beach, Florida today, round number 1 of the 2020 Pro Watercross National Tour. Obviously a late start to the racing season, and it is just so nice to be here and get this thing rolling finally. And what a perfect day it is. Great racing all the way around, and we are getting ready to go with race number 15, junior ski stock.
Woo!
Here we go. The juniors
right
on the race course.
Gary Colbein Jr. taking off. Looks like we're missing a rider. I think, is Caden Baldwin out there? I don't think he made it.
11, 12, and 13-year-olds on the course. And this is how they get good right here. They start at this age, put these laps in, start racing their friends, and before you know it, they're dominating in the Pro-Am stocks or Pro-Am classes. It's amazing.
Right, they go to Pro Ski GP, like boom.
Well, we
overnight.
just saw Devin Farthing and Skellets and Nemes that were in this class just a minute ago, seems like.
Boy, Tegan Hill out front, he's really shining on that thing.
He's looking good today, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
All right, riders, anybody out there, any racers that have GoPro footage that you shoot today, please bring that to the announcing booth. See Ray here in announcing, and he wants to get your GoPro footage. So if you have GoPro footage, bring it to Ray from CBS Sports Network right here in the announcing area. And he will gladly take that from you and make you a superstar seen globally. Could be actually interplanetary. We're not sure. I believe it is.
No, we are sure.
We've got the new Space Command, SpaceX.
Space Force, yes.
It's Space Force. We're gonna broadcast that to astronauts everywhere.
That's right. Elon's backing it.
Elon wants your footage. We've just found out.
Good knowledge there. And if you deliver it in a Tesla, you get twice the points.
It's good information. We've got it all right here. All right, getting ready to go with our next class as our junior ski stock class makes their way around the racetrack. It's a good battle going on out there right now. Actually, Tegan Hill doing a great job.
Yeah.
55, Robbie Finlinson comes in. Tegan Hill.
No, Tegan Hill's last.
And that's it.
Yeah, Tegan just came in, I do believe. So, yeah, Finlinson made the move and was able to make it stick. And, of course, he's the winner either way in junior ski stock, 13-15. Up next, Rick, race 16. Sport GP, gonna be fun.
Oh, my good buddy AJ Handler is in the Pro Watercross booth over there. And you know what? Look at AJ.
You know what that means? Somebody's getting clothing.
AJ's lonely. And I don't like it when AJ's lonely. We need everybody to run down to the Pro Watercross official merchandise booth, the first race of the season, and this will be the only time in 2020 that you're actually going to be able to get any shirt in any size you want. We got a full stock of Pro Watercross merchandise, and he is down there and ready to rock and roll. So head on down to the Pro Watercross merchandise booth. Tell AJ I sent you, and he will take care of you.
Yeah, you can get an autograph for $5, or you can get AJ's for free.
Yeah, go check out the there we go, Pro Watercross merchandise booth. We got it all right now. All sizes, all shapes. The latest 2020 versions of Pro Watercross merchandise. And head over there right now and you will get a deal. All right, Sport GP on the line. Here we go.
Oh, Revan Harris on the inside.
Looks like
on the outside just went down.
I believe that was Jimmy Wilson, number 300, was out in front. Or is that, that was Jimmy Wilson.
Yeah, he got stuck and went off his boat. He's
That went
last
down.
now.
Jimmy Wilson was leading, went off the boat. Jimmy's on that, is that a Hurricane? Wow. I believe that's that Hurricane R. Is that correct? Yeah. Jimmy Wilson aided. He got the whole shot, aided on that. 100. Revan Harris out of Gilbert, Arizona takes over the lead as Wilson remounts and gets back up and underway as he is trying to figure out that Hurricane R, obviously. Harris comes down the front straightaway with the lead. That looks like a Hayden Skellett in second. And then Jimmy Wilson now in third.
Wilson attacking the curves, and there's some great curves out here, Rick. Watch him as he goes around his course. Jimmy Wilson putting the Hurricane through his paces. And I'll tell you what, he was on fire. He had the whole shot, and that thing twitched a little. It went sideways. Jimmy held on to it, but he went into the water just long enough to let the rest of the riders by. He is starting to reel in Revan Harris, and Hayden Skellett right now. Hayden and Revan, they've been going at it.
Wilson was flying and went down hard, and as he's starting to get acquainted with that Hurricane R, see what he can do as he starts working his way up behind Skellett. Revan Harris out in front, Skellett in second, Wilson now in third as they work their way from right to left around the racetrack here in Panama City Beach, Florida. Number 100 out of Gilbert, Arizona, Revan Harris with the lead.
Yeah, Revan, one of those brilliant young riders that have been moving on up. And he is making the most of his trip out east, I'll tell you. Look at, here comes Jimmy Wilson on the Hurricane R. I mean, that thing, we were surprised when it came out last year at Naples for World Championships. We're not surprised now. Jimmy Wilson on board. I'm sure Team Faith is expecting big things out of Jimmy this season on that machine, and look at it. He's starting to reel in the leaders.
Yeah, no doubt about it. They'd like to see some good results here. That's the whole idea behind this project and getting Wilson on that boat. Of course, Wilson, just a phenomenal rider on the stand-ups with number of national championships under his belt, and a new challenge for him on this Hurricane in the Sport GP class. But right now it's all Revan Harris, number 100, and then Skellett right behind him. Here comes Hayden Skellett.
Oh, look at that. Wyatt Hayes pulls off to let the leaders go by. He must still have mirrors on that thing.
Yeah, he must.
Hey, I'll tell you what, great sportsmanship by Wyatt Hayes. A tough competitor in his own right, but boy, the speed of the boats in front of him just making it difficult for him right now. Wow, and look at that. Hayden Skellett reeling in Revan Harris at the end of that straightaway. Hayden's really got some top speed, and it shows at the last quarter of that straightaway. Unfortunately, hasn't started early enough on to get there.
Yeah, Skellett starts closing the gap, and then Harris gets on the left-hand side of the race course and seems to open it up. Here comes Jimmy Wilson now, closing the gap on Skellett in third. Wilson working up behind Skellett, trying to battle for position here, moto number 2 in Sport GP, but it's Revan Harris down that back straightaway one more time with the race lead. Skellett behind him, and then Jimmy Wilson. Jimmy Wilson now getting even closer behind Skellett for third, and Wilson goes to the outside split as Harris and Skellett go to the inside. Let's see what happens. Here comes Harris out onto the front straightaway. Skellett right behind him, and then Wilson not able to make that outside split work that time, as he did not gain any ground on Skellett in second.
You know what? Jimmy's got a little bit more time on this boat. I think it's going to be crazy good. Right now, you can even hear it when he's by himself. He's backing off early and trying to set that thing, especially after having that little twitch over here. I'm sure he's a little nervous about it, but we're looking forward to him doing great things.
Well, they also have to work on that hull so that he doesn't have to let off early to make those turns, because those guys on the blasters, checkered flag comes out. Number 100, Revan Harris takes the win. Skellett in second. Wilson coming in third, but as I was saying, they've got to get that hole dialed in a little more.
Yeah.
So he doesn't have to let off on the gas going into those turns, because those guys on those blasters are not letting off.
No, not at all.
Up next, Junior Spark Stock, 13-15.
Junior Spark Stock, 13-15. On the line, on the number 17 out of Carthage, Texas, Kenny Compton.
Number 53 out of Faith Hope, Alabama, Gary Holbein Jr.
On the double nickel out of Syracuse, Indiana, Robbie Finlinson.
Number 110 out of Denver, North Carolina, Caden Baldwin. What am I talking about? Where did I get that from?
I don't know. They're spelled almost identically, not even close.
Wow. Florida sun, man.
Yeah, I was just going to say, toll. We need emergency water up here for Rick Lake. Emergency water up here for Rick Lake.
We need an emergency cranium replacement.
Wow. I'll tell you what. Too much heat. And there they go. They're so quiet. We didn't know they'd gone, Rick Lake. Who we got out front? Is that Kenny Compton? No, it's not. He's in fourth right now. Is that Robbie Finlinson? Number 5'5".
Oh, double nickel out in front, 55.
Is that Caden Baldwin in second? I do believe so. Is that a 1-1-0 on that boat? Can you tell?
Let's see as they work their way on the inside split.
Follow the leader.
Finlinson out in front, and that is Caden.
Caden Baldwin in second, Kenny Compton in third, and Gary Holbein Jr. in that fourth. No, I'm sorry, we got it wrong. That is Caden Baldwin on the 110. He is in fourth position, so it's Gary Holbein in second position. He's on that number 53 machine out of Fairhope, Alabama. All right, Robbie Finlinson throwing the hammer down once again. Boy, I tell you what, the Indiana Mafia coming through. Finlinson leading the charge behind him. Gary Holbein Jr. out of Fairhope, Alabama in second position. Those two starting to distance themselves from Kenny Compton and Caden Baldwin right now. Boy, and Finlinson really just pulling out all the stops, Rick.
Yeah, Robbie Finlinson, a really good young developing rider out of Syracuse, Indiana. Part of the what we call the Indiana Mafia with the Powells, the Finlinsons, Zeke Heim. These young riders all train out there and ride with their dads. Of course, Derek Powell, tremendous talent over the years. So they ride together all the time and train together, and you know, a good group that travels all over to the races from Indiana. And all these young kids are just getting better and better, and you know, really finishing up front in virtually all the races they're in. So Robbie Finlinson, 13 years old, and he is looking good on that Ignite Performance Yamaha.
Hey, you want to talk about a good investment in the future? Go over and see AJ. Get one of the 2020 Pro Watercross shirts, and then have Robbie sign it for you. And a couple of years from now, you can have him sign it again as a world champion.
Exactly right. That's how it works. Because right now, you know, you can go down to the pits and talk to him. Don't have to worry about it. You know, 55, go see him. You know, a couple of years, you know, might be tough to get near him.
Nah, most of these riders, the riders are real approachable. It's the parents that keep the,
They keep yelling at us.
Well, they always are yelling at us, but, you know.
And just rightfully so. Oh, boy.
Full intention.
Good stuff. Good stuff out here. Round number 1, Pro Watercross. What a way to kick off the season after a way too long delay, winter, spring. Man. And we're back. It feels great. 2 weeks from now, we're going to be in Georgia.
Lake Hartwell.
Lake Hartwell, and that'll be fun. That's a great location there. We go from, actually, it's not even surf conditions here today, to real flat water conditions, Lake Hartwell. White flag out, 1 lap to go for our leaders.
Final lap. You know who we're missing here, and I'm really missing him, is Clipper.
I know it. I thought about that this morning.
Yeah, me too. I was surprised I didn't see his number down here. He's stuck in Canada? They won't let him out? That's not surprised. Oh, they won't let him get back?
They won't let him in the country.
Oh, you have to quarantine both ways. He'd have to come here 14 days so he could race, and then wait 14 days before he can go back home.
That's a month to race 1 race.
Well, why do that? There's 2 races down here. I was scared.
A little surprised he's not here, but it's
Yeah.
disappointed not to see him.
There's
As
your
the
winner.
checkered flag comes out, 55. Robbie Finlinson takes the win here.
Boy, big
Moto
round of
number 2.
applause here for Gary Holbein Jr. out of Fairhope, Alabama, taking second. And right behind him, Kenny Compton out of Texas, followed through by your own Caden Baldwin from North Carolina. Wow, universal, 4 riders, 4 states.
All right, here we go. Pro-Am Ski Stock, Moto number 2 on the line, number 1. Out of Pomeria, South Carolina, Kenny McKenzie. Number 10, Callaway Turner. 15, Matthew Ritchuk. 44, Zeke Kime. 85, Dustin Higdon. 116, Devin Farthey. 182, Brock Harris. 417, Brett Underhill. 702, Jeb Zarzauer. 888, Ryder Wilderbauer. Moto number 2.
Not bad. Now do it backwards. Triple 88 to Ryder Wilderbauer, Jeb Zarzauer, Brett Underhill, Brock Harris, Devin Farthing, Dustin Higgins, Zeke Heim, Matthew Richard, Callaway Turner, and Kenny McKenzie. That's Pro-Am Ski Stock. We are ready to go. Oh, got to have a change here. Who is it, you know? Is that Matthew Ritchuk? Yeah, well, if he won Moto #1, he was on the pole on the inside. Yeah, go to the end of the line. Frankly, you might not mind that. There they go.
Kenny McKenzie on the inside.
Look at that, Ritchuk on a borrowed boat, setting up to sweep on the outside. I don't know if he's got enough in it. Yep, he's going to come out in about third. There he is, pulling into third right there.
McKenzie hanging on to the lead out in front.
Who is that diving in the inside?
888, Ryder Wilderbauer on the inside.
No surprise there.
McKenzie on the outside, Wilderbauer on the inside. Let's see where they shake out coming onto the front straightaway. Here they come.
Wilderbauer
going to be really
position.
close. It's going to be Wilderbauer taking the lead over Kenny McKenzie.
In 18 is Ritchuk. In 10, Callaway Turner, followed by the 182, Brock Harris. Devin Farthing making a move in there. Zeke Heim back there on the double 4. The Indiana Mafia once again.
Oh, good battle here. Ryder Wilderbauer out in front, 88 out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota, one of the up-and-coming riders in the sport, 13 years old, maybe 14. I think it was 13 last year. I'm not sure. Regardless, he's young, and he's fast, and he's out in front right now.
He looks over his shoulder. Ski stays straight, going forward. Boy, crazy. Kenny McKenzie right there, but look out, Kenny. Matthew Ritchuk is right there, and he is knocking on your back door, going inside, outside, jumping that pump wash, trying to collect some solid water. Here, he's going to make the move. Watch Ritchuk as he tries to sweep the outside, going onto the back straightaway, and he does. Watch for the holes back there, Rick. You can see them. McKenzie just bumped over one there. He's holding second spot with Ritchuk making a move. Ritchuk goes to the outside. McKenzie on the inside. He's got a little bit of chopped up water. It's going to be close at the end here.
Boy, Ryder Wilderbauer out in front right now. Awesome race right now, looking good. 13 years old. Kenny McKenzie in second place, 42 years old. Talk about a gap, and then you got Ritchuk. 19 now, all of 19. Boy,
yeah,
he's getting old. And he's getting up there, man.
Isn't it crazy compared to the 14-year-olds
McKenzie, 42, though. That's really veteran territory age-wise. But look at him in second place behind these young, hard-charging riders. Kudos to Kenny McKenzie out of Pomeria, South Carolina, looking real good on that Yamaha in second.
Yeah, if you look down there, you see Zeke Heim back in there. A lot of good riders still back there. Devin Farthing, Brett. You see Brett Underhill on the 417?
Yeah, this class is stacked, no doubt about it. A lot of really young talent in this class as well, as evidenced by our race leader at the halfway point, Ryder Wilderbauer. And he is charging, as is McKenzie in second, doing everything he can to keep Matthew Ritchuk behind him in third.
Couldn't be more true. Ritchuk is going inside, outside. He's got to be exhausted trying to push McKenzie out of the way, and he's doing it on a ski that he's got 0 time on. Literally went over and borrowed it right before the start when his other boat had issues.
Yeah, you remember his other boat he rode without the hood in Moto number 1 to victory.
Yeah, there was that.
You know, he had that going for him, which is nice.
Boy, Wildebauer on fire out there.
Yeah,
he is really tearing up the track. Right?
Really an impressive young rider, along with all these other, but he is definitely one of them that is incredibly impressive.
And there's Richuk, made his move into second position.
Richuk looking good.
Look out, rider. Well, Matthew Richuk is coming to play with you.
He's charging.
And I said, look out. He looked behind him going down the straight. These young riders, got to tell you, they're the only ones that have the balance skill and muscle memory to just have the boat go straight while they're looking elsewhere.
Yeah, no kidding. I can't look backwards while I'm walking or I'm going to be in trouble.
Okay, so we look over here. There's Devin Farthing, Zeke Kime. We're used to seeing those guys up front. I'll tell you what, there are not many riders in this class that couldn't possibly win it. I mean, they really could. And is that Wildebauer checking out the outside? Yep. Smart move. The young rider from South Dakota wanted to see what the outside was like just in case he needs to go there later on in the race.
He just took a peek over his shoulder coming off the front straightaway, making that lefty. Took a little peek over his left shoulder to check where Richuk was, and he found out he's very close.
He got a face full of Richuk right there.
Yeah, he did. And Richuk is closing really fast right now. Here they go down the back straightaway. Here's a race. Shaping up now for the win. And Wildebauer bobbles at the end of that back straightaway. He goes outside. Richuk goes inside. This could be the tail of the tape right here as they come out onto this front straightaway after the split. Let's keep an eye. I think Richuk's going to have a good shot here.
I don't think so. Wildebauer is strong off of that outside. Richuk got position, but he didn't have the speed. White flag, 1 lap to go. Lapped rider in front of our leaders. Wildebauer continues to lead, but right behind him.
And Richuk goes down.
Is Richuk, but boy, there's that lapped rider. If Richuk can rejoin him, he may have an opportunity coming into the split. It'll take him that long to catch up. And rider goes down. That lapped rider went down in front of Wildebauer. That took his attention away. Here comes Richuk. Wildebauer wide open down that back straightaway, and here comes Richuk. Richuk is gaining. They've got a half a lap to go. Where are they going to go? Ryder goes inside. Richuk goes outside. Side by side through the split course. It could be anybody, Rick. Watch them as they drive. Wildebauer on fire on the inside.
Here we go onto the front straightaway.
Wildebauer's going to have it.
Checkered flag comes out. It's going to be Wildebauer making use of that inside split. He's going to take a hard-fought victory over Matthew Richuk here in Moto number 2.
Wow, what a ride.
And that is going to shape up for a great Moto number 3, Kurt.
Yes, it will. And I'll tell you what, kudos to both of those riders. For Richuk to hop on an unfamiliar boat and go out there and get second, that's a significant ride for him. And then Wildebauer to take the lead and hold back all that charging all race long, even with a couple of bobbles here and there. Man, what a good rider. Ooh, and look, happy faces come to watch the races.
How beautiful. You know, what's happening, you've mentioned it a couple of times on the holes out there on the back straight. So what happens is at the very end of that back straightaway, and this is very common, pretty much in all races you see this, the riders are slowing down to make that left-hand turn coming off the long back straightaway where they're at full throttle. And there are bumps out there late in the afternoon now. You can see it here. And that just creates, as Kurt mentioned, holes out there. What he's meaning is you'll see the riders start hitting these waves. It's almost like braking bumps you see in motocross going into turns or other forms of racing. And where most of the action happens is at the end of that back straightaway where riders are fatiguing, and at the end of the race it gets lumpy out there and bumpy and they start making mistakes. So in these ski classes, keep an eye on the end of that back straightaway because that is where riders usually have trouble.
Yeah.
Race number 19 on the starting line, Pro-Am Runabout GP.
Grand Prix on the number 73 Yamaha out of York, South Carolina. He's sponsored by Dean's Performance, Riva Racing, and the Detail Group, Greg Radulski.
Number 77 out of Bradenton, Florida on the Yamaha, riding for Geico and Fly Racing, Jason Russo.
On the 110 out of Bradenton, Florida, sponsored by Snyderbilt, Judge Motorsports, and Dean's team, Troy Snyder.
247 out of Groveland, Florida on the Yamaha, riding for Dean's team, Dylan Osborne.
And on the 502 Yamaha out of Denver, North Carolina, sponsored by Riva, Yamaha Fly Racing Champion Motorsports and Triton Trailer, Brian Baldwin. And off. Whoa, it looks like Snyder getting a great drive on the inside. Troy Snyder kick the tires and lit the fire. Snyder good gone in this moto. Wow.
Yeah, 247, Dylan Osborne in second. Snyder with a great jump out of the gate, and he did not let off at all going around the first turn. And look at the lead now. Snyder down the front straightaway. That number 110 with the lead. 247, Dylan Osborne in second, Kurt.
And look who's in last.
Well, that makes no sense at all. Brian Baldwin's got some serious issues.
There's no doubt there's a mechanical there. I'm wondering if he just wants to try and get a lap in.
He is in full limp mode.
Score.
That boat went into limp mode right there.
Yeah, he's looking around to see when they're coming. And it's, he hasn't finished that first half a lap. Yeah, he's going straight to shore. Oh, I guess he's not. He's going to get out of the way.
Wow. That's the first problem he's had all day.
Yeah.
After dominating, and Troy Snyder will gladly take over out in front.
Yeah.
Dylan Osborne in second.
He just ripped that lead.
Well, Baldwin, something let go on Baldwin's ski, clearly.
Yep. Hey, race number 20, Vintage Ski to the line. Vintage Ski, race number 20. Hop on down.
Yeah, these supercharged runabouts, man, they make a lot of horsepower, but there's a lot of stress on those power plants.
There's a lot of things can go wrong when you got that kind of horsepower.
Yeah, they're just stressed. There's so much stress on those engines.
Stress on the engines. Think about the stress on the announcers.
Yeah, being supercharged all day, man, it just, you blow a rear main seal by the end of the day and it's over.
Oh. So out in front, Troy Snyder, multi-time national and world champion. He won the King's Cup last year. He left there with, I believe, over $30,000 in prize money. What a phenomenal job. Comes back to the U.S., gets a neck surgery, spine surgery, readjusts the cage that's holding his neck together, and here he is out in front once again. Troy Snyder will not be denied. Here comes Dylan Osborne in that second position, followed by Juan Lezcano. Oh, I'm sorry, that's not Juan Lezcano. That's Jason Russo, I believe. All right, we're going to have to get some numbers off of these boats next time they come through. And Vintage Ski, race number 20 on the line. Thank you, riders. Troy Snyder, once again, coming down the front straightaway. Lead well in hand. And that's Dylan Osborne in second. Cannot see the numbers on that boat, so I'm going to go with that's a 153, Gentleman Jim Bennett, but I don't see him on here.
I know it.
There's a lot of confusion with boats and numbers in this race.
Well, Tim Judge has got that number 110 boat that Snyder's on just dialed in here today as he is running real strong. No problems thus far. Tim probably doesn't want me to say that because as soon as you say that.
Yeah.
But, you know, these things put out so much horsepower that, of course, these are, you know, a what we'd call kind of a limited tune on these boats.
A limited tune on this boat is unbelievable.
Yeah,
you got to be a top-level athlete to hold on to one of these things.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking probably near 90 miles per hour top speed and tremendous amount of horsepower and, you know, torque. And, you know, anything can happen to them. Has happened to Baldwin right there. And so you kind of hold your breath.
Yeah, no question. When you run a machine, I don't care what the brand is, wide open in any sort of rough water condition where it keeps popping in and out of the water, it tears up that drive line.
Yes.
Everything that moves gets a shock every time that prop comes in and out of the water. So it's not surprising that the higher horsepower racing machines will have some problems. But I'll tell you what, of all of them, Tim Judge, Troy Snyder, they have got it dialed. They know what breaks. They replace it in advance, even if it shows no signs of failing. And because of that, very few failures.
Yeah, you're right. And, you know, from what I know about Tim Judge, he is just a meticulous individual and mechanic. And that 110 Snyder boat comes in first place, tuned by Tim Judge, and very consistent, very fast. Well-deserved win, 247.
Dylan Osborne, he made it back in, and that's it's great to see Dylan up front again.
Yeah, he pats the hood on that boat because he knows, like we were talking about, nothing's a given until you cross the finish line.
100%. I think maybe that's Greg Radulski there, followed by, I don't know, it looks like a 153 to me, but oh well. Everything is officially unofficial from the Tower of Power. Well, because what do we know? Up next, vintage 550 mod. Oh, yeah, this is where it all started, Rick Lake. Vintage 550s and mods.
Vintage 550 mod, wow.
Oh, no, look at this. This ought to scare you, Rick. This is an all-Texas race.
These guys have a great scene there. Until we saw this before. They all come from Texas. They got a great scene down there, vintage scene, and this ought to be fun.
GC Mechanics sponsoring at least half the field.
Robert Sands on his feet here, our race director. Easy Racing, if you remember the Easy Racing program back in the day. Robert tuned a couple 550s in his time. He's maybe ported a couple, one or two, I think. You know,
maybe. If he didn't port them, he held them. I know.
All of us.
We've been on the line together many times.
All of us here have definitely some, not some, but a million hours on 550s. Spent probably 10 years of my life on a 550.
It's like prison.
Mostly on Lake Mead, and
wow,
what a great time. Just loved riding, loved these things. I mean, I can't tell you how much. I mean, they addicted me to jet skiing, and that addiction has lasted a lifetime.
Hallelujah. Well, you know, I was thrilled as a motorcycle racer, and that's all I wanted to be from the time I was 8 years old. And I was able to do it. I was a motocrosser, became a road racer, became a pro road racer, got tons of sponsorship out there. After I broke my neck, I was paralyzed. A few years later, I found jet skis, and I could race again. It was fantastic. That was a 440.
550s, man. I love this 550 mod. Here we go.
Evan Waithofer got a drive off the band, but, somebody coming from the outside. Who's got that fish helmet on?
And what a difference 30 years makes, huh? Wow.
Yeah, I'll tell you.
This right here shows you the development in the sport of professional racing during the time period when these were the dominant watercraft on the water. In fact, really the only watercraft on the water when I started. These in 440s. That was it.
Ditto.
You had a choice.
Yeah, that or...
You had a choice, a
yeah, little
440 or a 550.
Later you got a 550, then you could get a Yamaha Superjet. Then Sea-Doo brought out those 580 runabouts.
Well, when I started in 80, I first rode in 83. The 550s had just come out a year before. And that is number 17, Ralph Henning out of Orange, Texas. Ralph's riding for GC Mechanics, Pro Watercraft, and HMB. And he is leading this thing right now.
And you got to think that all those years of experience in these boats has been poured into these boats, right?
Oh,
So
yeah.
These aren't stock, off the showroom floor. These things, and I would bet that front boat, I don't know, are they allowed to use the tubbies on them?
The rules for this I'm not completely dialed in on, but there's a Yamaha FX.
Yeah.
Looks like out there. That's not a 550. Hey, wait a minute. They're happy.
Well, it's vintage ski.
They're happy to have them out there.
Right, 550 mod.
But to your point, Kurt, there are a plethora of modifications now that have changed the handling characteristics of these boats, tubbies and sponsons that we didn't have back in the day that have been developed that definitely make them more rideable. Now, I will admit that I haven't ridden one in a long, long time with these enhancements, but I hear that they really do make a significant difference.
Yeah, nothing like drilled holes in the back of the ports. You see some of the pictures that Robert Sands has put out there.
Good stuff from back in the day, though, when we got this thing rolling. 720 coming by. 720 is Evan Wadehofer out of Seabrook, Texas, riding for GC Mechanics in Austin's garage. Where's Neil Bennett?
Whoa,
Neil Bennett.
On.
This is
this
is the guy I want to meet, because last night when I went to Sharky's at 9, there was an hour and a half wait and I couldn't get in. And had we done this a day before, I might have gotten a table. With the most happening place. Come on over here. Kurt, come on over here. You get in here. We want to present this to you on behalf of Pro Watercross. And, man, what a spot this is in Panama City Beach, Florida. This is the most – I came in from the lockdown capital of the world in Southern California, rolled in last night about 8:30, and this place was going off the charts, man. It was wild. What a great place you got here.
Yes, wide open. It's been a great weekend. I love the event. I ride. I've got a stand-up Yamaha, so I'm an old school guy, and I love races, and it's been a great event. So we look forward to many more in the future.
Well, you are the perfect host then.
I know this is perfect, Rick. Like, you know what I heard? We're going to see him out here on the course tomorrow.
Yeah, what
we got a veterans
What's
class
your what
for you.
Yamaha you have?
Yeah, everybody over here is saying yes.
Old school Yamaha. Yeah.
Well, why aren't you out here right now? Come on, you are fit as a fiddle. How do you own a place like this with that bar and look like you?
You go home at 6 o'clock.
What a beautiful place. Thank you for having us here. We couldn't be in a better place. We came here and went, man, this is just awesome.
Yeah, great.
So we got to ask you, we've been eating there already. I'm sure we're gonna finish that out over the next couple of days. What is the best thing on the menu?
You know, the grouper's great here. Grouper sandwich is always good. The gumbo's homemade, so a lot of great stuff. Got another restaurant called Runaway Island right down the street. So we do restaurants here on Panama City Beach. But we appreciate you guys coming out, and looking forward to next year.
We had a great lunch today. Fish top. What kind of fish was that in the fish top?
It was probably grouper.
Oh, was that? I thought it was grouper. Probably.
Yeah, it was. I had it last night. They were awesome.
Phenomenal.
They were awesome today.
Thank you so much. Great to be here.
Thanks for having us. Appreciate it. Awesome. See you there tonight if you're there. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, there you go. Wow, well, that's a nice break in there.
Yeah.
Boy, talk about a great business.
What
here
a
on the
happening
beach.
place.
Beautiful area.
Yeah, my first time here at Sharky's, you know, and man, what a place, though. Jeez.
I know. Well, you didn't.
Living the dream right here, man.
I've got to tell you, that shark attack was awesome. Yeah.
Living the dream here in Panama City Beach, Florida. Sharky's.
Hey.
This is a perfect site for pro watercross racing, I got to say.
I just thought of this, Rick. If you would have told me 20 years ago that I'd go to Florida, I'd have a shark attack, and then ask for another, I would have told you were crazy.
Oh, aren't you a character?
Yes, I am, sir. Race 21. Amateur runabout, Buckstuck. Oh, on the 110. Now, we know the number. We know the last name, but not Troy. This is Tori Snyder. He's out of Bradenton, 17 years young. Tori on that 110 Yamaha.
And from Tori Snyder, we go to 149 out of Perdido Key, Florida, 58 years old, on the unknown hull. Not sure what he's on, runabout box stock. David Howell.
On the 157 Yamaha out of Summerfield, Florida, gentleman Jim Bennett.
176 out of Miami, Valentina Lescano.
215 out of Canton, Georgia, Seth Nama.
228 out of Union, New Jersey, Michael Borges.
On the 420, Greg Robertson. On the 808, Graham Hunt.
Here we go into the first turn. Amateur runabout box stock.
Who's it gonna be? Who's pulling all the throttle? Oh, two riders side by side. That's gentleman Jim Bennett on the outside. I can see that new ski
Looks
from
like
here.
157. I believe that is Jim out there. Boy,
Is
gotta
that
get used to
Tori?
these
That's
new
Tori
designs.
Snyder on the inside. I know that riding style.
Oh, yeah, Tori on the inside.
Is that a 110?
Oh, and he kind of hooks a little bit coming onto the front straightaway. Jim Bennett will take over the lead in front of Tori Snyder.
Oh, look out, Jim. Graham Hunt's right there, and he is hungry after last year. Graham Hunt on that 808. Valentina Lescano, I believe, in that fourth position. Great to see her back on a boat.
Oh,
surgically repaired, just like Jim Bennett. They
Yeah.
both had shoulder surgery.
Yeah, Valentina was so courageous last year racing with that torn shoulder. I don't know how she did it, but she hung in there best she could. But, it had to be painful.
Oh, no question about it. Yesterday, I was talking to both Jim Bennett and Valentina, happened to be in a registration line together, and they were comparing their surgeries. Hey, if you go like this, does it hurt? Yeah. Hey, lift your arm. I can't. Yeah, me either. Okay.
Yeah, not good.
Whoa.
Not good, but hopefully they're all better now.
Yeah, I was just going to say, not good, but great that they're back here and able to ride.
Yeah, totally.
And that extra time off helped both of them.
Absolutely.
Out in front, gentleman Jim Bennett. He is large and in charge. Right behind him, Tori Snyder. Jim Bennett taking the outside. Tori tearing up the inside. It's going to be closer this time. Tori's pushed hard. Now, I think there's been a little change on the track, as I haven't seen the inside be as dominant as it was earlier today.
Exactly.
And Randy, Course Marshal Randy, looking over. There's a rider off. Oh, there's
Snyder. Is that where's Bennett? So Snyder gets by Bennett, and Bennett gets pushed wide. Let's check and see who that rider is now moving into second. Hard to see those numbers on that dark ski. 20.
Seth Nama, 215?
Yeah.
Or is that Michael Borges on the 228?
I think it's Borges.
Gorgeous Michael Borges.
Well, hard to see with the spray in these runabouts. When they get past the front straightaway, the spray in the sun makes it difficult to really identify the numbers at times.
You know what Ray hears? Excuses, excuses, excuses.
As we get on in the season, you start identifying these guys without thinking about it. Like Snyder right now, easy to see.
That's Graham Hunt.
Graham Hunt, 808 in second. And that is 228, I believe. Michael Borges in third position.
followed by Gentleman Jim Bennett. Oh, got a rider down on the bed. Looks like they might have pulled a lanyard, hoping it was just a lanyard. Yeah, it was. So that was Valentino Lescano that just came by. Valentina's starting to move up. White flag out, 1 lap to go. Torrey Snyder out in front and loving it.
Yeah, Torrey's really charging this race. Moved into this amateur runabout box stock class on that 110, and he is looking so good.
We need race 22, Pro-Am Ski GP, to the line, please. Got a few boats there. We need the rest to come on down. And look at this. Torrey Snyder getting the checkered flag, followed by Graham Hunt. Then Gentleman Jim Bennett in that 3rd position. And a battle here. And that's going to end with a 2:15. That's Seth Nama finishing right in front of Valentino Lescano. Wow, amateur runabout box stock, moto number 1 in the books.
Wow. Now we move back down to the starting line, and this is going to be a battle. Pro-Am Ski GP Moto number 3. Wow, we've got 3 riders in position right now to take the overall today, and a couple others that also have an outside shot. So this is going to be a knockdown, drag-out battle for the overall in this final moto in Pro-Am Ski GP.
Pro-Am Ski GP has been providing us with some of the best racing over the last few years. Boy, this year is even better. I cannot wait to see. Let's see, we need to get some numbers going here. Let's switch that over.
All right. Yeah, we've seen, in this class, this being the first race, the first watercross race of the year in the world. Kind of hard to believe that we're already in the middle of June, but it's true. And we're seeing the Commander aftermarket hulls, the Pro Watercraft Pro Force aftermarket hulls, the Bullet V4 aftermarket hulls, all here today being represented, and it has been a battle all day long. The Commanders dominated the last couple of years, but now the Bullets are looking good. The Bullet V4s are looking really good today, and we will see what this 3rd moto brings, because Camden Powell on one of those Bullets has a shot at the overall win. Aaron Gowicki has been lightning fast all day, also on one of the Bullet V4s, but it's been Dustin and Tyron Matsouras trading wins on those Commander GPs. So this is going to be a great battle. You can't get any better than this shaping up here. Moto number 3 for all the marbles here in Panama City Beach, Florida.
Let's do some math here, Rick. In first position, going into the 3rd and final moto, that's Tyron Matsouras. He's got a total of 3 points. In 2nd, right behind him, his brother with a total of 4 points. Camden Powell, the young man out of Syracuse, Indiana, right behind them with 5 points. You could just flip a coin between all of them. In 4th spot, all the way from Lake Havasu City, Arizona, Aaron Gowicki. He's got 9 points, followed by Jimmy Wilson out of North Carolina with 11, and then Matthew Richuk with 14. There's your top 6, and the top 3 realistically have a shot at the win.
Yeah, no question about it. This has got to be the best race of young Camden Powell's career, as he has taken on the powerful Matsouras brothers on those Commander GPs, and he is faring well against them. Aaron Gawicki as well, looking really strong. We got Tyron Matsouras on the inside on boat number 2, Camden Powell 44 next to him, and then 17, Aaron Gawicki. Oh, Gawicki gets a bad start.
Gets a hole shot.
Powell takes a great jump off the line.
Revan Harris is right there, but he's getting swallowed up. And who's that coming from the outside sweeping?
Dustin Matsouras, boat number 50, sweeps into the lead on the outside. Wow, what a job by Dustin around that first turn. Goes to the inside split with the lead, and he came out of nowhere
he is
to take the
already.
lead. Boy,
Watch him as they come around.
He came out of nowhere to take that lead. Dustin Matsouras, our race leader, his brother Tyron Matsouras in second.
And there's
Powell
Gawicki trying to
Gawicki.
make it up on Camden Powell. Powell in third, Gawicki in fourth. Followed through by Jimmy Wilson. There's
so it's the
Revan Harris.
It's the 2 Commander boats out in front, and then the 2 Bullet boats in third and fourth right now. Just started this boat, a long way to go.
Jimmy Wilson pulled off the track, but he came right back on. Looked like he was adjusting his goggles. Must have got him blown off his helmet. He's got him now. Here comes Dustin on the inside, tearing it up. Tyron on the outside.
Look at the lead Dustin Matsouras has developed already. Dustin Matsouras on boat number 50 down the front straightaway. 44, Camden Powell in second. Right behind him, the ride of his career thus far, young Camden. And then Gawicki is riding like his hair is on fire in third place right now. Look at Gawicki. He is letting it all hang out there, trying to track down our leaders. Aaron Gawicki just came flying down the front straightaway, had that bullet in the air over some bumps. He is on the gas.
Well, we got a rider down in the middle there, and I think it might be Tyron.
It is. It looks like that is Tyron.
Yeah, I don't know what happened down there with all the spray. We were watching the leaders.
Looks like Tyron's
on
the hook,
moved up in that second spot. Right now, maintaining his lead, Dustin Matsouras. Here comes Camden Powell, followed by Aaron Gawicki on the outside. From the inside, that's Jimmy Wilson, also on a Commander boat.
Well, Tyron Matsouras on the hook, getting towed in. What a tough way to end the day for Tyron.
Revan Harris moved up into fourth. Excuse me, Rick. There's Matthew Ridchuk and Jules Hopkins. Well, I tell you what, a lot of great riders in this race. Here comes Sammy Niemi, wide open. He's going to battle with Tyron again.
The pressure now on Dustin Matsouras. Tyron's out. See if Dustin can uphold the tradition that Commander has developed over the last few years. Dustin been absolutely dominant, and his brother gets towed in right in front of him. I'm sure he sees what's happened. Dustin down the front straightaway with the lead. 44, Camden Powell. Amazingly impressive ride today. And then, well, what happened to Gawicki? Gawicki has dropped out now. Where's Aaron Gawicki?
You know who moves up? Jimmy Wilson.
Wilson moves up. Where's Aaron Gawicki? Gawicki was on fire.
Oh, he's way over on the far right-hand side. He took a a trip off.
He is way off the boat, it looks like, huh?
Man, that boat went a long distance.
Gawicki was letting it all hang out, trying everything he could, and came up short today here in Moto number 3, unfortunately. What a great ride, though. Gawicki really showed speed throughout the day today, and it looks like they've got that Bullet V4 dialed.
Boy, Sammy Niemi.
Oh, look at Camden Powell. Yeah. Here comes Camden Powell. He is all over Dustin Matsouras. 44 Powell charging here. Moto number 3 at the halfway point. Keep an eye on the battle for the lead, Kurt.
Not only that, right behind him, he stuck it a little, is Jimmy Wilson.
Oh, Dustin slowing down. Dustin slowing down.
And Jimmy Wilson is speeding up. Oh, Camden Powell goes down for just a moment. I don't know what's going on with Dustin, if there's issues.
Dustin's out. Dustin's dropping out. Dustin's got engine problems. While Tyron and Dustin Matsouras both dropping out, it looks like. And it's Camden Powell number 44 right now in the lead. And here comes LIQUI again on the gas. But look at 44, Powell with a shot.
Dustin's still in the lead.
Oh, Dustin's back into the lead.
Yeah.
Wow. He was down, had a problem, looked like.
Yeah, that was momentary, though. He's right back up.
That was very momentary because now Powell, though, charging in second behind Dustin. Let's keep an eye on Matsouras.
Keep an eye on Jimmy Wilson. He's starting to really move up.
Matsouras now opening that gap back up.
And look at LIQUI on fire on that back straightaway.
Yeah, LIQUI is a wild man.
Yeah, he may not be in it, but he's going to let everybody know he's got the speed. He does the right thing, the sportsmanlike thing, moves over and lets Jimmy Wilson in. Wilson all over the back of Camden Powell. Camden Powell losing a little. Oh, and Wilson takes the makeup buoy and goes off the side.
I guess I was mistaken on Dustin. I thought he had dropped out, but it must have been somebody else on that back straightaway. He looks like he's in good shape. But Camden Powell charging behind Matsouras. Powell riding the race of his life right now. Wow, what an impressive day for Camden Powell.
Wow, Camden is really on fire today. I mean, seriously, that young man was making a charge last year. Sometimes you expect him to move up right away, others not so much. Camden Powell, he's going for the gold ring, Rick Lake, no question.
Oh, yeah, Camden charging hard. He is keeping Matsouras. Oh, yeah, he is keeping Matsouras in his gun sights, waiting for a mistake by Mats. That may take a while for that mistake to come, if ever. But nonetheless, Camden keeping the pressure on Dustin Matsouras here in Moto number 3. Camden Powell looking fantastic today on that Bullet V4.
And Jimmy Wilson back up into the fray.
Yeah,
he
is.
bobbled off to the side. Next thing you know, you look up, he's right back in there again. And Sammy Niemi. Sammy Niemi and Revin Harris, Matthew Richuk, those three have been battling all race long, further back in the pack. But look at Niemi, Richuk, Revin Harris, and then Richuk.
Dustin Matsouras on the gas, number 50, going to take the white flag. 1 lap to go for Dust. 44, Camden Powell in second.
Well, there's about 2 lapped riders, maybe 3 by the time they get around. They're going to be in front of them.
Dustin's got this one in hand right now, as long as he can maintain that position. Down the back straightaway they go. Powell closing the gap. Here comes Powell.
Wow.
Oh.
Look at Camden Powell going sideways off of that bump.
Dustin made a mistake. Powell made a mistake. Yeah. Dustin going. Powell going. Here we go. Final turns of this Moto number 3.
Oh, rider down. Who was that?
Pro-Am Ski GP. 50. Dustin Matsouras is going to take the Commander GP in for the victory here in Moto number 3 and the overall for the day. Great ride by Dustin, but I got to say, what a great day. He didn't win, but Camden Powell has served notice that he is a threat, and he will forever, from this moment forward, be a challenger in Pro-Am Ski GP.
Yep, no question about it.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that we didn't know Camden was a good rider. I mean, his dad, let's face it, one of the all-time best stand-up riders ever. And Camden now, wow.
Yeah, they've got a good program in place right now. Camden on that Bullet V4 is definitely a threat in Pro Ski GP from this point forward. Going to be fun to watch the youngster get faster and faster. It's only the first race of the season. Camden being, was he 15 years old, 16 years old? He is going to do nothing but get faster.
Yep, and you know, it's a natural progression. Unfortunately, there's some tragedy attached to that. As I watched Sam Niemi walk down the beach we're missing him out there on the course.
Yeah, totally. Always. Wow. What a great day today in Pro-Am Ski GP. 3 awesome motos. It can't get much better than that, Kurt.
And I still want to talk to you about it. We got to get to the next race, but watching Jimmy Wilson come back. Jimmy, almost a year off on a new boat, on 2 different new boats. And to watch him, man, it's nice to watch him come back. We lost him for a year. We got him back. And he's getting used to that Commander boat, no question about it.
Yeah, I was really excited to see him race a GP boat as opposed to the stock boats. He dominated for a while in that stock class and really hadn't raced at the GP level on these boats with this level of riders. So it was really good to see him get out there and mix it up with these guys. And he is definitely up for the task.
Yeah, you always want to be challenged as a rider. Not saying you want to be dominated, but it's you feel a lot better. Sorry, commentary from the World Wide Web. Yeah, will you come out here and try it? Thank you. We're just saying. I'll tell you what, I think we got the best crew on the planet.
Oh, so much fun, absolutely. As we get ready to go, Pro-Am runabout box stock on the starting line.
Go ahead and call them out, will you?
Number 37 out of Waco, Texas, Tim Miller.
On the number 73 out of York, South Carolina, Greg Radulski.
77 out of Bradenton, Florida, Jason Russo.
On the 110 out of Bradenton, Florida, Troy Snyder.
116 out of Loganville, Georgia, Van J. Ramgeet.
On the 153 out of Abbeville, Alabama, Anthony Raditic.
157 out of Summerfield, Florida, Jim Bennett.
New to the runabout class this year on the 201 out of Delray Beach, Florida, Christopher Landis.
243 out of Loganville, Georgia, Dennis Mack.
On the 247 out of Groveland, Florida, Dylan Osborne.
502 out of Denver, North Carolina, Brian Baldwin.
On the 777 out of Miami, Florida, Juan Cruz Yicuaro.
Number 808 out of Mooresville, North Carolina, Graham Hunt.
That's our lineup. Pro-Am runabout box stock, moto number 3. Rick, take over. I'm going to do a little math here. Let's see what we got.
Yeah, you're going to get the abacus out, huh, and figure out who's got what going? Right on. Oh, what a day of racing. 3 motos in all the pro classes today. Man, supercharged racing all day here for round number 1. This is going to be the schedule this season. Going to do pro motos all on Saturdays. Got the CBS Sports Network cameras here today, and as we will for all rounds this year. Really, really thrilled about that. And we have had great racing all day long here in Panama City Beach. And if you haven't had a chance yet, head over to the Pro Watercross merchandise booth, because this is your last call to get Pro Watercross 2020 merchandise, and we have all the sizes, all the shirts, whatever you need. This will be a great opportunity to grab something from the event to take home with you
Rick,
this season.
I was talking earlier, and they were saying they're almost out of large and extra large, so you want to get over there sooner rather than later. If you get them early enough, you can get a signature on them. A.J. Handler. And 25 years of this, and he still has the sanity, more or less.
More or less is the key.
More than less. And not only that, he's got a following of people that would love to have his autograph.
25 years promoting
personal watercraft racing.
Unbelievable. What a
accomplishment.
Job he's done. What's that? Accomplishment.
I'm filling in those words that you're waiting for.
Yeah, an accomplishment. It's my
Please do it for me.
Waiting
as well.
for my brain to click in as we wind down here today. We've got a number of motos left to go.
Thank goodness.
What beautiful conditions here we've had all day long. God, we've been lucky here in Panama City Beach. What a gorgeous, gorgeous day.
I'll tell you what, it's been spectacular. The racing has been off the hook. I mean, we've had some great challenges out there.
And if you haven't been here before to this area, I'll tell you, the beaches, the sand, the beach, it's just incredible.
You can't beat it. I tell you what, I love this beach. I've been to, not unlike yourself, a lot of beaches around the planet.
Yep.
And Panama City is just,
look at this.
Something about the color, and they work hard to keep this beach clean, too.
I mean, look at the sand. It is just gorgeous, and it goes on for miles. As we look up and down the coast, all we see are umbrellas, people enjoying themselves on a beautiful Saturday.
There's literally tens of thousands of spectators here. They could see on either side for as far as you can see, literally. Here we go. Oh, Snyder was strong, but that looks like, is that Osborne? Or is that Ramgeet? Banjay Ramgeet. A lot of bouncing going on there.
Well, that is none other than Brian Baldwin out in front.
Troy Snyder right behind him. Who's that on the inside? That's Tim Miller. No surprise. Whoa, here's a surprise. Miller and Bennett are going to go at it. And Miller gets a drive. Gentleman Jim Bennett behind him. Here comes Dylan Osborne. The 777, that's Juan Lescano. Oh, and Bennett, look out, because Juan Lescano is going to make a move inside. Whoa! Boy, I tell you what, there's some fiberglass swapping going on in these corners. Oh, Ryder goes around sideways, backwards, and drives it out. Hallelujah.
Is that freestyle?
That is, I'm thankful that is just freestyle.
That sounds like a freestyle call right there.
That is a scary. Well, here we go. Here's your leaders. Brian Baldwin right behind him. Troy Snyder in third. Tim Miller. That's the way the points stand right now. Jim Bennett coming up in fourth position. His points are a little low for that. Dylan Osborne, though, he's got some opportunities moving forward.
And other than one moto today, Brian Baldwin and Troy Snyder have been in exactly the same position the entire day. Absolutely amazing. Baldwin able to get out in front, Snyder right behind him, and really that's how they've stayed. Snyder not able to really close the gap on Baldwin.
We got somebody dead in the water over here on the 153, I think. That's Anthony Raditic. Came around. I was surprised to see him back that far. He's got a mechanical issue, and Juan Lescano, he's back on and comes by. And there's your leaders. Boy, Baldwin really has pulled out a lead. And you know what's happening now is Tim Miller starting to ease up on Troy Snyder. Sneaking up a little bit here, a little bit there. Troy driving hard to the outside. He and Miller really killing that outside. Of course, Brian Baldwin has preferred it.
Baldwin all by himself out in front, really enjoying a nice lead. And as we've got a, whatever those things are called.
Paraglider.
Whatever those crazy things are.
Yeah.
Jesus. Baldwin, though, sizable lead. He has enjoyed the entire day. Snyder not able to close the gap on Baldwin today in any of these classes. So it's just kind of stayed as is. Tim Miller trying to close up behind Snyder, but really they're maintaining their positions for the most part in this box stock race.
Well, Baldwin is gone. Okay, he is continuing to extend his lead, and Troy really doesn't have anything for him right now.
No.
Or maybe he's choosing not to. But listen, after the surgery he's had, I would get out there, get as close as I can, and when it opens up, just maintain.
Yeah, it could be.
Well, you got to build that strength back up. He
Yes.
couldn't pick up a coffee cup 3 months ago.
That's amazing.
It is
Absolutely amazing.
Truly amazing.
But Brian Baldwin, number 502, Brian out of North Carolina,
Denver, North Carolina.
Yeah, and this guy is just a Charger, always 41 years old or whatever. We said it's been
At
41
least.
for a while. But he flies around this racetrack on these runabouts, both in the GP and here in the Pro-Am runabout box stock class. And he is really a tough customer to beat.
Oh, man, I'm watching Juan Lezcano go down the front straight. He's obviously got a mechanical, and you can see the frustration. Look at him go way offline to let the leaders go by. That is sportsmanship right there. He pulls in behind, let's see, behind Troy Snyder, I do believe. Is that Baldwin back behind him? No, here's Brian.
No. Baldwin enjoying a nice Saturday afternoon cruise out there at this point, although a fast cruise.
Yeah, albeit wide open. Yeah.
110 Snyder comes bouncing down the front straightaway.
Did you say Snyder?
Almost.
Well, that's Tim Miller there, or would that be Mill Timmer? Whoa, this guy's a little too crazy, too close to our course. We need to get NASA to come over and get that plane out of the way there.
Yeah, those guys aren't wired real correctly. You know, that's just the way that works.
Whoa, look at the end of the straightaway there. Boy, I'll tell you what. Troy Snyder was committed, and there was a lapped rider in front of him that luckily changed his line because Troy was committed, and this guy was starting to pull in front of it. Not a good decision. So
Man.
Troy's out there. Here comes Tim Miller.
I can't believe Baldwin, man. He is just flying around this racetrack. His lap times got to be really amazing. We haven't seen him today, but he is just absolutely on the gas and consistently just fast and really all by himself out there.
Yep, and this is Pro-Am Runabout box stock. So box stock craft, he's able to, there are very few modifications they're able to do legally, and Brian Baldwin has found every single one of them.
White flag comes out, 1 lap to go for Baldwin. Yeah, he, you know, from that first moto today, he absolutely shot out of the starting gate like he was shot out of a cannon, and he has never looked back the entire day.
Yeah, I know this guy with the parachute is having fun, but not a good move to do it over our race course. Go off the side, that's fine.
Final lap for Pro-Am Runabout box stock, third and final moto of the day. Checkered flag comes out. Riva Racing rider Brian Baldwin takes the win on that Yamaha.
Perfect races today, all in this class.
Yep. It's clean
a
sweep.
A 1 and a 1.
Clean sweep. Troy Snyder's going to finish with all
3
twos
seconds,
today.
yeah.
And Tim Miller's going to come in right behind Snyder
Yep.
with a great ride in third.
Well, I'll tell you what, those three just left the rest of the field. They really did. Now, having said that, there was some great racing behind him. Jim Miller, Dennis Mack. I'm surprised that we didn't see more from Dennis Mack. All right, on the line now, Blaster GP, another class that's given us some great racing. On the number 13 out of Davie, Florida, Sammy Niemi.
Number 14 out of Naples, Florida, Keith Dill.
On the 43 out of Dawsonville, Georgia, Wyatt Hayes.
Number 100 out of Gilbert, Arizona, Revan Harris.
On the 116 out of Ackworth, Georgia, Devin Farthing.
295 out of Port Charlotte, Florida, Taylor Skellett.
And on the 296, her brother, Hayden Skellett. So we have Farthing with 2 wins, Skellett with 2 seconds, Revin Harris with 2/3, Sammy Niemi with 2/4, Keith Dill with 2/6, Taylor Skellett with 2/5, Wyatt Hayes with 2/7. I'm beginning to see a pattern.
I would say that is the epitome of consistency.
Wow, you think? Blaster GP, moto number 3 on the line.
All right, here we go. Keep an eye on Devin Farthing, 116 on the inside. And again, he gets out of the gate well.
Sammy Niemi like a slingshot out of the center. Devin Farthing was first off the line. He's got a strong position, but Niemi, I think, can sweep, and he does.
On the back straightaway and up and underway. Something happened heading into that first turn, and Niemi went down. Devin Farthing now out in front, looking for a clean sweep here. Moto number 3, Pro Blaster GP.
Like to throw it out there, Pro Watercross. Number 1 in the world this year in Pro Watercross racing.
And
here comes Devin.
Once.
And there comes Hayden. Devin Hayden going at it again.
Hayden closed in significantly on that lap.
Boy, Taylor Skellett has been quietly getting faster and faster and faster. She's putting it down out there. Taylor trying to cut underneath.
So Sammy down a lap.
Wyatt Hayes, I think.
But look at Skellett now trying to close that gap on Devin Farthing.
Oh, and they're both hitting those holes in the back.
Skellett not able to really find an answer for Devin Farthing so far today.
And Revin Harris comes off right in front of us. He was down for a while. Look out, Revin, because the leaders are coming, and Devin Farthing.
Here comes Skellett. Here comes Farthing. Sorry, Kurt.
Hayden.
Down the front straightaway. And Skellett really reels in Farthing that time.
I'm not sure that Devin knows that Hayden's that close.
Well, he's going
to find out now.
He's going to very shortly.
Oh, dignitaries in the tower. Jennifer Handler up here for the first time today. Bringing us presents, Rick Lake. Look what we got here.
Always good to see Jen up here. Hayden Skellett trying to solve Devin Farthing for the first time today. Hasn't had anything for him yet. Farthing able to get a couple of wins in front of Hayden's second place finishes.
Yeah, we need, oh, there's Jeff. Jeff Kantz, I was just going to call you up. We got some paperwork for you here, sir. You want to stay out of jail, you got to fill this out. Boy, these riders tearing up this course.
So Hayden finally solves Devin Farthing and goes into the lead and for the first time today in Blaster GP. Well, and actually starts pulling away to the point where I think Devin is not concerned.
Yeah.
Because
I don't know. I
he's
think
got a pair of firsts.
I got to just say that Devin's so smooth. I think he looks relaxed out there in that second position. You know, you and I, or speaking for myself as a father, you're frantic when your kid gets past. Like, what's going to happen? Where's he going to do? Where's he going to make his move? No, don't do it there. And Devin's just kind of cruising. I got a couple of wins. It's not bad.
Well, he's got the overall locked up, provided he stays in second. So I don't think there's much concern there because Skellett's just pulled away.
Yep.
Farthing's going to cruise it. His dad probably said, don't break the ski, son.
Right, save it.
And
when you go to the line, he says, look, you got it in hand. If you get the whole shot, the only one you got to worry about is Hayden. If he gets by, let him go as long as you're feeling comfortable on the boat.
Yeah, second's as good as a first as far as Devin's concerned here in Moto number 3. He's got it locked up, and all he has to do really is finish in second. He's good. This would be a nice way to finish for Hayden, though, to get by him, and looks like he's just gone now. Hayden by himself, all by himself out in front.
Yeah, he's doing great, but I absolutely completely impressed with them, but also with Taylor. I've been watching her for the last few laps and, trying to keep tabs on her, and she's gotten way faster from last year.
No question about it.
Uh-oh.
Devin having no worries out there whatsoever. Comes by in second as the laps start winding down.
Was he eating a sandwich as he went by? That's how calm he looks.
I think he was. He's just very smooth, calm, and collected. No pressure right now.
Rick, I know you've experienced it when you get out front, and it seems so easy. But if there's nobody to challenge you, it's difficult. Your mind can wander, and all of a sudden there's that wave that you didn't expect because, well, your mind's wandering. You're not watching. You're not paying attention.
Yep, absolutely. You just you get locked in, and when you're dominant, and it's your day, it's your day. And today's Devin Farthing's day, no doubt about it.
No
and 3
question.
motos is a lot of motos, on one class.
Just one class, and he's in 2 or 3 of them.
Yeah, he's getting his work in.
Amateur ski stock coming up next. Oh, that's going to be a fun race.
Hayden just flying around the racetrack. Hayden will take the white flag. 1 lap to go for our race leader, Hayden Skellett. Devin Farthing on cruise control in second position. Coming around the inside split, making his way onto the front straightaway. He'll take the white flag. 1 lap to go for Devin. As Hayden is just completely checked out, but,
White flag out. Almost over. I'll tell you what, Blaster GP, what an exciting race. And there's your winner, Moto number 3, Hayden Skellett. Behind him comes Keith Dell. And Devin Farthing taking his time, enjoying his the penultimate lap.
Yeah, Devin's just kind of cruising it here on the final lap. And he is going to bring that 116 blaster in for the overall for the day. Our Blaster GP champion, Devin Farthing. What a great day for Devin. He really, really showed he has the mettle to dominate here in this Blaster GP class in 2020.
Yep, no question about it. There's Revan Harris. Harris right there. Surprised that he wasn't up in the top three with them, at least closer this time. Man, gotta love that class. Up next, amateur ski stock, full lines going on. Yeah, motor number 3, they get that. On the number 18 out of Rutherford in North Carolina, Brad Hill.
And number 33 out of Crestview, Florida, Zachary Eisenhut.
On the 44 out of Syracuse, Indiana, Zeke Kime.
55 out of Syracuse, Indiana, Jay Finlinson.
Out of Chattanooga, Tennessee on the 85, Dustin Higdon.
Also out of Syracuse, Indiana, number 99, Robbie Finlinson.
On the 115 out of High Point, North Carolina, Connor Richuk.
And 315 out of Marietta, South Carolina, Taylor Stewart.
Rounding out the field out of Sewanee, Georgia, Yamaha mounted Andrew Hancock on the 711.
.44, Zeke Kime out in front. Zeke out of Syracuse, Indiana, 16 years old, riding for Speed Racing and Synergy RV Transport, Ignite Fuels, and Zeke out in front and in charge right now.
Boy, look at the battle back there for second, third, and fourth. And Richuk making a move up.
Young Zeke Kime.
Connor just holds on. Both of those riders just about tipped over and pulled it back just in time. Oh, that was Taylor Stewart that was in third spot there. Uh-oh, rider down, far right-hand side. That's Richuk.
That ski is really hard to see that number on.
Second position. Yeah, that's Connor Richuk on a 115.
Like 55 now. Jay Finlinson has worked into second position, if I'm not mistaken, behind his cohort, the race leader, Zeke Kime.
Yeah, Zeke, awful strong in this amateur ski stock class.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And on a double 4, I can't imagine where that boat might have came from.
Yeah, right?
Well, I'm pretty sure it's painted on, so I didn't want to change it.
Yeah, why change it? 44, our leader, Zeke Kime, then 55, Robbie Finlinson. I believe is that Robbie, 55? Yeah.
Yeah. No, Jay.
Jay Finlinson, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Jay's way taller than Robbie.
Yes, considerably. Zeke Kime, though, out in front and in charge down that back straightaway. Oh, man, what a day of racing here in Panama City Beach, Florida. Round number 1, the 2020 Pro Watercross National Tour. And you could not be at a more beautiful location for Pro Watercross racing. It is gorgeous here today.
It truly is. I'll tell you what, I love Panama City Beach for numerous reasons, but the number one is, man, great racing. And as usual, the water roughs up a little bit in the late afternoon.
Absolutely beautiful.
Halfway flags out.
Boy, this amateur ski stock class, we have a wide array of ages in it, anywhere from 13 to 40. So a pretty amazing array of different riders, different abilities on these skis, all two-strokes in this class. Mostly, well, not mostly, not all Yamahas. Got it, just every Yamahas and Kawis both represented, actually fairly equally. I think more Super Jets, definitely more Super Jets out there. Zeke Kine, Robbie Finlinson, part of our Indiana Mafia, we like to call them, the crew out of Syracuse, Indiana. They all ride and train together. The Finlinsons, Zeke Kine, the Powells all live in that area. So they ride and train together, get a lot of practice in riding with each other. All really, really talented riders. A white flag comes out for Zeke. 1 lap to go for Zeke Kine, and 55 Jay Finlinson right behind him now as they battle here on the final lap. Both Syracuse, Indiana riders. Pretty cool to see these guys travel all over the United States on the Pro Watercross National Tour every year. Got very supportive fathers who are taking them everywhere, and good to see them race to race. And man, they're a great crew, and these young riders are talented and getting better and better by the race. And man, they have a lot of laps underneath their belt, a lot of races, and no wonder they're just some of the fastest riders, up and coming riders that we have in Pro Watercross. And here he comes. 44 going to take the checkered flag right in front of Jay Finlinson. That is Zeke Kine takes the win, and they exchange pleasantries. Amateur ski stock. Veterans runabout box stock and amateur runabout super stock on the starting line. Race number 26. Veterans runabout box stock on the line. Boat number 242 out of Charlotte, North Carolina, Arlo Nuez.
On the 247 out of Clemont, Florida, Michael Osborne.
528 out of Charlotte, North Carolina, Frank Ortiz.
In amateur runabout Superstock on the 228 out of Union, New Jersey, gorgeous Michael Borges. Where's that 228? That's it. All right. Got to do that red-black helmet. Get a little confusion earlier in the day.
All right, here we go. Veterans runabout box stock, amateur runabout super stock.
Michael Osborne out in front. And Michael, all of 58 years young. I saw him when he was signing up, and he says, yeah, I haven't raced for a couple years. I'm going to race this time. Go what? I'm racing. Life's too short.
Yes, it is. Good to see him out there. No doubt about it.
Especially with a hole shot.
That is too cool. Well, he's got a fast boat.
Yes, he does. Check him as they come around.
Number 7 must be, who is that behind him?
I don't know. It looked like a 7 to me, too, but not really. There's Nunez. That's Borges, isn't it? Out in front, Michael Osborne on the 247. Looks over his shoulder.
Well, he's got company boat. I'm not sure what number that is.
That is 228. That's gorgeous
really
Michael
228?
Borges. Yeah,
Oh,
that's not
right.
a number on the front. That's a new design. Numbers are further up on the top.
Can't even see a number on it.
You gotta
Yep.
look hard.
Yeah.
Up on the hood, 228. All right, so combined veterans runabout and amateur runabout classes now. Up next will be amateur ski GP.
That's funny. Michael Osborne out in front on that very familiar ski. And then Borge is behind him in second. But they're in 2 separate classes, which is odd.
Devin Farthing. Devin Farthing. Dev Dog. All right, 15 minutes left. If you want to get one of the Pro Watercross shirts, the final 15 minutes, they're going to be available today. Go on down and get it while you can get a size that fits because, you know, it's better that way.
I want to make one announcement. You cannot leave your canopies on the beach when you leave today. You must take your canopies off the beach. So everything's got to go.
That's right.
Everything must go. Once again, you need to remove the canopies from the beach at the conclusion of the event today. Thank you. Oh, hello there.
Yep. Hello, Maverick. Oh, he's getting, oh, yeah. High and tight. That is such a cute little toy. Watch him snatch it out of the air like a ninja. And gotcha. Maverick's about to take off with it. Shred our tent as the thing goes up. Yeah. Yeah, buddy. All right, well, after you go by and see AJ Handler, get your official Pro Watercross shirt. Make sure and wear that this evening as you come down for the Rider Appreciation Party. It'll be here between 7:30 and 8 o'clock, right down on the beach, just off the side of Sharky's. Our thanks to Sharky's once again. Appreciate them having us here. Yeah, I feel a shark attack coming on. Yeah, you know, most places in Florida you say shark attack and it's a bad thing, but at Sharky's, I'll tell you, it's a good thing.
Yeah, they got it going on, no doubt about it here. What a place.
And another one down the beach.
Amazing.
We're going to have to drop down there and see that tomorrow after the races.
Any of you riders have GoPro footage that you want us to use for the CBS Sports Network television show, please bring it over to the announcing booth. Ray is here right now. Would love to get your GoPro footage, so bring it over. Thank you very much.
Hey, Rick, do you talk to these guys about bringing those GoPros over? Because Ray was talking about getting some fantastic footage put on CBS this year.
Well, that's exactly what I think what we were
I thought I heard you
talking,
say that. I wasn't sure. I was just
and also one
making
note.
sure.
Here we go.
Whoa!
77.
Time.
77.
Whoa!
That's
Taylor
44.
Skellett is getting rocked there. I don't know what happened there. I think her hand might have slipped off. She grabs the throttle. Boy, you saw her head come back. Wow.
Yeah, not sure what's going on right there, but didn't look good.
Yeah, no, not at all. That whiplash thing is not fun. Well, Taylor going to the inside. Zeke on the inside. He got the whole shot. Is that Revin? Where's Revin Harris? Yeah, on the outside. Here he comes. Long and strong. Revin Harris on that 888. Trying to hunt down Zeke Kime on the 44. And here comes Taylor Skellett.
Revin Harris is on that Pro Watercraft Pro Force. That new hull developed out in Havasu by Chris Hagas. His company, Pro Force, or Pro Watercraft Racing, I'm sorry. The Pro Force ski by Pro Watercraft. Got to get that all straight here. Got to say it about 100,000 times, and you finally have it dialed in.
Well, late in the day, it's,
late in the day, it's hard to speak, period.
It's easy for you to slay. Out on the track, though, look at the battle going on. Zeke Kime going on the inside. Wildebauer on the outside. Oh, Ryder backs out of the throttle. What happened there?
Uh-oh, something let go, it looks like.
Oh, man. He was just getting ready to make the pass. And then
what happened? He put his hand up. Possibly a motor failure.
Well, good move. You hear something wrong, come in. You can fix it and ride it another day. Yeah. Ouch.
And that, I believe, is a 4-stroke, which would indicate dollar signs.
Yeah.
Is that? Oh, man, I hate to see that. When I see one of those 4-strokes go, I just think,
cha-ching.
Cha-ching.
Cha-ching, 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 cha-ching.
Yeah. It's not like the old days. We used to take our 2-stroke dirt bikes and re-ring them, get the cylinder bored or honed and put a ring in it, and you were back up in action, right?
Are you kidding? You pop the cylinder between motos, put a different cylinder on for moto number 2.
Life was very simple back then, Kurt. I think we had it good.
I'm agreeing with you, Rick Lake. No question about it.
When I was 13 years old and could rebuild the top end on my Yamaha 125, that wasn't bad.
So funny you say that, because on my CT3 175, I go out camping at the riding place for the weekend, and because it was popping out of third gear, I break it down to the cases, file the dogs on the tranny and the matching gear, put it back together, and ride it all the next day.
You were really good.
I was poor.
I wasn't splitting cases, but I had an AT3 125 MX.
Yep, so did I.
Oh, man.
Actually, that's not true. I had a AT1 with the alternator on the side. Stuck out an extra foot.
Oh, man. Good times. 44 Zeke Kime. I'm sure people like hearing about our 125 2-stroke stories from the early 70s, right?
No question about it. They're thrilled. You can see the rapt attention down on there. Speaking of which, we found a key for an automobile, a free automobile. If you know what key this is, you can drive away with a vehicle today. Hopefully it's yours. But if you're psychic enough to know what this key is, this could be like a multi-$1,000 vehicle right there.
The key to your heart right here.
Yeah.
Zeke Kime, 44, a race leader, charging around the racetrack here. Amateur ski GP.
White flag out, final lap for Zeke Kime as he looks over.
And he is just dominating here.
Wow. What a great ride for Zeke, seriously.
Great rider, great young gentleman out of Syracuse, Indiana. All those riders out of Syracuse are great kids, man. Love them. Love seeing them here. The Finlayson, Zeke Kime, Camden Powell. What a crew, huh?
What a great crew. A lot of fun. Oh, sports stock next. That's going to be fun. Moto number 2. Moto number 1, excuse me, not moto number 2. Zeke Heim with the win. Zeke dominant in this moto. He got out front. It was not going to let that go, and he just literally walked away from the rest of the field.
Well, you know, these Syracuse, Indiana riders, man, they're having a good day today.
Yes,
Zeke Heim, Camden Powell.
Wow.
A shining star today. Camden really served notice in that Pro Ski GP class that he is a force. And really good to see that development, to say the least.
I know Derek must be exceptionally proud.
Well, he should be.
And he should be, and Camden has certainly earned it.
All right, on the line, sports stock. Here we go. Number 2 from Port Charlotte, Florida, Hayden Skellett.
On the number 13 out of Davie, Florida, Sammy Niemi.
36 out of Bonita Springs, Florida, Jason Sahagan.
Out of Dawsonville, Georgia, on the 86 Polaris, Wyatt Hayes.
95 out of Davie, Florida, Ken Waddle.
On the 116 Yamaha to Ackworth, Georgia, Devin Farthing.
Number 201 out of Delray Beach, Florida, Christopher Landis.
On the 239 out of Port Charlotte, Bobby Cordone.
Number 295 out of Port Charlotte as well, Taylor Skellett.
On the 296 out of Port Charlotte as well, Thomas Skellett.
521 out of Ackworth, Georgia, Talon Farthing.
Rounding out the field, Sports Stock on the 699 Sea-Doo out of Bonita Springs, Florida, John Haran. All right, this is going to be an exciting race. We've got a full line, Rick Lake. Different hull styles, different riding styles. We're mixing up the HXs, the Blasters, the
this
and
sport,
a Polaris.
Yeah, this exactly. The sports stock class is always an interesting affair. A lot of changes in position, a lot of race battles throughout the track, no matter what position you're in. It seems like there's good racing throughout these motos.
And here we go.
Looks like, I believe that was Christopher Landis. 201 got a great jump out of the gate.
Yes, he did. And Hayden Skellett and Devin Farthing both bobbled off the line, and they're side by side on the outside trying to sweep.
That's Bobby Cordone, number 239.
Yep.
With the hole shot.
Getting that hole shot from the inside. Whoa, Landis goes sideways.
Ken Waddle in second place.
Was that Waddle that hit that? Man, that was close.
Landis on the inside, Cardone and Waddle on the outside right now. Here comes Cardone making the turn onto the front straightaway. Bobby Cardone on that Sea-Doo. HX out in front. He'll take the lead here early on.
Whoa, a little bit of spin action going on. Yeah, that is Christopher Landis.
Landis and Waddle battling for second right now. Waddle takes over that position.
Boy, Ken Waddle dove right in there. He's like, that position's open. And Christopher Landis is getting pushed to the back.
Yeah, that Polaris is charging. Wyatt Hayes is charging on a Polaris.
You know, people are surprised, but the Hayes family, they make those Polari work well.
A Polaris?
Yep. Have you ever ridden one of them? They were actually a fun boat.
I really never have.
They were. A little wide.
Really?
Yeah, seriously.
I have ridden an HX more than I would like to.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, the Hurricane's a lot more fun than an HX.
Man, I rode an HX in an endurance race once, if you can believe it.
Yeah.
It's just
that was a mistake.
It about killed me.
All right, well, Ken Waddle in second position, Wyatt Hayes there, Christopher Landis in fourth, but here comes Devin Farthing trying to make a move on Landis. And behind him, is that Nemi? I believe that is Sammy Nemi back there.
Bobby Cardone, the race leader out of Port Charlotte.
And there's Talon Farthing behind. Oh, rider down.
Bobby Cardone stretching out that lead down the back straightaway. He is on fire on that Sea-Doo HX right now.
Sports stock.
Yes, that's what I thought. Bobby Cardone down the front straightaway, and he is really pulling away right now out in front. 55 Waddle in second. And here comes the Polaris, the Wyatt Hayes, and in a battle right now with Devin Farthing.
Oh, and Devin just pushes him to the side. Devin jumps in there and says, "Move over, Rover. I'm going forward right now." Well, whose boat is dead in the water there? I see our
it's hard to get a number on that.
Yeah.
There's so much haze out there. The sun is right on it and in a bad position. Hard to see that number.
We'll catch it a little later. Looks like he's all right.
Just a little bummed out.
Christopher Landis coming down here.
Well, these guys really getting spread out on the track right now here. Moto number 1 for sports stock.
So there's your leader right now.
Yep.
Is Bobby Cardone in second. Ken Waddle with Devin Farthing coming up the inside.
And they are neck and neck for second. This is going to be a good race.
Well, Waddle's going to stuff that, no question. Farthing, hey, does the right thing, goes right over the pump wash, sets up to the inside. We still have that down rider. Everybody going through the S section over on the far right-hand side. Farthing trying to catch Waddle with Wyatt Hayes right behind.
Yeah, Devin Farthing 16, Ken Waddle 49. Interesting battle right there.
At the end, a rider down. That looks like Christopher Landis on the end of the straightaway.
I believe it is. It's that dark ski of Christopher Landis. It
Man,
looks like 201.
Yeah, he had a great rides on the runabout, but man, his normal, sport boat has been throwing him in the water all day.
Halfway sign comes out for Bobby Cardone.
And Ken Waddle right there going for the
wow,
lead.
Cardone really getting challenged that time. I believe Waddle took the inside while Cardone went outside. Oh, and Farthing all over the place trying to get around Waddle. Waddle making that blaster as wide as he possibly can out there to keep Farthing behind him.
Well, let me throw this out there for you. The weight difference between Ken Waddle and Devin Farthing is like, well, a whole nother Devin Farthing, maybe two. Okay, so
roughly
trying to keep that boat hooked up in the rough water, it's a lot more difficult for Devin than it is Ken, and Ken's making maximum usage of that on the back straightaway. And look at this. They're side by side going to the outside, chasing Cardone. Meanwhile, Wyatt Hayes going to the inside. Cardone continues to lead. Waddle and Farthing going at it. Farthing trying to set him up for an inside-outside pass, and he does make it. Can't make the pass yet. Let's see what happens at the end of the straightaway. These riders are wide open. White flag, 1 lap to go. Rick Lake, this race is insane.
Yeah, good racing out here today in this sports stock class. Bobby Cardone continues to lead, but what a race behind him.
Wyatt Hayes moves back up to third. Farthing back
Waddle,
to fourth.
Hayes, Farthing. Man, and I got to hand it to Wyatt Hayes, man, on that Polaris. That's amazing. You very rarely see a Polaris racing any longer.
Only in Pro Watercross.
Pretty much it. I haven't seen many of them, period, this model.
And Devin is getting stuck in a pump wash behind that wide Polaris. You can see it as soon as he goes by. All of a sudden, Devin picks up a lot of speed. That thing was just roughing up the water too much.
Here we go,
Cardone
final
ready
turn.
to make the move.
Cardone's going to take the win here in this sports stock class. Bobby Cardone on the C2HX will take it. 55, Waddle's going to hang on.
And look at Wyatt Hayes.
For second.
He was a quarter inch away from taking second for Ken Waddle.
Hayes takes third, Farthing fourth.
Sammy Niemi in fifth.
Wow, great racing in sports stock as always.
Hey! Who's up next?
All right, we need to see Dustin Matsouras, Camden Powell, and Jimmy Wilson at the podium immediately. Dustin Matsouras, Camden Powell, Jimmy Wilson, we need you on the podium right now. Thank you. The CBS camera awaits you. Get your makeup on. Baldwin, Snyder, and Miller, you will follow the ski riders. That is Troy Snyder, Brian Baldwin, Troy Snyder, Tim Miller. We also will need you at the podium for the CBS television network cameras. Thank you. Camden Powell, Jimmy Wilson. Come on, guys. We need you at the podium for the CBS Network cameras. Jimmy Wilson, Camden Powell, we need you at the podium right now, please. Thanks, guys.
Come on down.
Thanks, guys.
All right, we're going into Pro-Am Ski Stock, race 29, moto number 3. On the number 1 Yamaha out of Pomeria, South Carolina, it's Kenny McKenzie.
Number 19 out of Apex, North Carolina, Callaway Turner.
He's on the number 10, isn't he?
Number 10.
Oh, okay.
What did I say?
19, which is like 10, but 9 more.
It's just -9, and you got the right number.
I know. What was I thinking?
I don't know.
I was thinking 18.
Come on, get with the program.
The number
Kurt.
18 of Matthew Richuk from High Point, North Carolina. That's what I was thinking.
Add 1 and -9, and you got Callaway Turner.
And if you add,
34,
2, yeah.
you get Zeke Kime on boat number 44 out of Syracuse, Indiana.
Well, it would be 26 more, but that's another thing. So then you have the 85 out of Chattanooga, Tennessee of Dustin Higdon.
And I'm not doing the math on this one, but it's number 116, Devin Farthing out of Ackworth, Georgia.
It'd be 31, but who's counting? And then there's the 182 out of Macella, Georgia, Brock Harris.
Number 417 out
Go
of
ahead.
Pensacola, Florida, Brett Underhill.
Get those fingers and toes going, Rick Lake. On the 702 out of Raleigh, North Carolina, Jeb Zarzauer.
And here, do this one. 888 out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota, Ryder Wilderbauer.
That's only 186 away from Jeb Zarzauer.
Whoa, that's brilliant.
Gotta love it. All right, man on the hour right now.
Jimmy Wilson, Camden Powell, guys, we need you at the tower, at the podium. Jimmy Wilson, Camden Powell. We need you guys here right now for an interview. Come on down, guys. Thank you. No.
Here we go, Pro-Am Ski Stock, moto number 3. Who's it gonna be? Whoa, Ryder Wilderbauer, right, shot like a slingshot out of there on the inside. Who's that on the outside, Rick Lake?
Wilderbauer gets that inside hole shot, looking good, real strong ride by Wilderbauer around the first turn buoys. And then going outside, looks like boat number 1, Kenny McKenzie, out in front again.
Boy, Kenny's really doing the job.
Yeah,
I'll
he's
tell you
had a
what.
great day today, no doubt about it. He's been fast the entire afternoon, all day. And as Wilderbauer looks over his shoulder onto the first turn, or onto the front straightaway with McKenzie right behind him. All right, 888 Ryder Wilderbauer out in front, looking good here in Pro-Am Ski Stock, moto number 3, and he is charging down the front straightaway. Kenny McKenzie, boat number 1 in second.
Matthew Richuk in third, followed by Callaway Turner. And the 182, Brock Harris. Brock Harris, Jeb Zarzauer, and the double 44 is Zeke Kime. Now, Zeke Kime's had some great rides, but in this class, he's pushing hard just to move up. Brian Baldwin, we need you down at the Podium, please. Brian Baldwin, if you can come to the podium, please. And yes, we realize you're in the next race, Brian.
Yeah, Brian's up next. He's on the starting line. There he is right there. He's on the line right now.
And you know what, Rick? Third moto, Brett Underhill. You know, we talked about him using that smaller motor.
Yeah.
Well, it's Pro Ski stock, different boat.
Yeah.
Different boat.
Completely. Different motor, too.
But same rider. Amazing that you can do that, right?
Same individual. Multitasking, that is called. And if you can ride two skis at the same time, your name is Larry Rippenkroger. So says you. So, oh, that's true. Oh, Wildebauer goes down, coming onto the front straightaway. He's up and underway. Halfway sign from Kevin Scott out there on the tower today, our flagman extraordinaire. Ritchuk comes by. Now in, that would be second place. Now Ritchuk's in as McKenzie drops back, I guess. What's Wildebauer got for the day? What's his score? Oh, he's got a 7 in Moto 1, so that's gonna take him out. He's gonna have a good day, but not good enough for the overall. So it looks like Ritchuk is gonna, if he finishes in second place,
he's got the overall.
He's gonna take the overall
of
in
course.
Pro-Am ski stock. So,
and knowing Matthew, he knows that, so he doesn't have to push too hard. Just stay where he's at. All he's got to do is finish
second.
Yeah, second.
And that's him right there, I believe. Where's his helmet? He's not wearing his helmet. I'm going to have to talk to him about that. He needs to get that bright helmet on again.
Yep.
That was so good. It was so identifying. It was so easy for me. I'd look up, I could see him anywhere on the racetrack.
Is that him right there? Right, Wildebauer, and that should be Matthew Ritchuk right there.
All right, we need to get Matthew Ritchuk back on his old helmet. I'm missing that one already.
Might be the same helmet, it's just a paint job.
I got to talk to him about that
Maybe swapped
today.
it with Callaway Turner.
Well, I know it. We're going to have a little chat later.
Oh, I see. Matthew had a GoPro, and Callaway wanted to use it, so they just swapped helmets. That's safe. Probably not.
What's next? Is that it?
Nope. Yes, I think so. I don't know if
All right. Turner comes by.
Kenny
I'm sorry,
McKenzie
Kenny
there,
McKenzie
yeah.
comes by. Not
And Jeb Zarzauer.
Not Turner, Zarzauer. Not.
It's easy for you to say.
I don't know why I wanted to call him Callaway Turner, but
They both have the same voice.
Kenny McKenzie. Well, they both race for Hurricane Racing.
There you go.
That's the connection, see?
Yeah, it's an easy mistake to make.
If you're me. All right.
We leave. Leave. Live.
Live and in love here in Panama City Beach. Number
And there you go.
So unofficially, Matthew Ritchuk takes the overall today, but that is unofficial as of this moment.
Yeah, Wilderbauer through there, the 182. Brock Harris.
As we need to see the final results from this moto, the official results from this moto, I should say.
We'll see that well,
in just a little bit.
I guess at the podium.
Pro-Am Runabout GP. Moto number 3 on the line.
Are we clicking well enough that we're finishing each other's sentences now, Rick? We're in mid-season form already.
If
Hallelujah.
so, I'm going to start worrying.
No worries, mate.
All right. Looks like one more moto here.
Well, let's get on the math here. Brian Baldwin with the first and a 7th. Dylan Osborne with a 4th and a 2nd.
Yeah,
Troy Snyder.
this is Troy Snyder's to lose, no doubt about it.
Jason Russo. He's got 8.
But anything can happen in this GP class. We know because it happened to Brian Baldwin in moto number 2.
Well, look at the points here. Troy's got 3. Dylan's got 6. Everybody else has 8. So third position.
Except Snyder.
Right.
He's got 3.
Right. That's what I said. Snyder's got 3. Osborne's got 6. Everybody else has 8.
So the battle's for second. In other words.
Pretty much.
Well, but as I said, anything can happen. It happened to Baldwin in moto number 2.
Yeah, no, literally, Troy, as long as he can make one lap, cannot lose it. No, he could if it failed. And speaking of which,
Troy Snyder on the inside, out of the gate. Let's see.
Well, Dylan Osborne is really the man on the bubble. If Troy has issues and Dylan can get going early here.
Looks like Snyder on the inside with that lead.
Oh,
I'm sure that's Baldwin right next to him.
And Troy just takes him to the house. And Brian comes right back. Who's gonna let up?
Oh, and Snyder going inside.
Oh, man.
And both of them drive each other way too wide around that buoy.
Oh, here comes Troy. And Brian going to cut him off.
Oh, no, Troy's going to dive inside.
Oh, he did, and he gets the lead. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Troy's had enough for today. That's it.
Baldwin overcooked it, went too wide. Troy knew he was going to do that and took the lead. What a battle.
Oh, well, we'll see. We'll see. That's officially unofficial. Tell you what, though, those two are going to be doing battle right now. Troy Snyder got the lead. And Brian Baldwin taking the joker, boy. He knows he missed it.
Yeah, he picked it up.
He picked it up. Now he's got the rest of the race to try and reel in Troy Snyder. Brian Baldwin, he's been on fire today, but Troy has had just about enough.
Well, it's funny because Snyder could let Baldwin go by and it would make no difference whatsoever.
None.
I don't think he wants to do that.
Not at all.
Clearly.
Never.
Very clearly, he does not want to let Baldwin go by.
Never, ever, ever.
Even though it would make no difference and Troy would still take the overall.
No question.
Interesting.
Yeah, you got to set it up for the next race too, right?
Well, you want momentum.
Troy's going to leave here. Well, who knows what's going to happen.
Yeah, right.
Let's just watch this because Brian Baldwin is not going to sit there and go, oh, I'll just take second. No, I don't think so.
No, but Snyder may be smarter.
Who's the battle for third now?
That is a hard number to see in third place. If there is a number.
There's Russo behind that. That could be Greg Radulski, maybe.
Oh, here comes Baldwin on the back straightaway, the outside of Snyder. He's going to try to go around the outside, and he does momentarily.
Ooh.
Oh,
Troy
and
tried
Snyder.
to make it. Ooh.
Wow.
I wonder if Brian looks back. I wonder if he's got a little dent in the back of his boat right now. We couldn't see because of the spray, but that bumper's still there. Halfway flags are out. Got a close up.
That
Baldwin.
is 73. Greg Radulski in third place right now.
Boy, Brian Baldwin got by and hit the go button, man.
And then Dylan Osborne in fourth.
Yeah, Dylan, well, actually fourth will work out for him. No, it won't. No, Dylan needs to get up there. He needs to finish in second, or Brian Baldwin's going to take second overall.
Well, Snyder's locked in for an overall here.
No
He's got
question.
the overall dialed now. All he has to do is, nothing, really. He's going to have the overall at this point. Well, he would. Well, yes, that's right. If he gets passed by everybody, that's right.
All right, Troy Snyder. Basically out for a Sunday cruise right now. He let Brian go by because he knows he's got the overall no matter what. Now we got a few laps into it. Don't know who's on that number 153 boat. Baldwin down the front straightaway in a race of his own. Here comes Troy, second position. He's strong. He's just kicking it back. Trying to keep that thing together. Oh, white flag comes out.
One lap to go for these guys, and Troy Snyder on his final lap, cruising around, going to take the overall, provided he just brings that 110 in to the finish here for the checkered flag on the final lap.
Jason Russo here having a battle with the 153.
And checkered flag comes out for Brian Baldwin. Number 502 takes the win. Devin Farthing, Hayden Skellett, Revan Harris, we need you at the podium right now for interviews. Thank you.
So when you guys get everything solidified, we need to get Brian Baldwin, Troy Snyder, and Tim Miller up to the podium for the CBS crew as well, please.
And so Troy Snyder brings that Tim Judge-tuned number 110 Yamaha in for the overall today. Great ride by Troy, and Baldwin had that problem in Moto number 2, and that was the story in Pro-Am Runabout GP right there.
Yep. That happened. Well, good for Troy.
Revan Harris, Hayden Skellett, we need you at the podium. Devin Farthing, Hayden Skellett, Revan Harris. We need you guys down to the podium right now, please.
Follow it up with Brian Baldwin, Troy Snyder, and Tim Miller. Head on up to the podium as well. You're going to put your face on CBS. All right, well, race number 1 of 2020 on the entire planet, Pro Watercross and Panama City Beach, bringing it home, Rick. What a great day of racing. We got another day tomorrow. All the pros were today. We had some exciting racing, incredible rides, and mostly by the younger riders, the kids that a couple of years ago were in the junior class. Just goes to show you can't keep a good kid down.
Yeah, very true. And the emergence of the youth has definitely been outstanding over the last few years. And, you know, they're so young still that they have a lot of room to grow as well. It's not like they're even close to reaching their peak in speed. They've got years and years to go. So definitely they are the future and really taking over right now. And, you know, a beautiful race day here in Panama City Beach. I mean, the conditions today could not have been better. A beautiful breeze, the beautiful sandy beaches here. What a way to kick off the first round of 2020. A little delayed, unfortunately, but it's really good to be here. Very, very electric energy on the beach. I think people were more than ready to get back to racing. And we had, as you mentioned, just a great day of racing overall. Looking forward to tomorrow as well, but today was about as good as it could get, Kurt.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. It was palpable. You could feel it as you walked to the race site. Seriously, you looked at the excitement in everybody's eyes. Everyone has been waiting to get out and get racing again, and boy, they did not disappoint today.
Oh, great day overall. Really fun. I mean, you know, we're back doing what we do. We get the best seat in the house to watch some phenomenal pro watercross racing. Can't be any better. Hey, let's do it again tomorrow. What do you think?
I think it's a great idea, and you know what? If you're following on the live stream, got to give it up to Richard Ignacio, Maverick, once again, top streamer on the planet in 2019, as voted by his peers. And from what I heard from somebody earlier who was watching the live stream, it's even better this year. Thanks so much, Maverick. And for those of you on the live stream, I'm Kurt Nolenberg.
I'm Rick Lake, and we're going to see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Fun at the beach, dance underneath the stars and on my feet. The sun is always shining for you. White sand and turquoise blue. Oh, let's explore, make it yours.
We're here at Sugden Park, ready to go.
Are you ready to see some pro watercross racing?
Let's get the inside.
It's going down today here in scenic Naples, Florida on the Paradise Coast. Here at the Broward Motorsports Pro Watercross World Championships.
this is going to be a knockdown, drag-out fight.
Oh!
When you come to the World Championship, you're always going to have the top riders from all around the country here battling for first place.
Somebody comes out of this race as a world champion.
All year long, you're testing and tuning and training and doing the whole national tour to build yourself up to be ready to race this event.
Hey, I'm PK Ewing. I'm the Pro Watercross ambassador, and we have big news here at Pro Watercross. I want to tell you about our new 3 pillars, our initiative. We are now a nonprofit, an educational nonprofit, and we are pushing 3 new initiatives: safety, the environment, and fostering amateur competition.
I've been waiting for this whole year for this. This is just fun.
Comes Arminio making the charge down the front straightaway. Full throttle entire time.
But you know, that's with anything, we're pushing the limits, and everyone, you know, is super competitive and we want to win. And you know, that's what it is, and I deal with the drama. He tried like literally just wrecking my boat, and it came into my face. Hopefully, you know, I rise to the top.
Pro Watercross is about family. It is about competition, camaraderie, and teamwork. These are things that are hallmarks in my life as a combat veteran, and I find them in abundance here with everybody.
Well, Rick Lake, just want to mention once again, we're going to have the Racer Appreciation.